Is there anything super cool that you've been coming across in there?
I flagged something, but it all looks good.
Yeah.
It's funny, like I flagged a thing on computers from '74, so that's kind of funny. Except like half of the examples, I think there's a dozen strips. Half of them feel like they could be right now.
Yeah, sure.
It's like car safety and shit where it's like, man, it just doesn't. It's weird that stuff doesn't change. And now here's one on hot weather, and it's like, I just can't.
Let me see something. 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 When the Earl Morris on Robert S. McNamara 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 on like you said on Robert S. McNamara on like you said on Robert S. McNamara on like you said on Robert S. McNamara one of his big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. McNamara like the seatbelt like big hit on Robert S. And thus the seatbelt is invented. Yeah, my bad. My mind is on a million things right this second. I hear Warren.
Yeah, more truckers, just nuts good.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Warren?
Good morning, Warren. You need a hand?
Yeah, I got 2 more boxes. That was a pain in the ass drive.
Sorry.
What happened?
It was like they were bozos to the right, bozos to the left, bozos in front of me. And then hit every light. And then trucks, anyway.
What's going on, Kings? Thank you guys so much for coming through.
Well, there's no schedule.
Well, I mean, you seem like you had a plan there.
Well, yeah, but then the pandemic, and then finding someone to do this. Okay, I have an advantage in that I'm an old retired white dude.
Nah, so man, you ain't retired. We'll put you to work.
Well, yeah, I've gotten that. So it's great to be back here, and
this other box is over here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what we should do is go through everything and figure out how we want to do this, and then we do it.
That's right. So I brought all kinds of stuff.
Stuff we're reading outside of Cartoonist Kayfabe Weekly.
Right.
Eventually, probably, it ends up being an episode, but it's stuff that takes longer. I've been reading that Bill Griffiths, Nancy.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah,
I was gonna add, that's where I was going with that. I was wondering if that's something that you had.
Well, he was a special guest. So, although I didn't get a chance to talk to him at all. So yeah, it's on my list. His last 2. The one about his mother's relationship and then the one about the history of Disney. As it is with Roz Chast, these people move from one part of comics to another, and it's like there was no transition, no failure, no.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
I've been admiring the page layouts and thinking about like, how do you go from comic strips to like
That's right.
pages that are
Well, he
so
did
accomplished?
pages, okay. So so was it Zowie? They put out the magazine size stuff. So he was using it. Roz wasn't. Okay. So, all right. So how about we start here?
I'm quoting up on stuff. So we have, let's see. So we want to do concrete, and then I've got more flaming carrot.
I'm real curious about the flaming carrot stuff because like it didn't sound very comprehensive.
I brought some of my flaming carrots too, so I've got a little stack.
Comprehensive in terms of.
Well, the concrete was very robust, man, and really got into like a big chunk. So like we were able to do that kind of 100-foot view of concrete as a whole.
Right.
And that's what I was like looking for. But if we don't have those materials, because like we have enough for 8 videos, so like that would be the one to sacrifice if we don't got quite enough. I want to do this comic singularly
Oh.
as an episode at some point. I mean, we could show it
Oh,
off if we showed
okay.
off Bob Burden, but
Oh, okay. All right. Well, because I love when this came out.
yeah,
I loved it.
yeah, Art Adams and
So, and then I've got a whole bunch of Brian Talbot, including Granville, and there's a lot to be talked about that. Now for
Alex Raymond.
Alex Raymond, what I did was I have like 10, 12 really nice pages.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, but I also brought Secret Agent X9,
Yeah.
so we can introduce it. And then you guys have never seen this. This is actually a promotion thing for Rip Kirby,
Oh, that's sick.
and it's
That
got
would be sent to the newspapers.
yeah, this is sent to newspapers.
That's cool.
And then in here, they're all printers proofs.
That's awesome.
Okay.
So that would be the stuff that they would like get, like for
Yeah, the syndicate would send
Yeah.
this out.
and then that's what they would use to print from.
Well, some of it, yeah, but this was used as promotional material.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they printed from this, but they could if
Yeah.
they wanted to, if you see them. And then I have over here.
All right, Kings. We're gonna be going through a period of Mad Magazine with Warren. 1974. With very specific. Like, imagine this as a thumbnail.
If you weren't there at the time and you didn't know,
Let me kick some lights on.
So simple too.
and then this is Talbot.
I wanted to make sure Luke Arkwright because I didn't bring any of mine. Yeah, and that's for Talbot. That's my entry point.
Let's see, what did I put in here? Oh, and here that's right, and then Jack Jackson. So I have a smattering of
Yeah, you guys can hear that, man. There's gonna be a Brian Talbot episode.
I brought my flaming carrots. See that up there. Jack Jackson. See, I even brought this.
I don't know this.
You know, Greed did a lot of comic stuff. Okay? See, flaming carrot limited edition. And then Death, the High Cost of Living.
Yeah, let's do that one first.
Yeah, that's fine. And just so you know, I'm gonna want to talk about this as a really nicely designed book.
That's a lot of my interest.
Okay. For some reason, they went off the rails on this book. They didn't design another one anywhere near like this one.
Do you know who the designer is? Is it like some unusual?
Well, so they made it a little translucent. Okay. Then they used this nicer paper on the inside. I mean, they went all out on this thing. Okay. And I don't know that. I think that's why Corey Amos did it.
Hey, Warren.
Yes.
We need your expertise immediately.
Okay. Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's right. We're gonna do Mad. That's right.
yeah, so obviously we're not going to look at every single page.
Right.
So what I want you to do is kind of grab some post-its and
Oh, I see.
and kind of flag a good section of. Thanks so much for coming by, Warren. We are streaming. We are like so.
So we're doing this now. Okay.
Yeah.
Be careful what you say, Warren. You get us in trouble.
I'm already in trouble.
Yeah.
Paul Coker, no. Let me see.
we were doing some stuff from our periods, like mid 80s to 90s and
Right.
stuff.
Right.
And it was very astonishing to discover that Kurtzman was doing work for hire illustration for Mad in the
Really?
late 80s. Yeah, right. That's pretty wild stuff.
These are all in pretty nice shape.
Came from Hawaii, so like you might notice like a little musty smell just because it's a humid island.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Let me see. Dennis Primer.
Bruce Day. That's a name that doesn't come up often. He's a little bit of a Jack Davis hack, actually.
Yeah. I'm not.
We'll bring him up.
Yeah.
Because like the audience.
Bob Clark.
Yeah, it's all the guys. Like they
Right. They had this.
they get in and then they find themselves at home. Haha, Billy Jack. See, like Billy Jack.
Yeah, sure.
That would be something for me and Jimmy to talk about.
Well, and then. Yeah, A Mad History of Sex.
Yeah, dude, something that's salacious. They're
Where? There.
Hey Warren, here
Yes.
are a couple of my books. I'm gonna throw them in your box. So when you get home and you're like, "What in the hell are these?"
Oh,
It
great!
wasn't somebody spiking your
More
box.
comics. How bad a day can it be? Oh, graffiti. Yeah, because this is it's 74, so graffiti was really starting to hit back then.
yeah. Jimmy, if you want to take a couple and. Do we recognize this guy, man? Is that Dick DiBartola or somebody? Man, they'll take any opportunity to get nude. Remember there was like some naked Bill Gaines and stuff? And that's going to be the thumbnail.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It kind of has to be. I bought this off the newsstand.
That's amazing.
Well, it was at one of these. Yeah, it was sort of like a 7-Eleven place not too far from my house.
It's important to look
Oh.
at the backs because there
Yes.
is a strip in the 70s
Oh, here, look at this one.
that, that's good.
Okay.
Man, that's very provocative.
Yes.
Yeah, there's all this incidental stuff. I was noticing flipping through layouts, really impressive. I'm admiring this lettering and thinking like, that's not Jack Davis doing title lettering probably. Like,
No.
who gets credit for these details that make the whole thing look great?
Well, please, we need to spend at least 20 seconds on Don Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And this is dope because this is 74. This is really before video games are really a thing. And Jimmy,
Yes.
you probably had that one as a little kid too, like where it was that little red with the steering wheel, and it was just the road is like on a loop,
Yes.
and then
I
you just
remember
move the
that.
car.
Yeah.
That's like the precursor to video games.
Yeah.
In the early issues of Mad Magazine, they'll when what's his face when Don Martin is new, they call him Young Don Martin, and I think that's the only time he's ever been called such a thing, because he's always been an old dude to me.
Now, what's also interesting about these is looking at it. For instance, here you've got the big con, December '74. All right, and that's Agnew and Nixon. But here,
But
earlier,
it's also in the form of the Sting.
the Sting. Yeah, absolutely. But here, June of '74. So this went up in May of '74. This is a couple of months before he left office. And here it is. Nixon slipped here.
Yeah, it's
right?
good.
They're making these overt political statements.
Make sure you save it for the
Oh yeah, no, don't
get
worry.
it in, man. Hey Jimmy, we got Kung Fu in here.
Nice.
Man, this is some 42nd Street looking shit right here. Porno Superman.
Yeah.
That looks like Gaines. Is that Gaines, you think?
No.
That's probably like Khrushchev or somebody.
Yeah, we should. Well, this one we shouldn't use, but we need to do one Antonio Prohias.
A Spy vs. Spy?
Well, certainly not this one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've been reading Barks pretty religiously the past couple of weeks,
Oh my God, that's good.
and there was a cancelable
Oh, yes.
joint called Voodoo Hoodoo, and I recently heard that Don Rosa did a couple stories with Bombo the Zombo or whatever the zombie from
Yeah.
that story.
Interesting.
and see, we could do something as simple as this.
Yeah, exactly. Just one.
Yeah. And they're never going to reprint. They're not given Fantagraphics permission to reprint
Oh, interesting.
those Rosa stories and stuff.
All right. Well, so now I assume the Mad episode's going to be the long one.
No, we're gonna kind of try to breeze through it, but cover some big points.
Okay. Well, I wanna. Yeah. See, look. If they're making these overt political statements on the back covers of almost every one of these.
Yeah, like there's no joke to this.
Right.
Like that's like a Continuity Studios,
Yeah. Exactly.
piece of ad art.
Yeah. So I think when I'll comment to the Times
Right.
on that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good image.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. Absolutely.
It's rife, It's rife with good stuff. See, nobody looked through this one yet. Exorcist.
You know what? I did look through it.
Yeah,
I
nothing
didn't
too
know what
big.
to flag. I mean, I love this stuff, but you could flag every Mort Drucker. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I do kind of wonder looking through these, like, is this his like, what, it's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Saturday Night Live. Like, everybody will say their era is the peak. Because, his Batman stuff was great when we were kids.
Right. He hit that, once he hits that mature period or whatever, it lasts for a long time, but it's hard to imagine anybody being sharper than his drawings in this.
If you step back and look what they're doing here, this is amazingly political. Exterminators, okay, meat inspectors, just okay. So you look at what they're doing here. This is.
Is this like the Agent Orange dudes? Is that the Exterminators?
From Vietnam War. This is an Air Force pilot.
Right.
Okay.
Right, but like exterminators. So is it about bullets or is it about napalming and stuff?
It's about both, okay?
Yeah.
Because, we bombed the shit out of North Vietnam, okay, and Cambodia and Laos, and killed a shitload of people just with high-level bombing.
Right.
And that's what that's all about. Yeah, I can speak about 42nd Street here. Look at this, National Association of Broadcaster Garbage Men. Okay.
Tell me this doesn't feel like now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And but now, like, the only people watching TV are the oldest, and it's like really putting just like the most tremendous fears in the oldest people.
Yes, that's right.
And it just so happens that those are people with the time on their hands to absolutely 100% all the time vote.
Right.
So.
But here's the good part. They're dying.
You know
No,
what? I
no,
was thinking
no.
that on the ride over here of like, it'll be really nice whenever all the 80-year-olds, like at some point that's going to shift. And I thought, how weird it'll be when like congressmen and presidents are younger than me.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I've seen that in pro sports where they were
Yeah.
always like they were older, they were
Yeah,
men, I was
that's
a
right.
kid.
Yeah.
And now it's like they're all younger than me and it looks like kids playing these games.
Right.
And at some point, like, politics are going to do that flip. And it feels like we're getting close. Like, that seems to it's becoming a talking point issue. So I assume
Right.
that we're that'll
close.
be a thing that flips.
All right. So,
And I'm sure it'll bring its own set of problems then. Right?
well,
It's always going to be something to complain about.
it was my generation that put Trump in office, okay? And the good thing is that over the last 4 years, a whole bunch of, the older part of my generation have died. And so there's a demographic problem that's going on out there that there's hundreds of thousands of votes that just disappeared because, because the boomers are dying at a rapid rate, the older part of the boomers. So, so no Tom today? Just three of
yeah,
us?
no Tom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Tom's out.
Oh.
He's not.
Did you see he was on that news program that we were on?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh, man, I would have.
He
have to try to find
retweeted
that,
a
yeah.
piece, and it's about Stan Lee, right? So like he's got to explain like the Stan Lee. So I didn't watch it all. I just watched a piece that he retweeted, but he's there, dude.
Yeah,
and he fucking
sweet.
looks good. He's got his like flannel joint on with a little mustache and all that.
That's great.
Do you have a bottle?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just get a bottle of water
Absolutely.
and stick it around here
You
somewhere.
too, Jimmy.
Yeah, I got to set up.
Go grab that death book.
Got it.
I would like to breeze like if we if this death book is a half hour, Jimmy, then we could definitely do the flaming carrot also.
I think we should do the flaming carrot.
Yeah.
I brought my stash. Warren's got a pretty big clip, and I just think it's there's a narrative I think of these '80s superheroes that I've become more and more fascinated by, and I put concrete in there.
Yeah,
And
of
it's
course.
just these. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna do my Batman, but
Right.
without the bat symbol, so that I can do it myself. It's like there's no version of flaming carrot
Yeah.
in Marvel and DC. I don't know that there's a version of concrete
Concrete.
anywhere.
No.
And the '80s had a bunch of those,
Well,
and they're
Yeah.
kind of gone.
And on that point, the other thing that's gone is this is the thing about Flaming Carrot. It was funny, and Don Simpson was funny, and The Tick was funny, and Reed Fleming Milkman was funny, and funny has left comics.
It has,
Okay?
yeah.
And so that's another reason why I wanted to do Flaming Carrot, because people aren't doing funny, and I don't care if it's the indie comics world or the mainstream world. No one is doing funny, okay? And I like funny,
I agree.
and so here. Oh,
Yeah, watch yourself, man.
yeah, jeez. Slide
wait a minute.
this way.
It's
a little bit
gotcha.
lower.
You
Okay.
just always gotta
Still.
just be mindful,
Yep.
and that's on both tracks,
Yeah, I see.
How do we record? I've got 4 videos, so you think I should start?
Well, I'm gonna have 4 too if we do flaming carrot.
Yeah.
Like we got 8
All
enough,
right,
so.
maybe we'll just do 2 and 2 and 2 and 2.
Yeah, like I'll do the.
All right.
I'll do the death one.
Yeah, I'm eager to have that conversation about the design part of the book.
Yeah, it's
become
I'm trying
something
to
that-
look. Oh, cover and publication design by Dave McKean.
Well, there you go. That's
Okay.
a big chunk of it. This is a time when I think they valued creative. So, you've got Neil Gaiman. It's like, who do you want to design the book? Of course, Dave McKean.
Oh yeah, this is gorgeous. Is this 93?
No.
It's after or
That's
before?
94, I believe.
Does it have both stories or just the...
No, it just has the one.
Just the high cost of living, and then there was a thing in the back about death, because AIDS
Oh
was
yeah,
big.
right. Like
okay.
the 8-pager,
Yeah,
the giveaway joint.
yeah. So that's in there.
Yeah, the Tori Amos intro.
Tori Amos intro, right? And you have to kind of explain who she was.
Yeah, I'll have you do that because like she was grown folks music when I was a little dude.
Well, she was definitely different. I saw her in concert, so.
Hey Jimmy, can you grab that tape, the art tape?
Okay. All right. I am here to do your bidding. Let me stick this. I don't know. I'm just gonna stick it over here. There we go. This is the center of the comics universe. So.
Bigger than every Marvel and DC comic.
Yeah.
I always like to have those if I have them.
What is it?
Yeah,
A
Yeah,
this
couple
is-
issues of
yeah.
the original series. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
good for color stuff. It may
Well,
not
but-
be
but
useful,
also-
it could be something.
But also, it's nice to see the designs of the covers of these.
Dave McKean's so
He was doing
so
such-
far ahead of everybody.
We did that one book about that just showed off all of his Sandman covers, man, and it's just eye candy. Setting up models and sculpting helmets and shit.
Yeah.
Bad dude.
Playing with
Yeah.
every kind of tool there is.
Yeah, just a full
Digital and
artist.
analog, like-
Now, did either of you watch the Sandman miniseries that was out? I think it was on Hulu or something.
Yeah, Netflix. I did.
Netflix.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
It was actually, to me, it was actually really good.
I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked it. I'll watch the second one.
Especially when they introduced death, and even down to this scene where she catches the soccer ball, is directly from the comic.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah,
So-
you got to have that scene, dude, because that's what do you get when you feed pigeons? Fat pigeons. That's like a famous line, man.
Yeah, sure.
You got to have that piece. Get comfortable, fellas.
All right. Oh,
Ed,
you'll do the
Yep, got it. Never mind.
page turning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're going to do 8 vids, then we should be a little breezier with this. Not an hour for this joint.
Yeah, sure.
It's 3 issues.
Right, but we do need to spend at least a minute on the 8-pager in the back, given the context of the times.
Yeah, putting the rubber on the banana and all that.
Yep.
Making John Constantine feel nervous. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's by McKean.
It's nice to see his pen and ink.
Yeah, it's Cage's level, right? With the 2 color.
Man, he must have been doing Cages at that time too.
Yeah, I guess so.
93.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, so this book came out in 94.
Yeah. We were looking at Wizard, and they do their top 100 sells, for each month. When Death, the sequel, came out, issue 3 was DC's highest selling book on that chart.
Really?
Above like 25 different Batman comics
Wow.
and Superman and all, the staples. And it was like their only top 20 book. And it was issue 3. It wasn't even like issue 1.
No, they look.
That thing must have sold. They must have been like trying hard to get Neil Gaiman. Like, we got to do a Death series. We just got to, because like it's outselling Batman.
No, and at that time it was. You couldn't wait for the next issue to come out because they were so well written. Okay, they were so literate. They were anyway.
See, that's where you could put some positive onus on an editor like Cameron Berger to not milk it at that level and dilute his ability and all that kind of stuff.
It feels like it's one of the few examples of DC not doing that.
Right.
Like, I don't know if I can name another example.
It's the move to he did the proper business thing. Like, he learned from Alan Moore, and so he dangles the carrot. If you are at that high level of equity for a company, you dangle the carrot a little bit. I will never make something for you if you do this, which implies that I will make things for you from time to time. And he does. And then it keeps Sandman reasonably pure. They figured out their way to use the material, like they did the Dreaming and explored like a lot of the side characters and things. But as far as I know, he's the only guy to put words in the mouth of Morpheus and the crew.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought. So Tori Amos was before Alanis Morissette.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it's that one era, dude, where it's like Lisa Loeb.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like
all these women singer-songwriters came out,
right,
and started singing. Well, of course, Joni Mitchell was doing that 25 years before then.
Of course, but it's like the new wave of it.
Yeah, right, exactly. There was.
Yeah, it was like somebody must have been very successful, and then it was like record execs.
Yeah.
We need more of this person.
Yes, exactly. No, Tori was big in a certain segment of the population. Anyway,
yeah, of course. Yeah, the SPX of 1992 type of population.
Yep. And this is all pre-SPX too.
Yeah.
Well, 94 was the first one.
Your name popped up in this morning's weekly before we mentioned anything about a guest.
Yeah.
in the comments, it popped up.
and then we on a weekly, I was like, you say his name 3 times fast, man. He might show up.
Now, did I tell you about how Kayfabe popped up in Paul Gravette's Facebook stream?
Mm-mm.
So there's I took a picture. Paul Gravette came to my house with Durf was there, Karen Green. I took a picture and they put it up on Facebook. So like here's me and Warren Bernard's thing, and some guy from Sweden posted the Kayfabe where you guys came through my house. From like Sweden, okay?
That's an evergreen episode, because anytime you have cartoonists come through, it's like, go reference the video.
Well, actually,
You
one of the
can't be
things I'm
here.
going to do, every time I come here, there are more people watch that video, okay? And we were at 24,991
we'll get
a
it to
couple
25.
of days ago, okay?
We'll get that to 25K.
All right. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are. I can fake it.
Hit it, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Uncle Warren.
And today we have a good one in store for you. Death, High Cost of Living. But up front, we want you guys to know that we are a daily YouTube stream, and we've got about 1,500 videos to date. Uncle Warren was on about 35 of them.
Yep.
So we might have talked about your favorite comics. Hit the little magnifying glass in the search field on the front page of the Kayfabe YouTube channel. Search and see if we talked about your faves. If we did, give it a whirl. We also have a Patreon. The King Kayfabers on the Patreon are watching us live stream this recording session, and especially when we have guests, it's like we are shooting extra episodes that only the Kings get to see. So support the channel at the highest level, mitigates the Kayfabe effect, and the Kayfabe effect comes into play whenever we're talking about some rare or out-of-print books. You
like
get
this one.
Yes, you get your first chance at the Apple. Jimmy, if you could lock that in for me. Death, High Cost of Living. I guess this is the original hardcover.
Yes, it is. It's the first edition hardcover. It's been subsequently reprinted, but not as nice as this.
Yeah, dude, this is a very nice dust jacket that has good tactility to it. We see some Dave McKean. Dave McKean everywhere. Dave McKean abounds, and he did do the design work on this thing. I wonder if that is Tori Amos, no,
like, it's not. It's not.
Film her as Death. Give her the rub for doing the intro.
Yeah, I think he definitely has some, models for some of this work, and I think he has one for Death based on the covers of this and the subsequent miniseries. Yeah. It feels like there's some photographic use, and I think Dave I think Dave does everything himself, probably, it seems like.
There's a girl named Cinnamon Hadley who is the inspiration for the Death character, and you can find photos of Cinnamon online, and you see Death personified. She has passed. She's no longer with us, but certainly is based on a person. And I don't know if the photograph is of Cinnamon. I don't think it is. But yeah, beautifully designed.
And yeah, you can see this nice tactile paper here. And then what's also nice is this is the only one of the DC books that has this translucent cover on it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very eerie.
And I have all of the Sandman first editions. None of them were done as nicely as this. None of the DC books were done as nice as this. This is an exception when it comes to what they did to put together the actual physical object.
Yeah, well said. Because a lot of when book design comes up to a lot of cartoonists, they almost immediately just think of it as drawing a pretty cover.
Right.
Not paper choice.
Right. Not
finding, this is like Japanese style paper.
That translucency is amazing. I didn't even realize that's what it was.
Right, you thought it was
just
printed
on the cover.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of, this is the early 90s. Dave McKean is doing digital stuff.
Yeah.
It reminds me almost of, you're playing with transparencies and layers in
Right.
Photoshop, but you're actually making a physical version of that.
Yeah, so it's the papers that you choose, the tactility of this. And also, let's think about Dave McKean. Amazing artist, can use any media, but with the Death comic, the void of white for the end papers feels so appropriate.
Yeah.
It also calls to mind, he would have been doing Arkham Asylum around this time, in terms of books. It feels like book-wise, it's almost a similar size, format, page count, give or take a little bit. And he may have just been in that mindset of really thinking about the book as an object, as his canvas at that time. And I think that infiltrates your thoughts. You're sort of problem solving a lot of that stuff, because these guys all work on multiple projects at once. So now you've got a couple books kicking around in your head, and I wonder if that's what we're benefiting from is somebody that has this version. You get that benefit of here's a guy who was thinking about book design for a couple of years, and this may be the apex of that.
Yeah, no, this definitely is. When you look at all the first edition Sandman hardbacks on the shelf, this one stands out. If you lay them out, this one stands out. And like I said, all the other DC stuff that was coming out at the time, the archive editions and stuff like that, nothing approached this in terms of pure book design.
The other person who did, or company that did good book designs for comics is Graffiti Designs.
Yes.
And I never think of them. We often talk in maybe mid 90s or so, Tom Devlin shows up with High Water Books, and we start to see more design going into the books. But Graffiti Designs would have been kind of the front edge of that. They were doing those nice editions, their Akiras are beautiful.
Yeah, the Electra Lives Again is at that point in time, all the best books would have the Graffiti Designs logo in there. Can't sleep on the introduction by Ms. Tori Amos, who probably some bits from this will be pull quotes forever on the back covers and things of subsequent Sandman editions. And I think on that cover-to-cover episode that we did where we looked at all of Dave McKean's cover work on Sandman, there was some story in there, some paragraph in there about how before she was even really that famous, she was sending Neil Gaiman audio cassette tapes that she was recording herself, and met him at San Diego Comic-Con before she really hit it. So
I love this stuff too, because this is my era of the early desktop publishing, where oh, you don't have to typeset. You don't have to send type out to be typeset by a third party anymore. You could do it all digitally. I always think of Dave Carson and Raygun Magazine, but it's about the same time period. And you see, there were several designers that were doing that kind of work. And again, Dave McKean, really on the edge of what was happening in print.
Still early enough, you see its first printing, still early enough that you couldn't take for granted that these books really would be collected. And in fact, for a chunk of time, it wasn't even the DC Comics division that was doing the collecting. You look at the old Swamp Things, it's Time Warner books, and certainly Dark Knight Returns, maybe Ronin, Watchmen. So DC Comics proper is in the game, and if you remember the old story, it was the second trade of Sandman was the first collection. They didn't do Preludes and
Brilliant.
Nocturnes
Right.
at the beginning.
That'll be a topic we continue in the future.
Certainly.
Like we were talking about it off camera earlier, so
Yeah, that'll be
we'll
one
come
to
back to it.
to bring up. So let's jump right into things, man. One of the sexy pieces, man, is the Chris Bachalo artwork with Mark Buckingham. This will be the creative team that sticks together for quite some time. They move over to Generation X for Marvel at a later course, but Bachalo, like, he did that Shade, the Changing Man Vertigo book. Also, do you got issue 1?
Yeah, this is issue 1.
One of the first books that's a newer book that had the Vertigo banner. One of the first number ones. It would be this and Enigma by Peter Milligan that were books that were generated from the start with the Vertigo logo. So that's also another noteworthy piece.
Yeah, definitely historically. And with Mark Buckingham, it's almost like you're getting two artists.
Absolutely.
It's not just it's definitely not a tracer. Like, there's a guy who's very accomplished as a visual artist, and I think that really helps too, as long as your two artists aren't clashing.
Totally.
But
And
these guys seem like they make great music together.
yeah, and we know Mark Buckingham from his work with Neil Gaiman on the back portion of Miracle Man. So all these guys are connected. One of the things that I made note of while going through this was the beautiful cartooning of Bachalo, where it would mix in and out of semi-realistic looking stuff, certainly in terms of a lot of the lighting, but also very cartoony. Like, he is not, if he is tracing a photo on, and I think there are certain spots where he's dirtying it up and cartoonifying it in a way that looks very, very elegant.
Yeah, I don't know if you mean this to refer to like Mad Hetty in terms of the cartooning,
Yeah.
but it's probably our first example of a character that has that quality applied to them here.
Yeah, the color's interesting here because it's a Ollie Optics, and
It's pretty consistent. I was
Okay.
looking at this issue, and we can hold one up for readers at home comparison, like that page, this page. So the differences you see, I think, are probably just the coated paper versus uncoated.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
What's interesting though is that they're overprinting the color on top of the black line. So Steve Olive is drawing the shades in there. Like, absolutely no need to do that, but he's just doing it knowing that it's going to print that way, which is kind of a fascinating piece. And this is, like, when you look at this color, it is that sweet spot of the Spawn kind of color. Post Akira, he's cutting his teeth, figuring out the color sense. When you look at the back half of those Akira books, it is Spawn coloring, and this does have that, which does age it just on a technological basis.
I think they could do a beautiful edition of this in black and white.
Yeah, it's built for that for sure.
Yeah, it really is. And we get some real Neil Gaimanism right here in the beginning with Mad Hetty as being not a witch, but almost magic that we're watching unfold. And I really liked the way that character is treated in this opening scene. It's some fun moments.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a witch, but an ancient.
Yeah.
Snaps a twig and breaks a girl's leg.
Yeah.
You have to imagine that maybe Karen Berger stepped in and was like, tone it down a bit, because that ain't about much.
Yeah, it's a very subtle break.
Like, imagine how Hara Tetsuo would draw that piece.
Yeah, sure. Bones sticking through, and here this is this is London. Okay, so there's the Tower Bridge. This is St. Paul's Cathedral, and so there's this sense of place in this also.
Totally.
that comes out.
And this piece is very instructive because this is, without a doubt, a high contrast photo that's glued in there. And I don't doubt that is this the Tower of London?
Looks like St. Paul's.
St. Paul's Cathedral.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that this was in the original photo, but they decided to bring it into focus by cartoonifying it, by pen and inking. I think that's a really smart strategy. And when you watch Manben, guys like Inio Asano, that's a method that they would use.
Right.
this page was a great misdirect because you see bird in hand, you see this composition giving you all this sky, and I'm expecting the bird to be seen.
Yes.
You know, it's going to go fly off. But Mad Hetty has some business with that.
Right.
She's a good character. You know, she crops up a lot in the Sandman series, and is always good for kind of comic relief.
And then
things.
things change.
Yes. On the page turn, right? Very smart kind of cartooning. And this is you could see why Tori Amos likes this, because that 90s angsty, woe is me, down in the dumps, Eeyore type of mentality is personified by this character Sexton, who is, and I bet this is Todd Klein lettering, doing very close to getting that like Mac, that old school 1984 Mac font for this computer transcribed suicide note that young Sexton is developing. High school student, 16 years of age.
And look at the old Mac right there.
Right.
Yeah, kind of enjoy seeing that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
It's funny to think of this as a period comic. I mean, this is 30 years ago. This is when we're reading 1963 and 1993. That's kind of what we're doing here.
Bachalo not shy about using those high contrast photos in his work. It's something that he used a lot, like at the time.
It's a really great transitional visual device.
Yeah, and we've looked at Bachalo original art thanks to Jimmy. If you could keep going off and on, it's like, oh no, I think I did it wrong. It's this. Oh, I know how it has to be done. You got to kind of get out and then go back in and do that. We need to make sure, like, pay a lot of attention to that so that we know that it's still recording. What was I going to say? Oh, we looked at some original art from Chris Bachalo thanks to Brian Moss. And what can be done digitally now where you take this image and blow it up. He practically pasted, blew the stuff up on Xerox and pasted up that artwork onto the final boards.
Yeah, the Xerox machine as part of the Cartoonist studio was a
Yes.
big thing, especially in the 90s. That would have been right before we all went digital.
Yeah. There's young Sexton transcribing his thing while his mom... And it's one of those relationships where he'll sometimes call his mom by her name.
I think all the time.
Yes, all the time. Right.
It says hi, Mom, right there, but...
Well, and this is also the beginning of the angst indie rock stuff, which is where Tori was out of.
Right.
So there's a parallel between the music that was starting to come in at that time and Sexton and what was happening with teenagers of that day who were all born around late 70s, early 80s.
Because it's a period piece from that era, and this is the Nirvana era. Like maybe Kurt Cobain happened at this point, so we're getting...
Look at the hair.
Yeah, exactly. we're getting a timely version of that, and then we did the Arseface issue where Garth Ennis is like parodying the corniness of those kind of kids. How about the way Bachalo can take these backgrounds and kind of dirty them up? Like, that is moldy, that is carcinogenic.
Yeah, sure.
Living space if I've ever seen it, man.
I am going to disagree with you. There's some here too.
Yeah.
I love this mark, and it's going to appear throughout. And I don't know that it denotes like grunginess, even though they're about to. The mother is about to embark on cleaning a deep clean of this apartment, so maybe it is in this case.
Right.
But that's going to appear quite a few times, and I love it because it's a strange mark for a shadow. But I think it's just a shadow effect. It's kind of an unusual brush stroke to get that effect.
Well, but on that, one of the things about this issue is that both Sexton and her mother, there's mental illness there.
Yeah.
Right, and so there's a darkness to the mental illness.
Yeah,
that I think that is more what this is representing.
That's interesting.
Like a black cloud following.
I
him.
like that.
Yes.
Because he's got whatever manic depression you have. No, he's got like the depression.
He's got depression.
She's got the manic
Yeah.
depression. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
And then we have Chekhov's handy-capable neighbor, and it's cool because you sort of forget about him as you go on your adventure, but he is Chekhov's handy-capable neighbor, and he will come into play at the end there.
I feel like it's a nice relationship between those two.
Yeah.
It's very casual, kind of interesting that it's in here.
The sort of kind of goth people that are of like the death aesthetic are some of the most open-minded people I ever met in my life.
Yes.
And very sort of open to all sorts of interpersonal relationships. And they lack prejudice more often than not, these people, man. And I could see, them easily getting along in a situation like this. Another one of these sequences where, yes, a high contrast photo is used, but for the sharp focus, Bachalo is drawing that.
And of course, now you're in New York.
Yeah, very clearly. And we have our down in the dumps character, quite literally down in the dumps.
Right.
Being jerky.
And
See, that's a callback to the Miracle Man, having the Andy Warhol piece. Man, I feel like maybe Buckingham had something to do with that.
And now we finally see our star character, and what a great intro.
Yes,
Upside
exactly.
down coming into the panels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
absolutely.
the stuff I want to applaud on creators.
Exactly.
Like, find ways to be as interesting as you can with this. She did not have to appear upside down in the panel, but why not? It's great. It's brilliant. It's memorable.
Well, it's
Communicates
also
a lot.
from his perspective. 'Cause
Exactly.
he's laying there, and how else would that appear to the person who's laying there than coming in? It's like, wow.
But when you see it, another misdirect, man. This is death.
Yes,
Holy
right.
shit! This guy, he's complaining about being stuck under the fridge.
Right.
Holy shit! Our guy died already. That's not what this is. It was established in Sandman proper that there's the 1 day per century where the endless get to walk the earth, and it's sort of an exercise to keep them in touch with humanity. So this is Death's Day.
It's Death's Day, yes.
To walk the face of the place, and she just so happened upon this character.
And notice the bloody hand.
Yeah. I've been reading a lot of Barks lately. This is interesting right there. I wonder if that's a printing thing. Can you maybe look in your joint, because that looks out of place.
Very astute, Ed. That seems to be some printer stuck his big fat thumb
Oh
on
yeah,
the.
look at that.
Big old glop of cyan on the shit.
Warren, you were talking about how well printed this book was.
I'm sorry, I lied. Okay.
All right, so now we have our suicidal young boy mixed up with a girl, and this girl, she ain't quite right.
No, not in the least.
You know what is interesting is reading a bunch of Barks lately, and the Gladstone Gander character
Right.
will pop up, and I couldn't help but think of Gladstone in relation to her, where she doesn't have to pay for anything. Everybody's giving her stuff, and it sort of solves a problem of like, okay, you get your 1 day on Earth, but man, you got some pretty regular garb, and if you're a human, you got to eat. So how do you get the
How do
money
you
to do that?
Well, and also it's also clear that when she does arrive, that there's the people around her have a background about her, because this woman here is like, oh yeah, I've known her for a long time, and so when you come into the realm, there's all of this stuff is already prepared for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good use of comics in that what you're seeing isn't necessarily what is.
Right.
And I always
Right.
love whenever creators can do that. Usually it's one guy. It's rare that you get like a writer, separate thinking that way. But I also feel like it's the very literary part that Gaiman brings to
Yes.
this table. Like that's a really thought out treatment of a character.
Yes.
Now, we go into this story with the baggage of knowing Sandman and the comics and how it all works. All that stuff I said about the 1 day a year thing, that's from reading the Sandman comics. So imagine somebody going in cold. There is a little push-pull tension that Neil Gaiman is able to weave into this, where maybe she is a little daffy human who thinks she's Death, or maybe she's Death. And it isn't exactly, there's a literary part to how it's tied up at the end
Yes.
that is up for interpretation.
And the relationships that she has, it's clear that she's done this before
Yeah.
and is familiar with how to go ahead and establish these kinds of things.
I love whenever these images get a little bit beat up texturally.
Yeah.
Sometimes they look like they're blown up a little bit, or they're splatter, or just I don't know. There's a texture that I really appreciate when it comes through.
It looks like it, right? It looks like it's blown up from things.
A lot of these kinds of great page layouts too. Where she's blending into the shadows of that, like the silhouette of
Yes.
the steps, and then also we're moving around that image. I love it.
You said it, and now I want a black and white.
This work would shine in black and white.
Because that color, right, that is indicative of early to mid-90s Steve Olive Ollie optics. color.
Yeah, and I
Which
don't
I
look
like.
at this and think bad color.
No.
But I do look at it and think like this is when guys were still drawing in black and white with shadows and
Yeah.
doing all their values and textures, and it's like people don't draw comics that look like this anymore.
We had Mad Hetty at the beginning.
Right.
We've connected Death with Sexton, so now we got to get Mad Hetty into the mixture as well. And now she's coming off like a complete psycho.
Yeah, and Warren, to your point about maybe some of these are representative of a
Yes.
state of health.
Yes.
Mad Hetty's panel is just full of that kind of dry brush scratchiness.
Exactly.
So now,
And-
oh yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, Warren.
Well, here you start getting more of these kinds of breakdowns where your perspective is being switched with the dialogue very, very rapidly.
Yeah, this kind of thing I think is what you will see guys like Terry Moore bring into their comics, like Strangers of Paradise. But now, this is 3 issues that we got to milk out of this thing, so we have to go on our Lord Dunsany adventure. And old Mad Hetty, she misplaced her heart some 100 years ago, and needs Death to help her find it. So now Death has a quest. Death has something to do on her one day on Earth. And I love, unlike all superhero comics, right, where you have that cliffhanger ending, it starts off, like, all of that is just taken care of. It's almost Neil Gaiman laughing at the tropes of superhero comics where let's just get out of that, explain it away real quick, and continue our adventure. Because in a lot of ways, this is more character study than a plot-driven DC classic type of comic. Good color approach on our little flashback sequence, and
Fantastic,
and you see us get pushed into that in this sequence right there.
There are also, we've gotten 3 characters essentially in issue 1, and they all have an arc through this
They
series.
do.
Like, it's very, like,
Yes.
this is almost writing 101 in some ways.
Yeah.
However, not something that's common in every comic book. Like,
True.
we could all learn lessons from that.
Going Frank King on this page right there.
Yep. Greenwich Village.
Right. These backgrounds, like I could imagine that maybe a photo was used to generate the original image, but probably with a light box. And Bachalo and Buckingham do a good job of turning that into a nice comic book illustration.
And again, they get something for free.
Right.
And Sexton's like, how do you how do you do that?
That's her real superpower.
Yeah, exactly.
Gladstone Gander, baby. And it might even be a Bushmiller rule of 3s. Like, there might be 3 instances, and then we discover that she has $10. So that will be the Chekhov's $10. Like, that has to be used at one point. This feels
Right.
straight out of Generation X comics.
Yes.
Chamber, Gateway, one of those kind of characters.
And here is the 4th character.
Yeah, the Emerite or something like
Emerite,
that.
yes. And Neil does these things, inventing these names, so that it's like, well, what is that? And you go off and try to do research. There's like nothing on it because
Right.
it's out of his head.
Which is really cool because it makes it feel like a solid, real mythology.
Yes, absolutely.
And certainly he practices it in his comic book work, and then masters it with American Gods.
And he's now looking for something also from Death.
Yes.
So you've got 2 people converging.
And then he's got his like little toady. We got a kid from school. This is not unlike Stephen King, and Gaiman has brought Stephen King up in conversation about like certain influences and inspirations that he's gleaned from him. But like this kind of character shows up in all the Stephen King works, where you have somebody who's analogous to the character that you're following, but like another school kid who goes fucking far off the rails, extra violent. Stand By Me. It has those characters. Is this the one where he has to actually spend $10?
Not yet.
Yeah, I think that comes
not
later.
yet. But also look at what they're bringing in here. Okay, Dyke Baby. Now this is 1993 when these comics came out.
Yeah.
And this kind of stuff just was not anywhere in comics.
Gaiman was the one guy, and he's the argument for, you could play a drinking game with the modern day kids who write these kind of
Yes.
comics and just take a drink every time the word queer is in the comic or something.
Right. No, this
But
was...
he would blend things in, and he would have trans characters, he would have gay characters, like every sort of stratum of sexuality, and it would just be woven in to the narrative in a literary way rather than just the stuff that, people bristle at.
Was Fox a character in Sandman?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, because it's laying the groundwork for the sequel of Death, where we have Fox as a feature character.
Yeah.
Like, that's who they're seeing at this concert.
Yeah, Foxglove. We handled that character, I believe, in our second big trade paperback, but Foxglove was on the other end of the phone in that one Dr. D diner sequence, the 24-hour joint, and there's the lesbian who is a wife beater and is like apologizing on the phone. It's Foxglove on the other end of that phone.
That is the girlfriend that Foxglove leaves.
Yes.
And then she dies.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he builds that mythology, and once again, the Neil Gaiman strategy of throwing stuff up on the, softballs up in the air and, touching on them at a later date, because he has to turn in a script every 6 weeks. So he's given himself a lot of opportunity to have story fodder.
He plants these seeds.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is our Foxglove here.
Yeah.
And Foxglove looks different all the time. Like, we'll play with makeups and things. But this was a really pretty cool page with all these panels and highlighting the guitar frets.
Yeah, some really unusual mark making, on like these backgrounds and stuff. Love it whenever an artist will actually do that, where everything doesn't look like it's coming out of the same 3D printer or something.
Right, and I think it was probably generated on a single sheet of paper, because they used the exact thing in all of these panels, blowing it up, shrinking it down. It adds to the aesthetic, because like these characters, the Sexton character is kind of grungy, and you think of zines, and that's a very zine-worthy tool to mess around with the Xerox machine and blow things up and shrink things down.
Right, and the other thing that Gaiman is doing is weaving these other people who, it's not a homogenous world in terms of race in any way, shape, or form. It's not a homogenous world in terms of sexual identity. And for 1993, this was pretty heady stuff to have both of them thrown into the same comics. And yet, see, that's Kurt Cobain's haircut.
Yeah, totally. Like, this is I knew 1,000 of this dude.
Yeah, sure.
Through middle school and high school.
Yeah, so now they've connected.
This is an interesting layout for lettering, it doesn't work so well. You clearly see how the captions are broken up, and then you're supposed to read directly here. I think it's maybe this one where I read it. They're too kind of far apart, and I just immediately went there.
I wonder what the thinking is behind this kind of lettering, because it almost looks like it would make sense in a Matrix comic, like some kind of high-tech treatment or something.
Yeah.
And I don't understand its placement here, if it's, it's almost like poetry if you're trying to arrange like lines together. I don't know. It's a little bit confusing to me. It draws attention to itself, and I'm not sure why.
I don't think that it would have been an easy thing to do hand-lettered. So Todd Klein is probably, I'm not going to put my head in the camera and see if, all the I's and the T's are the same. But I bet it's computer letter at this point. And I think, he's being formal. But also, there's probably a creative issue with just trying to make sure you don't cover up this poor girl's top hat and stuff.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know a little bit more about it. It's so stylistic. I can't believe it's something that Gaiman or an editor didn't sign off on or didn't direct, but I don't know what the purpose is.
And to bring in another influence, this is Tommy Bolin of T-Rex.
Yeah.
With the top hat.
Right.
And the hair.
Not Slash.
No.
I feel like I've been reading. I'm going to have to reread this now.
No, not Slash.
So now we're following Joey Jerkoff from the high school, and our dude is kind of jealous. See, he's that young horny that doesn't want to admit that he likes the girl, which is totally appropriate for this age of a boy, I imagine. So he's going along on these adventures. He's doing this and that, but he's always telling her that he's not attracted. He doesn't want to be hurt. This kid doesn't want to be hurt anymore. But the second that she starts to kind of go off with this goofball here, now he's expressing all that stuff. Oh, he's a bad guy. He's a schmuck. He's a punk. Easily yanks off the onk from her neck.
That's a hard panel too, because it
It
also
doesn't
looks
work.
like he's punching her.
Yeah, it doesn't. There are moments in this comic that the compositions they don't exactly work, and that certainly is one of them. You know,
And-
you need this panel.
Yes.
And look what they do here. They get shut the funk up.
Yeah, that's
All right.
that's funny.
And so, they haven't quite crossed that line
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a good point. Now we got our Emerite guy. He needed that onk. When you seen this guy a bunch, like you almost start to think of John Constantine.
Yes.
It's great too, and I don't think, spoiler alert, but it's like he thinks he needs that.
Exactly.
Right,
Like,
yes,
And I
yeah,
love that
exactly.
for a character.
Yeah.
Like that's the big sigil. It's not far from the Sandman origin, where these human beings. I mean, this is still a god or whatever an Emerite is, where they think that the power is in the object.
Yes.
And so they try to conjure up death back then, accidentally get the Sandman. So it's sort of flaws in human thinking. The trophy is the thing.
Right. Or as Alfred Hitchcock put it, the MacGuffin.
Yeah, a word we use and overuse plenty on the channel. Cartoony bricks all abound, and I like that.
Oh yeah.
I like that. I think it would be pretty stuffy if it was all fully accurate.
And notice the darkness
Oh yeah,
in all of this. These big wads of black.
yeah. And then using those public domain. You could get those books, remember, of like the public
Clip art.
domain banners and things that you could adorn your pages with.
Interesting production note is you see these pages are trimmed, like they're printed wrong,
Yeah,
presumably.
yeah. Do you have issue 2?
You'll see the the checker pattern in future issues too will be used.
There it is.
Yeah, so it's
Still printed
possibly trimmed wrong again. Like each of these pages is lined up slightly differently.
right.
But you'll see, I assume it's Bachelot doing like the checkered patterns and things in the background. I really like that stuff.
So once again, we get our cliffhanger, right, where they are stuck in this room. They bashed a dude's head in, and he's dead as a doornail. If the Emerite comes back, they're probably going to be toast. So they're in peril.
Yes.
Not-
very much so.
Not far from
Our darkest point, the end of Act 2.
Yeah, exactly.
and in true kind of game-in fashion, playing around with the superhero tropes, they're going to get out of that no problem. Also, take a couple of pages.
Well, and here it all comes back to this woman that has known Dee/Death for apparently years.
Yeah.
But we know that that's a fabrication.
Yeah, she worked. She gave Dee Dee some of the first free stuff that we saw earlier. Bananas or something. Mad Hetty shows up,
Mad Hetty shows up, right?
and we got to save the day.
Yeah, and there's not, it's clear that it is death, but it's not death at
Right.
the same time, because whenever she would take somebody, it was clear that the person who was being taken knew who this was.
Right.
But here, that's not the case, and so that's a clue in terms of what was really going on here. That is it death? Is it not death? What's going on here? Because that death was not acknowledged, and she was in the room.
Right.
Yeah, and there's a fair bit of philosophizing dialogue,
Yes.
which is fine. I love that stuff. And somehow, it's unclear how, Mad Hattie tracks them down.
Right. It just comes in easy. What they're trying to do is do some sort of Kevin McAllister Home Alone gimmick to get one over on the Emerite whenever he comes back. So they put a bunch of marbles
Right.
Right.
out in front of the door, and when we next see Mad Hetty, she's on her ass wearing some Converse All Stars. She got tripped up by those marbles.
The only tennis shoes in comic book world.
Yeah. And once again, like, it's all the because this isn't about plot, and this isn't about adventure per
Right.
se. Mad Hetty gets our heart.
Right. That's her quest answered. Well, not quite yet, but soon. I like the interaction, and I feel like this is something I think of with Neil Gaiman of regular people.
Yeah.
With then like, in this case, Mad Hetty would have been
Yes.
like her. I guess she interacts with death too, but Mad Hetty was the one that I enjoyed, where it was like wild character, normal character, and I think that's a literary device in fantasy that gives you that grounding and gives a reader a very easy entry in. But in
Right.
comics, the regular person is something, especially in like the Marvel DC comics. There are creators that are not capable of the regular person,
Right.
Artists
Right.
and writers,
Right.
Right.
And we could use a few more of them,
Well,
of the regular person, not the creators that can't do the regular person.
sure, and this kiss, if you think about comics back then, how many interracial kisses was one seeing anywhere for that matter?
Yeah. I mean, this is not a intimate kind of thing.
No, it's not,
It's
but
a thank
still.
you.
Yes.
But to speak to your normal person thing, it's also kind of normal person proportions. You know, it's not a skinny character.
Yes.
But it's not like very often whenever somebody would be tasked with doing somebody a little more rotund or whatever, like they go full blob. But this is subdued. You've seen this body type plenty of times.
This is another one of those great regular. This is a regular location, but we drop our fantastic character death into it, and it kind of makes it special.
And I think it's from a photo to start.
Yeah.
Well, and also they go into a Jewish bagel delicatessen, and the guy there is clearly Jewish, has Yiddishisms in him, deals with the Meshuggah guy, and
Right.
just really does the thing that you expect in one of these small little bagel places. That's a mom and pop bagel place.
And part of its environment, right? It's the melting pot of New York City. So
Right.
you have to get some dialect in there, and you have to get some different kind of culture.
Yeah, I'm just sorry about the Meshuggah. Okay? and once again, she doesn't pay.
Right.
Okay, and then showing that the Ankh was nothing more than an object, she just gets another one.
Yeah.
Okay, there was nothing special about that first one.
Gladstone Gander, baby.
Yeah.
When the Emorite just stands outside, that is a good creepy image. It's a great idea that they would now have to like eat their whole meal, and this dude is just out there standing, staring.
I feel like that's a piece that reads differently now, with homelessness being, I think, a lot different than it was, at least perceived a lot different in
Yes.
today than it was in '93. It's that's a piece that's a little bit different, just looking at it on surface.
Yeah, because he doesn't like offer the guy a sandwich or something. It just you're out, and it would be perceived now like that would be harsh now. Like
Yes. Very
Yeah,
much
I mean,
so.
I look at it here, and it reminds me of like the Exorcist poster, where like he's still shadowed. He's still this character that's like
Oh, right,
a
yeah.
nighttime character, but in a daylight setting. But it's just very different, thinking about it today than it would have been in '93.
has to spend that $10 on that Ankh.
I like seeing this kind of gutter treatment.
Yeah.
Again, not sure what they're thinking there, but it's use every part of the comic.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Now we're in Central Park.
Yeah, Central Park, right? Exactly.
I think this exact view is in Pax Americana.
Interesting.
Oh,
Interesting.
That might be a famous photo, man.
It's so funny to think like you would have famous photos in the '90s pre-Google image search, but at some point, whenever Google image becomes a thing, some of those famous images are the first ones that are coming back in your searches.
Right. And now we're at this. We've been talking about death a whole bunch between these two characters, and now we come to our what happens to be the kind of climax of
Well, and there were 2 pennies left.
right.
So she had $10 and a few cents, and these 2 pennies, there's they put pennies on your eyes at burial times, and there we go.
Getting the hand. So it's this interesting thing where this is death, deity and death meeting one another, and it's treated interestingly. Like the deity character has a little bit more flesh, and 100% endless death, pure white. You gotta think about Coraline a little bit
Yeah.
when you see that. Replace those with buttons.
Right, and so here's where it is. It really was death, but it wasn't death both
Right.
at the same time.
Yeah, it's that literary thing we were talking about, playing around with the skewed Xerox machine there.
And then the postscript with Sexton.
Yes. Kind of making peace, ending it the way we sort of expected it to end. Nice clean crib. I guess you do still get chased a little bit with some of the gimmicks. Mad Hetty having her interaction with the
Yep.
little neighbor boy,
And gets her heart.
and is making sure to lose it again on the same page.
Well, and it's the same thing with the Tin Woodman looking for his heart in Wizard of Oz. That it's not the object.
Right.
Man, I never even made that correlation.
Yeah, it's the Tin Woodman.
All right, the Dave McKean drawn 8-page AIDS
Public service announcement.
AIDS giveaway comic.
Yes.
Probably Cage's era. It's got the same mark making
Love seeing his line art, Dave
And-
McKean's.
and a lot of the same color approach. You know, it's not the slate blue. It's kind of diarrhea color, mustard.
Yeah, that second color choice is something.
Yeah. Well, and notice, the images of all of the people that were affected by AIDS going through this, and this was the time, I'd have to look it up, but this was the time of the AIDS blanket, and the late 80s and early 90s. It was a scourge. I mean, it was really bad. People were dropping left and right.
Yeah, it was nuts. I mean, it was rap music. Even the toughest gangsterish guys were talking about,
Yeah.
wrap it up. Like, everybody was kind of doing what they could to do their part.
Right. Because
Look
there
at
was
Joe
no
Constantine.
there was no cure, there was no medicine for it yet. It took a while for that to come about, and anybody who knows someone in the gay lesbian community back then, everybody got impacted.
There's a whole street in down in Pittsburgh that got ravaged, man. That
My old girlfriend's brother died of it, and what happened was he was a medical tech, and he accidentally got stabbed with a needle.
Wow.
Okay, and he came down with it and passed away. So no, it was very heavy.
Do you remember what this was printed as originally? I feel like, was it controversial when it was released? I feel like there was some noise around it at the time.
I'm sure there was. I don't remember it per se, but I'm sure that it was.
yeah,
Any of this kind of approach was out of the ordinary.
yeah, totally. I mean, this is also the era where I forget who the lady who was a Surgeon General under Clinton.
Janet Reno?
No, she was the
Attorney
defense.
General.
Yeah. But it was a black lady, and she was promoting masturbation. Like that was in the public consciousness, and was a conversation, and people were like, no, like there was a famous guy on MTV, a religious dude, who's like, if you start to get those feelings, you know what I do? I practice my baseball stance. He says,
Yeah, there was some really ridiculous responses back then.
yeah.
Although there were some really ridiculous responses today,
Yeah, I was
but
gonna
that's
say.
another conversation.
For Don Melia, so that probably has tremendous resonance. Yeah, answer the question in the comments, people. I don't know where this 8-pager would have shown up. Was it a single-handed thing? Did it not come out? And this is the place where you do get it. Sort of legendary, but I don't know much about it.
I've never seen a copy of it.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So there it is, what I think is the most finely printed of the cartoon reprint books that DC did.
Very exceptional. Very exceptional. And certainly...
And, again, there you see the translucence of the whole thing.
Isn't it fascinating that you see this and you know it's Dave McKean? That's the mark of an artist. And then you see this and then you think about like all of the desktop publishers who try to bring Dave McKean isms into their 1990s publications.
Yeah, it's a beautiful book. We talk a lot about book design on here. It's come up a lot as people have been sending us books they're making and things.
Sure.
And you just wonder, like, at the early days of the book, DC cares, right? It's it's almost a
Yeah.
new thing they're selling, so you got to make it nice. We got to try to sell this. Will it work? And then you cut to today, and it's like, we're putting out 30 of these a week as fast as we can get them off the printer.
Yeah.
And it's just such a different,
One-
30 years, completely different business model and bookmaking model.
You know, like Everybody is not created equal, man. And this was a special thing. And listen, man, I'll do some fucking self-promotion. Fuck all of you, man. What you call the Marvel Treasury Edition style books is the Ed Piskor style books from Hip Hop Family Tree. And when I hooked up with Marvel, I was like, you have to have no glossy paper. It's got to be, the size of my Hip Hop Family Tree books, blah, blah, blah. And they made those concessions. Shouts to Axel Alonso for doing it, man. It's been a running theme on the channel, I feel like, man, where it's the administration that's the gatekeepers. It's the editors and the bean counters who are giving us the bad color reprints that people like Jose Villarrubia are showing how it could be done better, or us, recoloring stuff and showing you how it could be done better. But the bean counters don't give a fuck. So you have to like kick and scream and try to figure out how to manipulate that situation.
And by all means, like, advocate for your work to be seen in the best way possible. Marvel was happy to let me design my Hulk Grand Design Treasury. It's one of my favorite books I've ever put my hands on, and they were fantastic to work with, but I had to ask them.
Totally.
I had to be like, I want to design it. They were happy to let me do it. They gave me everything I wanted in it, but you guys got to ask for it. If you're out there making these books, like, ask about every single detail that you care about.
Yeah, totally. I went for the spot varnish for the red laser beam, and you went for the fluorescent green color, and
I was so happy when they were like, yep.
Yeah. They go back, they crunch numbers a little bit, and then they're like, all good. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, go ahead and go do that, man. Like, it's not in this one, but like I got an extra page in my second set of Grand Design, and it was just the word blink on a piece of paper. The idea is the universe is blinking out. I got paid full rate for that, man. Pencil inking because it's Mussolini's Italy, man. The trains run on time, and they know that they're taken from you, so they'll give you the full rate on this one page. But the amount of conversation and like the 2 weeks of wait to get that one fucking extra page, it's ridiculous. It's silly. It's an illustration that these people are doing whatever they can to just like hold on to a job. But
it's power. Okay, the money is the power, and that's where the problem is.
Yeah, but it's people with jobs who have to like advocate for that. The editor, they want to give you a good book.
I think of the
happy
Mr.
to.
Show sketch where the guy goes into the gas station with $1 and wants change, and the guy's like, let me check, and it keeps going to the manager, to the people that owns the chain, like all the way up to the president, and it's like, oh no, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And then back down, it's like, sorry, can't help.
Yeah. Just getting the Grand Design job was like a 6-month wait. Anyhow, man, super cool. Warren, thank you so much for coming through to the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me once again.
We love having you.
And for people that don't know Warren, check out, we have a tour through his collection. It's a great video to start with. It'll give you a sense of where his expertise is coming from and also make you very jealous of someone's collection.
Absolutely, man. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make, but the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel is a daily stream. Like, follow, subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell so that we notify you when new videos are available. More than 1,400, maybe 1,500 videos are live right now. Give the channel a search for your favorites. Maybe we covered them. If we did, check those videos out. If not, then please put something in the comments and let us know what your favorite comics are so that we can push those higher to the top of our reading pile. We have a Patreon for the early adopters who want to mitigate the kayfabe effect and get the scoop on the books that we talk about each week. They get the videos before anybody else. They hang out with us in this live stream recording session that's going on while we record. 36 or so people in the chat room there right now. They see everything we do before anybody else, and it is good value for your subscription rate. But like I said, the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a healthy bibliography of the stuff that we have out on the racks. But we are constantly working on things. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. The numbers are in before this thing is even released, and it's destined to become a sellout. Let's put it that way. So put your name on a copy right now to go to your comic shop, go to your local bookseller. If you don't have one in town, hit up Amazon, scoop it up. 504 pages, 150 pages of extras are in here. It's the best book I've ever made to date. It is the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. So please support this book. Put it on your bookshelf this holiday season. Not the only holiday effort that'll be coming out to you this season. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming. It's going to be trade paperback size, typical Marvel type size, but it's going to have all of my X-Men Grand Design work. Some of this stuff is out of print right now. So make sure you get your hands on the Grand Design Trilogy. You'll get all the books at once. And the current focus has been Red Room. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. January marks the release of Red Room Crypto Killers trade paperback. So please support that. When it comes out, Jimmy, let the people know what you got going on, man.
Time to pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This is coming out in November. You can pre-order it at your comic shop now. It collects all of the comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. You put those 2 together, you got yourself the Street Angel set from Image. I am self-publishing at this point. BW Zine, collecting a bunch of my favorite panels and editorial and ads from the Black and White Explosion comics. The 1986 zine, highlighting the greatest year in comics history. So much stuff was happening then, and we'll do a video on this one before the time comes.
Can't wait.
And True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, and like I say, self-publishing. So I will be selling these October 26th on jimrugg.com. It's kind of my holiday fall sale, so if you guys missed any of these or you want to add them to your collections, give them as gifts, circle October 26th on your calendar. And the last thing I want to say here, we talk about gratitude a lot on this channel, Ed. Hulk Grand Design, I am so grateful for the experience of making this. Marvel let me do the book I wanted to do. It got good sales, and guess what? It is basically sold out at the distribution level, so we have one last piece of this puzzle. All the comic book retailers that took a chance on this book and ordered one, if you see it sitting on those shelves, might be your last chance to get a copy of this. And I want to send those, let those comic shop owners know I am thankful that they ordered this book. So pick this up at your local comic shop while you still can, because Marvel does not keep stuff in print. It may be a while before you see another one of these at cover price.
Uncle Warren, you got something to promote?
Well, no, I don't, but now I've got to get both the Hulk Grand Design and the X-Men Grand Design and this hip-hop thing, and you guys cost me a lot of money.
There are some other ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also order merchandise, mugs, caps, t-shirts, stickers, all kinds of stuff with Cartoonist Kayfabe on it from our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
So there you guys have it. A gang of ways to keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Without further ado, Jimmy, there's one last set of marching orders to give the people before we get out of here.
Read more comics.
All right.
Broken.
Let's do concrete.
Excellent.
Yeah, sure.
You know what, Warren? I have both of mine. And,
Yeah.
So we won't even need your copy for this one.
It's right there. So, okay.
Well, you know what? I brought my special edition, and I figure it's just easier to keep our collection separate.
Yeah, okay.
Otherwise, I might go home with your near mint condition instead of my reader copy.
All right, let me use the boys' room real quick.
Yes, sir. Be mindful of those wires right there,
I
Uncle
got
Warren.
the wires. I don't want to.
Is West Coast Dave Vengers in the house, Jimmy?
He is.
Hey, West Coast Dave Vengers, man.
A new special that you've inspired.
Yeah, like while we're waiting for Uncle Warren to do his thing, going to crack open a pack of WCW cards. And here's my grill. Here's my Mike Jordan rookie or my Ken Griffey Jr. rookie. I'm looking for
Buff Bagwell.
Dutch Mantell. I've never seen a hairier person, and when I was a kid buying these things, I would just stare at that card because I couldn't understand that that's a human being. So let's see if we get some Dutch Mantell. Here's another one, LJ Gante. I was a little too young when he was doing stuff in WCW. I never saw his matches, so I only knew him from the cards.
Undertaker describes him as taking years off of his career.
Oh, really? For being a little stiff with shots?
We're just being terrible to work with.
Oh, because he probably worked with him as Mean Mark Calloway.
He came to WWF.
He did. I know he had the furry
suit.
Yeah, he had the fur suit with the abs on it. Flying Brian, Steiner Bros. But this is
Flying
more.
Brian's a cool card.
This is more a Rick Steiner card. See, everybody has multiple cards, so it might not be. That's more a Rick Steiner card, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it says Rick Steiner on the back. Got a Ricky Morton.
Ricky Morton. Look at that haircut on the back.
Sid Vicious.
Wow.
I heard he's vicious with some scissors in hand.
Dude, here's a Dutch Mantel for you. They played the Dan Spivey Sid Vicious tag team match where that jobber didn't sell, and Dutch Mantel talks about it as
Sell,
it's playing.
motherfucker! That's really good. They destroy that
Yes,
guy.
they do. Yeah.
They meaning Dan Spivey. Doom. I never saw Doom do matches. I was.
I don't remember
I was,
them being Doom. Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I don't remember Butch Reed. See, that's the thing, because this had 1991 copyright, but these photos and stuff are from the 80s. I do not remember Butch Reed in WCW, and Ron Simmons was a good guy. Tommy Rich,
Ooh, wrestling.
Dude, there it is, man. It's the Dutch Mantel card. Look at this hairy motherfucker, and look at him on the back there. Dude, look at that wool shirt, that wool sweater
man.
he has.
He's fuzzy.
Yes, he is. Fuzzy's the
You,
right word for it.
You can't even see his face. You don't even know where his face begins and ends. It looks like a monster. Freebirds, Lex Luger, Teddy Long when he was the Doom guy, not the ref.
I think Teddy Long might have been the manager in that Sid Vicious Dan Spivey match. He was
Yeah.
in the ring whenever.
He had a gang of
I'm trying to
dudes.
think what he was doing. Did he ring announce a little bit? I can't remember why he was in the ring. If he wasn't the
He was a ref.
That might have been it.
And then Sting, a Sting card.
Oh, I had no idea this came out. I
There's
missed
extra
that one.
pages in it, including
Yeah.
that famous 100-panel page that's not Xeroxed. It's they're all individually inked panels. This is a beautiful comic, man. This is.
Does this have other extra pages or
It
just that
does,
one?
and I didn't mark them all.
Yeah,
but I think there's a couple of different
this
pages.
one is not in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
But I
'Cause
can follow
I read the
along
issue.
in one.
Okay, so
There's
let's
nothing
do
substantially
let's do
different.
the
It's mostly
issue-
like just show off this one page.
that one. That one page is the shit.
Yeah.
Here, Jimmy, if you could lock me in. I'm ready to go if you are. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor,
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Uncle Warren.
and we got a good one for you today. But up front, we got to let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel with about 1,500 videos in our videography. At this point, we might have talked about your favorite comics, so go on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, give it a search using that magnifying glass. If we talked about your favorites, check out those episodes. The King Kayfabers, who support our Patreon and get all of the videos before anybody else. This mitigates the kayfabe effect. The channel has gotten popular enough that when we talk about a comic, it kind of sells out on the aftermarket. So if you want first dibs on the things we're talking about, you need to become a King Kayfaber. We also have a live stream recording session where the Kings are in the chat room, private chat room, hanging out with us as we record these episodes. So they're getting a jump on the kayfabe effect even before the produced videos are even edited. Without further ado, let's take a look at Paul Chadwick's Concrete #2. I believe 1987. May is the release date of this issue, and what a fantastic comic!
We did an overview of Concrete with Warren in the past.
Yes.
Great video. Go check it out if you don't know Concrete. I'm excited that we're going to look at a single issue of it because it really is a chance to get into Paul Chadwick's writing and drawing.
Yes.
And it's starting to emerge to me, this 80s counter superhero piece. And Concrete, in a lot of ways, might be the best of that stuff.
Yeah.
Where it's like, there's superhero tropes. I don't think this exists without superhero as a dominant genre. And yet, Chadwick finds completely new ways to think about or to view the superhero genre in a way that I don't know another cartoonist that I could compare it to.
Well, and what he was doing here was that he just made the thing. Concrete's just this normal person, okay?
Somebody's leg is touching the table, and we should try to watch that because I see the camera swiveling. Go ahead.
So, so Chadwick was like, well, let me take this person who's been put into this extraordinary circumstance. What would they do? And in this case, yeah, he's more like, I really need to cash in on this. And go ahead and do this a really different way. He doesn't have a lair. He doesn't have super villains there. All that mythos around Concrete, around superheroes, is missing. It's gone. He doesn't have a secret identity.
Kind of he does, because he lies a little bit about his origins, and at this point in the series, the story is that he's some sort of government cyborg that has, I wouldn't say broke free, but is, that's what he's come out of. That's his backstory. And it is kind of interesting to me because he is lying a little bit about who he is, because, like, what do you do if you wake up in a superhero body?
Well, but also the reason that they did that was that they didn't want anybody to know that there were really aliens out there. So that this was a conspiracy between Concrete and the United States government to keep people from, like, going apeshit because, oh my God, aliens came in and transformed this person.
Spoilers. There's the authors forum kind of editorial by Paul Chadwick is pretty valuable with this issue. This is the issue where Concrete is going to traverse the seas and swim across the pond from the States to England, I guess. And he's talking about the maritime traditions of the family. Everybody in his family is a sailor, except him, which feels very appropriate for a cartoonist.
Yes.
Karl Barks never went anywhere and would tell stories, far and wide. Hergé famously never left his studio, and every album of Tintin is some other, grand location. So it's Paul Chadwick following the tropes of the cartooning greats, of just sticking to the drawing table while everybody else around him is having fun.
Yeah, right.
And it starts off with a bang. I like this shape right here because I imagine that it's kind of like supposed to be a TV screen, but the page doesn't allow it.
Well, to me, it's actually a portal on a ship.
Right, I see.
But also not quite right.
But also not quite right. Yeah.
It's that damn 2-3 ratio of comic book page.
Damn it.
It's a strange size.
We have our major characters introduced on page 1. Larry Monroe, Maureen Vonnegut, no relation to Kurt, and Senator Mark Douglas. There's going to be a guy from the Guinness Book of World Records who's a part of that team as well. But we really get to indulge in the black and white artwork of Paul Chadwick in this comic. This is the first full-length Concrete issue I've read, and super happy to check it out. And it functions perfectly. Off the bat, we set up the goal. Yes. We talk about obstacles and intentions. We know what the intention is. The intention is to swim across the pond and to create video packages and photographs that you can sell and cashing in.
Yes.
Now, if he just went from one coast to the other coast, pretty fucking boring story. So we're gonna have to introduce complications.
And you almost get a little bit of that with some of the interplay with the reporters before they launch.
Yeah.
You can see, like, there's a lot. It's a lot harder than it may sound.
Yeah.
Even for a superhuman type character. And you get these little, like, almost like Kirbyisms in the art. The art's, it's so good from the get-go.
Yes. Yeah. And the other thing is because they don't know enough about Concrete himself and what he does, what's going to happen if he spends n number of days swimming, will he become so absorbed with seawater he's going to fall to the ground? They have no idea what happens to this alien body that he's in.
Yeah, and Concrete himself, you can almost see, like, the psychology of him in this situation where, like, he doesn't even care that much. Like, he could be stir crazy at this point. Like, he just wants to do this. They've done stress tests. Let's go for it. And that's it, man. We are off 2 pages, and we've got all the info we need, and we're gone.
This is funny, man. Who's paying for your expedition?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Can't go into that right now. And then it made me think of this.
Yeah. Well, and it's also interesting to see Lotus isn't around anymore.
Yeah,
Wang isn't around anymore.
Is Lotus the computer?
Lotus was the car company.
Okay, yeah. See, I don't know that. What's Wang?
Wang was a computer company.
We know Buffrin. What's JAL? That's a flight. That's a airline, right?
Japan Airlines.
Yeah.
Eveready Batteries. This is Sheraton Hotels, Champion Spark Plugs, Rolex watches, which is like the primo, VW cars, Time Life magazines, Allstate Insurance, Goodyear tires. I mean, he's got the gamut. Okay.
It makes sense too, because Rolex, like the Submariner watch, like the whole point of the Rolex watch early on was like something that could resist water pressures.
Absolutely.
It makes me think of stuff like Youngblood whenever Rob Liefeld's doing celebrity superheroes and the idea of sponsorships with that. Never sold as well as this one panel sells.
Totally.
But it's great, the idea of, like, okay, this is a superhero comic that's outside of most of the tropes of the superhero genre,
Yes.
but we're even dealing with capitalism of the subtext of like, what do you do with those superpowers? How does the Fantastic Four make their money and
That's
get
right.
to live in that fantastic building?
Yeah.
You know, like you're getting some of that here, and it's not heavy-handed. It doesn't take long to explain it. It's 1 or 2 panels, and we've got
And
that
that's
across.
it. Right, exactly. And this is also an old television screen. So, you know, there's something lost that 30 years ago. This is what people were looking at in terms of a TV, not these very square 16:9 ratio pieces of plastic.
There are many interpretations of concrete and water that we'll probably point out, but you could see these different versions. It's so good, such a good
it's
approach.
amazing.
He has to invent something in order to tell this story, and I think Chadwick handles it brilliantly, consistently in this comic. I think he puts a lot of fantastic thought into concrete as a organism, and
Yes.
explaining how he works, and you know the body heat, like puts a lot of thought into the character. He also puts a lot of thought into this expedition, the idea of like having a communication device and ways to feed the guy and stuff. That's what we got right here. Here's make a flip book.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
A note on our Guinness Record Observer. One, he's a Nepo baby.
Yeah.
It's his stepdad that runs the record book and put him in position to do this.
Yeah, so he's
And
entitled cunt.
He is. He's very unlikable, but he's also an observer. He never does anything himself, and he's this sort of bitter alcoholic character. Throwaway character in a lot of ways. I don't know that we see him in the rest of the Concrete series, but very interesting within the context of this story, where it's like, Concrete is like, let's go have an adventure. I've got this body. He even says it in the beginning, like, what's the point of living if you don't do, otherwise what's life for if you're not kind of pushing it and trying stuff. This Guinness observer is the exact opposite, and you see him as like this, shriveled up old bitter guy.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of cool, man, from a storytelling standpoint. Gets a lot of mileage out of a character that, again, you're getting all of that in a couple of panels.
Yes.
It's another great storytelling piece too that Chadwick is building here, because now you're putting that guy literally on a desert island with other people. So you're creating immediate conflict.
Mm-hmm.
He's touching titties and stuff like that right here.
Yep.
It's saying that it's just a joke and stuff. So we have a bunch of people on a boat that kind of don't like each other. They're battling. Each of these characters has a purpose, and they have their own arcs that are built into this narrative.
It's such a rich narrative for being that one location.
Yes.
You're all locked in a room.
Literally, the MacGuffin term that Hitchcock invented, like a lifeboat, right?
great.
Like he's
Absolutely, yes.
made those movies. But here's your communication device. I was wondering, is this a sponge or is that like a cement block or something?
It's some kind of floater.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those, like, you see it here pretty well. So it's some kind of floating device to get that transmitter back and forth. But here's some of that water stuff, Ed. So even though it's like we're confined to this one location, it's also the ocean.
Yeah.
And
Vast.
one of Concrete's powers is like he can see forever. Like his vision is astounding in this body. And so you get some of that as he's like looking deeply into the abyss and seeing all kinds of stuff.
He's recording the things that he's seeing, and it has like some alliterative purple kind of transcription, and even the guy mentions like, oh, I'm gonna have to touch this up a little bit. It's a little flowery. This is the one water that sucks, by the way. Like we always talk about like the great waters in comics, and you see them in like the piracy books that EC put out and stuff. This one's pretty bad, So you're not gonna get unanimous praise.
Well, and again, he's putting in these, showing his swimming, okay, and this device is used throughout the.
Absolutely. Don't you think of Chris Ware
Yes.
Yes.
when you see it broken up in little chunks like that? Clearly the skipper, right?
Yes. And look at what he does in panels like this, where I mean it's light out, but he's made this into a negative.
It's
right.
brilliant.
Right. And like looking at the Starry Night and
Starry
things.
Night, yes.
I always think about us doing videos where we just take one page of a comic and kind of go nuts on it. And I feel like this is a page you could do that with. He has so much stuff going on, and again, it goes to the ingenuity of like, go for it on every page.
Yeah.
You know, like this comic is so far from boring, and if you just described it to somebody, you might get boring out of it. This is some of my favorite lighting I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Sure. And look what he's doing. You know, there are like little planktons that have a little like lightning bug
Phosphorescent,
type gimmicks, and how does he communicate that? Makes it story under the water too. But look at that water approach by creating that little barrier, kind of a gutter between, like, it's almost two panels. You got above water and below. You see other cool versions of that where you have the straight line. When we were in Hawaii, Jimmy, sitting at the beach and like looking out into the ocean, I remember thinking, because it never stops, right? Like, how would I draw this? How the fuck? Because the ocean, it's pure abyss. The ocean meets the black sky. Like, but we're sitting at the beach. How would I draw this? I don't think I would have thought of this approach that Chadwick puts together right there.
By the way, look at the tangent of your water line across those two panels.
Yeah.
You never get confused by it, but it's just really awesome for that like 6-panel grid to have those kind of things moving back and forth.
And then the beautiful composition right here, playing with some kind of golden circle type stuff. He's got those big ass fins. We got to establish those fins, man.
Yes.
The fin comes into play.
And by the way, directional device up to the next panel.
Yeah, real smart. Another cool trope, man. We're above. There's no air. I mean, there's no light up top. We have this black concrete, but underwater we see his body. This is not how it would be in life, but you have to add some imagination to the
Great silhouette
graphic parts.
panel.
Yeah.
And the flying fish.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. All
Super
right.
Mario.
Here's our panel break. So I have both of these editions. This is a collection of issues 1 and 2 with a little bit of fixing up a page here or there by Chadwick early in his career. And one of those corrections in the collected edition is the addition of this page.
Yeah.
Over 100 panels on here, all individually inked. These are not photocopied and then reproduced. This is just an idea he had to illustrate swimming for hours and hours at night.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Stop motion animation.
Sells it well, man.
And I think, like, I do think of Chris Ware with these little panels. I don't know when those would have been published. I don't think they were around in 86, 87.
No, like Quimby's and stuff. He's doing stuff for the Texas Observer, probably
Yeah.
like 88, 89, 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hadn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, he's doing Floyd Farland.
Yeah.
This is great too, and Paul Chadwick, very much an environmentalist. He's done Earth Day specials and a lot of this kind of work throughout the Concrete run. But here we see what are called sharks, and we later realize they're dolphins. But it's just such a cool, like, what can you do in the ocean? Like, what's a fun visual? What's an exciting moment?
Right. Introducing a gun is a good thing too, especially when you have a guy that you have conflict and you're in the middle of nowhere. Introducing a gun is a good dramatic tool.
And it's interesting the way he moves this sequence or this sequence type around within the pages.
Look what's happening also, man. The waters are getting choppier because we have a storm over yonder.
It's great. That's your foreshadowing, right? That's storm. Yeah. Chekhov's storm more than Chekhov's gun in this case. But before we get there, Concrete has rigged up like a camera. This was his idea to put a camera on a raft to get different angles. Think about like the YouTube era that we live in, and like all of this stuff from Chadwick's creative point of view. So smart thinking this way. Like if you're really going to try to document your extraordinary experiences, how do you do it? Having different camera angles figured out, and again selling it in a way that's not cumbersome. Half a page and it's
done.
Yeah, it's just this little entertaining bit.
We were talking on the weekly about the flaw of superhero comics, and what Carl Barks said was that like all of the explanation and all the exposition and all the continuity. One panel establishing our guy's bulletproof, with no words to suggest that, except this little ping off of his head. That's what Carl Barks is talking about.
Oh man. Now you're starting to see the water coming alive.
Gotta get your slicks on.
And I feel like now this is starting to get very believable. Like, how do you sell waves?
Yeah. And big ones, man.
Yes.
And cutting to, like, it's dramatic, quick cutting, MTV style cutting to all the little bits and bobs that sell the chaos.
Right. And then ending up in blackness.
And does the captain and stuff, like, they all die? Like, they're toast because they're not in the comic anymore, and it's not explained.
I don't know how to interpret that, Ed.
Yeah.
It's, like, we have these waves crashing, but we also have the concrete crew out on deck. So did they get swept away in a wave, or did the boat capsize? I don't know.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're in a lifeboat, and so there's no. How did they get from point A to what we saw on the previous page where 6-7 panels of black, and so there's no explanation there. It's just kind of you have to kind of take it on faith that they got themselves together and got the lifeboat blown up. They got into it, and now they have a different problem.
Yes, and this happens at night to kind of
Yes.
further cloud it. It's probably one of those things where maybe an extra page would have given us a little more clarity, but I also don't mind not having that clarity. Like, a bad storm happened. You could sell that in a 2-page spread if you wanted to. We don't have that luxury here, but we see the aftermath the next morning, and it's like, this is what's left. And who knows what happened, and there's nothing we can do about it anyway.
This is a series, and it's something that Chadwick can explore at a later date. So he's giving himself a little bit of subject matter that he could fall back on if he's in need of a future story. But now we have another level of thought that Chadwick has to put into this comic. They are on a life raft in the middle of the ocean with a sweltering hot sun over top of them and no provisions. So now he has to figure out how to get them to safety, how to get them alive. And one of the beauties of the superhero comic at this level is you could have a little Deus Ex Machina. Like, you could establish your character having an ability to do a little something that was never explored before. But what is the number one issue right now? You got a hot sun
Right.
beating down on you. So now what's going to happen is you need some sunscreen, and we don't have any SPF 50 in this light raft. So Concrete is going to go down to the bottom of the ocean and grab you some mud, adding more complication, right? You want stakes, right? We took that screenwriter course, and the lady was like, add stakes. Just keep adding that stuff. Well, how about a half dozen shark fins?
Yeah, that's a really good stake, and that's another one that you can put in there in a panel or two.
Yeah.
Like, very quickly, it's we all know the danger of sharks.
Circling.
Oh, man.
When he comes up and vomits the mud and promises that he didn't, it's not coming from the guts.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great visual. Again, thinking of it as superheroes, it's pretty fun.
And as a visual, it creates a visual for them. Like they got this mud on them to kind of show you the sunscreen.
Let me
go ahead.
squeeze one in here again. This is an extra page in the collected edition. So this is the next following page from here in the original.
Right.
But this is something he added, and a chance to really show the beauty of underwater as Concrete's able to see this stuff that no human's ever gonna see with their own eyes. But I think it's a chance for Chadwick to indulge some of the stuff he's interested in and make a really nice image.
And by the way, those drawing chops, he learned a lot about drawing since working on that, man.
Yes.
So that's very cool. It's also, this is printed on newsprint, so it's very absorbent of ink, and yours is it's a better quality paper, maybe closer to a Baxter stock, and the lines look nicer on that reprint there. But here's, he's got intense body heat, so he's doing a little gimmick here where he's pouncing on a sea fowl.
Yeah.
And the rotisserie it in his mouth right there. That's a super disturbing image to me right there.
And it says captured turtle, turtle steaks, turtle soup, turtle oil for dry skin, turtle jerky. So
I believe I remember Shredder, if not Bebop or Rocksteady, saying that exact caption on an episode of TMNT one Saturday morning. Catching that rainwater. Brutal.
And then somehow out of nowhere.
There are 3 complete pages now before we get to capturing the rainwater to really, I think, drive home how long they are out there wasting away in their rafts.
Yeah.
Including a dalliance there between Larry and Maureen, who Concrete has interest in.
Right.
And at this point, they're delirious.
Right.
Like, that's kind of resolved as, like, don't really remember everything that happened. Concrete seems to play along with being unaware that this happens. But as a writer, like a nice piece in here to insert some friction between your characters. Another
Absolutely.
extra page here.
Yeah.
The mud almost can look like boils or sun poisoning or something on these people. Find a ghost ship, and it's like one of those famous In Search of Leonard Nimoy ghost ships that still
Yes.
has all kinds of provisions and hot pot of tea.
One great piece here. Whenever he brings this ghost ship back, Larry notices like Concrete's tied himself to it, and the question is, why'd you do that? And it's because his body's failing.
Right. Yeah, like when he was getting some other like sea fowls or something, Larry noticed that he didn't have quite the chutzpah.
Right.
And here is where Concrete is like, I didn't want to say anything to you guys when you were in tremendous peril, but I wasn't having a good time either. And that is, that sells his character a lot.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, and it's a great piece of the superhero bit again.
Yeah.
Because we think he's fine, and realize like, oh no, like
No, he's
near the
sacrificing.
end,
Well,
and he kept his mouth shut.
Right, and this gets back to the concerns at the beginning, where it was like, well, what happens if he stays in the ocean for days at a time? What could go wrong? And we found out.
So early on, we established that as he's swimming, we didn't talk about it earlier, but he's catching like little seaweeds and shit all on his body, and he's getting them off because he wants to look good on camera and things. So that's established page 2 or 3. He sees a big vessel over yonder. He's going to go swim to it because his friends need help. Like, they're all toast. He is not expressing vanity while he's going over there. This is a desperate moment.
This is kind of it.
Yeah.
Totally. And he's just accumulating sea sludge and vines and seaweed and, the Pacific trash island things, little plastics and shit all over his body. If he would have done this comic in recent time, he would have some of those, like, 6-pack holders.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
On our guy.
And this means reminiscent of the pre-superhero Marvels.
Absolutely.
All the creatures on the front cover.
Absolutely. It looks like a Kirby-esque Atlas
Fim, Foo,
horror.
Fa,
It's
Bam,
beautiful.
Boom. Okay.
And shows up and like creates the plausibility. If you're a guy on a ship and this thing comes up speaking gibberish,
Right.
you have no choice but to destroy it.
Well, and the reason why he's speaking gibberish is that his vocal cords were failing because his body was failing.
Yeah.
I love the demon from hell.
Yeah, right.
This whole page is great too. Great directional devices that Chadwick. He's so good with his page designs.
Yeah. One of the guys who established that stuff so well early on when it comes to the maritime is Kurtzman, where he would never, kind of like this, he would never have, like, if the boat is going this way in one panel, it's going this way in the next to create that choppiness.
It's fun seeing these sailors trying to like turn back that monster,
doing everything, man, dumping gas on him. And there's a lot of tradition and a lot of superstition in sailing, long standing, hundreds of years, and I can imagine that some of the modern guys could believe it, that there's sirens and mermaids and stuff out there. But look at them, dude. It's almost self-immolation, like environmentalist kind of.
Well, the Buddhists during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, exactly. So then he finally figures a way to communicate with these dudes by using the barrel of the shotgun to kind of carve into the vessel what he needs, and thankfully one guy can speak some English, and then once he commandeers the ship and points the telescope in a proper direction, it's all resolved with a simple O.
Yeah.
So you had like a few pages of pure chaos.
Right. Panic. Yeah.
And then Concrete is completely different guy who just went through turmoil on top of all the stuff in the ocean.
And you can see all the bullets that were shot at him.
Pockmarked.
Yep.
Steaming from the heat. What a cartoonist. What a comic book. What a comic book.
And as it was with the first issue, where he went in to try to help some miners, and that came out to be a disaster, this also came out to be a disaster.
Right. Yeah, he did not accomplish his mission.
No,
Like,
he didn't.
like the Aaron Sorkin thing, like you need your intention, you need your obstacle. The character needs it has to want something, but he doesn't have to get it, which is what happens in every superhero comic. They always save the day.
It's fantastic.
Right.
They changed the goalpost. What Concrete wants on page 1 is totally different than like page
Yes.
15. Like suddenly it's like I want to save my loved ones.
Yes, exactly.
The priorities change and it's really great. A lot of change here that Chadwick adds. So same page up to this point, but now we're not ending it here. We're going to get another couple pages. So this last panel on this page is different. And you can just kind of flip through those last. I think it's 2 pages there at the end that are added, which gives a little bit more of Concrete's relationships with everybody, with Larry and with Maureen, and Maureen and Larry too. It's a fantastic. I keep saying it, but I'm just so impressed by Concrete when I reread it. There's a small cast, but he does a really good job of having these characters have different relationships with each other.
Yes.
I
Well-
can't say enough about that because it's details that are missing. Again, in the Marvel DC stuff, I know that we're often critical of those books when we look at them, and sometimes we get slack in the comments, but they just aren't up to this level of attention to detail.
Well, and also, as you were saying, all of his page layouts and the way it is drawn and you put together, and this is why he won all of those awards back then.
I'll tell you what else. This is a tiny bio, and they talk about him drawing the last issues of Dazzler. They're now on my list.
Sure,
I'm curious
yeah,
to pick
yeah.
those up and see what they look like under early Chadwick.
Yeah, for sure.
No, fantastic
It's the
stuff.
first issue I ever read, and I'm very excited. We did a short story between you and me, Jimmy, which was awesome, from Dark Horse 1, I believe. We did that overview, and that kind of like wet the whistle a little bit. But reading this comic, it's an exceptional comic, and when this stuff, well, I really didn't know about direct market comics when this was coming out, but when I started to get introduced to the direct market, this was like big people comics to me, and it was well established, and I'm like, I'm not even going to get in on it. I have the joints with Jeff Darrow covers, but I never dug into it in any deep way, and I'm very excited to. So this is something that the Kayfabe audience has been calling out for a long time. Wanted to zero in. We did the macro episode, so let's do the micro. But I'm interested in checking out more Concrete.
Well, and also at the time, I'm going into, at this point, I'll go ahead and say it, I'm 31, 32 years old, and okay, I want something that wasn't superhero stuff. And this came along, it was literate, it was well drawn, it was well executed, it was laid out great, it had all of these things to it, and I became hooked within the first issue. Because I was always looking for that new thing that was going on back then. And it wasn't that much. At that time, you could walk into a comic book store and you could buy everything.
Yeah.
Right now, it's impossible to do. But at that time, so there weren't that many choices overall. But then for someone like me, there were even less choices.
Yeah.
And and thank you so much for allowing me to bring some of this stuff in, and we do a Kayfabe episode or 2 on Concrete because of how good he was.
Yes.
Larry Stroman
Yes.
on the mark right there. I don't know this comic. I've never seen it. Could this be Bissett
I think so.
on this Godzilla piece right there? It's fun to see what else Dark Horse
I love it.
had in the hopper. I don't know Mecha, but this image right here stacks up nicely with those like Wildstorm era
Yes.
brass and like all the robots and the Masamune Shiro influence stuff that came into comics in the mid 90s on those last Wizards that we were looking at.
Yeah,
that,
this is
that stacks up.
I think 87.
Yeah.
So like Dynamo Joe would be the other thing that would look similar to this that would
Sure.
have been in the comic shops
Yes.
around that time. It's funny to see like anime manga trying to get into comic shops in different ways, Ameri manga and things like that. And I feel like Mecha fits into that. And I love that they're using, the what kind of
High
Letraset
tech.
fonts they could find at that time.
High tech. And then Ron Randall, who was a Kubert School student, along with guys, maybe not Bissett and Toddleben and Veach, but Tim Truman, that
Yeah.
era, or super early 80s.
Well, and also before you turn this page, if you think about Concrete and you think about all of this other stuff that they're proposing that Dark Horse wants you to read, Concrete was this, which of these is not like the other?
Yeah, these are all what they call, superhero adjacent.
Absolutely.
It ain't Marvel, but it might as well be.
Yeah, sure.
And none of it has stood the test of time in any demonstrable way.
But these, to me, when you reread them, they have stood the test of time.
Right.
Yeah. Fantastic. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. There are around 1,500 videos as of this recording. You haven't seen them all, and we might have talked about your favorites. So give the YouTube channel a search. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the YouTube channel. Search for your faves. If we talked about them, cool. Check out those episodes. If not, tell us what your favorite comics are so that we can push those higher up on our to-read piles. And the King Kayfabers mitigate the kayfabe effect with comics like this Concrete that we pulled out of the quarter bins. They're able to pull them out of the quarter bins also by getting these videos before anybody else and being able to hang out with us during this live stream recording session. So support the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, and you'll be in on the ground floor on these videos so you could grab these comics off the aftermarket. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and before you, decent sample of our bibliography. But Jimmy and I are always grinding. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a one-day-a-week affair. Other 6 days a week, we're drawing comics. And Christmas time is nigh. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in mid-October. Plenty of time before the holidays. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, so we had to do this up right. And included a whole bunch of material in the back that is not in those first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, so make sure that you get your hands on that. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in time for the holidays. This one's going to be out in November, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. So some of those books are out of print right now. Get your hands on the trilogy and you'll get them all in one fell swoop. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out in the wild. Once you get your Christmas money from your aunts and uncles and your mammy and your grandma and your grandpap, make sure you grab Red Room Crypto Killers in January. It's going to be the 3rd trade paperback in my Red Room series. Jimmy, tell the people what you got coming down the pike.
It's time to pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty, out in stores in November from Image Comics. You can start pre-ordering that one now at your comic book shop. Let them know how many to order and let Image know how many to print. Princess of Poverty collects all of the comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so get both collections. You'll have the complete Street Angel on your shelves. I have been self-publishing lately, and I will be launching a web sale at the end of October, October 26th, where you can pick up True Crime Funnies, a collection of non-fiction anthology there, the Black and White zine, highlighting a lot of the black and white explosion books that I love so much, showing off panels, ads, editorial pages, things of that nature. And the 1986 zine, which, by the way, that's the year that Concrete is first published. So there is some mention of the beginning of Dark Horse Comics, which started in 1986 in this zine. So mark October 26th on your calendars. And Hulk Grand Design, out of print at the distribution level, which means thank those comic shops that ordered a copy and have it on their shelves. Go pick those up. I want to see these out of comic shops before Christmas this year. And keep in mind, Marvel doesn't keep their books in print. So if you want a copy of Hulk Grand Design, you got to grab it now before it's too late.
Uncle Warren, thank you so much for joining us this round. I think we've got 30, 40 videos that we've recorded
something
with
like
you
that, yes.
to date.
It's an honor, to say the least.
Grand Poobah of SPX and the author, curator of several fantastic books, including
Cartoons for Victory.
Cartoons for Victory. There are other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know how they can keep these videos coming to them on a regular basis.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel in the ways that you have. Let's keep these videos coming out on a regular basis. Jimmy, please give the final marching order so that we can be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right. So, how do I get one of those X-Men things? The big X-Men Grand... I'm sorry, this isn't out yet. One of the Hulk Grand Designs.
You can leave today with that if you remember it, Warren.
Oh, I will remember it. Okay.
Once we cut our last promo, you can take that home with you.
How many of those were printed, do you know?
I don't know. Marvel covers that info pretty tightly.
Yeah,
so.
they don't want us to know how popular we are and stuff, you know?
It's funny. It's like
I
once
guess they also don't
Netflix
want to pay you? I mean...
They pay you.
Yeah, I got a royalty for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd have to go back into my contract and figure out some math to figure out, like, to try to guess the numbers that means. But yeah, they keep the numbers secret. It's like Netflix. Once all those numbers, people started hiding those numbers, like comics went the same route.
That
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah. It's such a valuable thing for them to do
Right.
as a business, but it definitely sucks. Maybe I could do a smaller one. What are some of the other things?
Well, we've got the Tomorrow's books shouldn't take that long.
Yeah, it's a good
Okay.
Okay, and then that'll. I mean, I'll have to do maybe one more after my thing.
Yeah, the Tomorrows is going to be like, extol the virtues of Tomorrows, tell what's in the books, and then I say,
Man, I wish I would have thought better. I could have brought some Tomorrow stuff too.
It's very specific because there's original sketches.
Yeah, I know.
Right,
Look at
yeah,
those.
You saw them? I didn't
did.
see them
They're
yet.
nice.
Yeah,
They're
I didn't
really
see them
nice.
yet. Yeah.
I have to prove to you guys that I have some superhero street cred, okay?
Yeah, but you know what, man? Like in the future, like don't even worry about that stuff. Like just stick to your wheelhouse, and like we'll take that time because like you're a fount of information, and it creates the opportunity to have the conversations that me and Jimmy wouldn't be able to have on our own. You know?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm with you 100%. Which is why I was so happy last time, and that concrete episode last time we got like 11 or 12,000 views on that. I was really surprised.
Yeah, like Jimmy sold it real well. Great thumbnail and great kind of.
So
I don't think you could have sold it better.
There's
have you done Life in Hell?
We haven't, and we should. Like
That's one. Of course, not today, but that's one I would really like to do with you guys.
Yeah.
Because of where that was, all weekly papers, and
Yeah.
when you were reading that at the time, that was another one that as it was with Concrete, superhero stuff's over there, and that's all fine and dandy. But this is something really different.
Published
by
by
the way,
Pantheon also.
it's in 1986.
That's cool.
Oh yeah.
Collection of that came out that year.
Yeah, it's Pantheon. So it makes me interested in Pantheon because certainly they glommed onto the graphic novel biz, and we all know Jimmy Corrigan, but they had a big career. They did the second round of Raw.
Right.
They built that relationship with Spiegelman, so maybe the Mouses were out with that before Scholastic.
I think that's
the ones with that vinyl, like the tactile covers with the French flaps. That's Pantheon, but like what else were they doing in the 80s?
Well, they did. They did Drew Friedman. They did one of the Drew Friedman.
Oh,
sure they did one of the Drew
that comes
Friedman
later.
books.
That comes later. That's 90s.
Well, it's
that's
all,
warts
it's
and
all,
all.
it's all
Their
about the same
start
time.
may have been like Groening and Spiegelman. That might have been their start.
Yeah, because I think that Groening came. I think he came first because they had the smaller Life in Hell. The thin booklets.
Yeah.
But we can. So how about this? So next time.
Yeah.
We'll
absolutely.
We'll do Life in Hell.
I stare at it all
And
the
I'll-
time.
And I'll bring some stuff to show this incredible empire that he had built all by himself. He had his own syndicate.
Yeah.
Acme Syndicate. So
Yeah.
there's a whole story to be told there. Okay, so we're doing Tomorrows.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, King Kayfabers have started talking covers and variant covers and have thrown out that idea of collect all of Bill Sienkiewicz's covers. Yes, I say this all the time. I can't believe that somebody like an Abrams, we should talk to Charlie Koch about this idea, because in my mind, like, this is how you sell that book.
Right.
These are the things that are the biggest pop culture phenomena today.
Yeah.
He's the best illustrator that came through the Marvel DC offices,
Yep.
and he basically drew all of those iconic characters.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a book like that is almost, you could almost sell it in like a fine art museum shop
Oh,
at this
yeah.
point, because of the status of those characters combined with his ability as an illustrator.
So what I'd like to do with these, because Ed hasn't seen the pictures, that we should go cold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey Jimmy, do you want to flip these? Maybe
It doesn't matter. I mean, they're just inside, so it's once you open
inside
it, you'll
front
see
cover.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah. So we're just gonna. We can just do that. Do this one last.
Cool. Yeah. Let's get some.
These are such a sweet kind of era. You know what I mean? Like, these covers are colorful. They have that, I guess, Silver Age kind of quality.
It looks out of focus.
It's okay for it to look out of focus there because it's just low res, but it looks real good on the real camera.
Okay.
Yeah. You never have to go by that really.
Yeah, and I can. So these are. I just want to get the dates correct, because this is all around 2007, 2008, about in the aughts, as they like to say. back. Where the fuck is this?
This feels real late.
Yeah.
Real
Oh, here
late
we
period.
go.
Subway
Yeah, this is
Subway.
2010. So this is like between 2008, 2010, somewhere in there. Yeah, this is also 2010. First printing 2010. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Trying to think, man. I feel like Corman Infantino has a bigger name than Sal Buscema.
Oh, how dare you?
Let's go title for title, man. Good to go. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor,
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Uncle Warren.
and Uncle Warren has brought an embarrassment of riches to the Kayfabe studios today. If you're new to the channel, we have about 1,500 videos up there to date as of this video going live. We might have talked about your favorite comics. One way to find out is go to the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, hit the magnifying glass, search for your favorites, and if we talked about your favorite comics, check out those episodes. We have gotten popular over the past year or two, and the comics that we talk about, they disappear on the aftermarket pretty fast. This will probably be an example of that once this video goes live. The way to mitigate what we call the kayfabe effect is to become a supporter on the Patreon. You get videos before anybody else, and if you're a king kayfaber, you get all the videos before anybody else. Plus, you have access to the live stream recording sessions where we are recording these videos. And without further ado, let's take a look at these Tomorrow's Publications monographs on some of the great kind of Silver Age artists of yore. And one of the noteworthy things, Warren, why don't you tell us what some of the noteworthy things that come along with these packages here?
Well, back around in the late aughts, like around 2010, if you were on Tomorrow's email lists, you would get an email saying, hey, Carmen Infantino book is going to come out. Here are 4 characters that he did. Give us a list of, the top 3 characters you want. And for, I forgot what the money was, $100, $150, somewhere in there, they would send you the book with a really nice sketch in it. And so, being the collector that I was, these are the ones I got. I have no idea if there were more than these, but these are the ones that I was aware of that I got the emails for. So each of these has a really nice, in some cases, really, really nice sketch done by each of these famous cartoonists. And what's nice about these books, if people don't know Tomorrow's, they're great interviews.
Yes,
They're
very
fabulous.
comprehensive.
This guy, Jim Amash, did a fabulous job with each and every one of these people in terms of getting an interview about their entire career. And you really get a feel about what it was like, what these people went through to get their career at whatever, whether it was Marvel or DC, in some cases both. And there's a ton of great information in here. Infantino in particular, which to me was very interesting because he was also a Golden Age artist.
Right.
Okay.
The thing that interests me in him is he's publisher of DC Comics, and then I guess the implosion sort of goes down. Something happens. I mean, Jeanette Kahn becomes publisher, and then he becomes just a job guy at Marvel,
Yes.
drawing Nova comics and things like that. I mean, like How the Mighty Have Fallen kind of thing, right? So what you're saying is when I open these covers,
That's right.
I might get to see a drawing,
You are
original.
You are going to see an original drawing.
So, famously known for his Adam Strange contributions.
It was.
And so
either-
you chose this?
Yeah. So number 1 for this was the Golden Age Flash,
Yeah.
and this was number 2. I'm a pulp. I like this pulpy stuff, and I always loved Adam Strange. In fact, I have like 10 of his comics from Mystery in Space. Love the whole thing. I love the way Infantino did his skylines and his futuristic stuff. I love the clean lines that he was doing. So, to me, it was either Adam Strange or Golden Age Flash.
That's fun.
I love seeing these guys wield a pencil too.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a quick sketch, but also like you just don't see. He's not putting construction lines on there, and it looks great. and it's not that over-rendered stuff that we grew up looking at, Ed. Whenever we would see pencils, we would see like all the crosshatch lines are drawn.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just a guy that knows how to draw this character. It's cartooning.
Yes.
Putting in these big bolds, going over and like, coloring the sort of outer line to give you a little something extra.
Interesting to note that there's some erasing there.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
not
yeah.
just a dashed out thing either.
Right. And
That unmistakable logo.
yeah, it's like I said. So when I got these, I was like, "This is great," and so I tried to get all of them. And these are really nice monographs because they also reproduce a lot of artwork over the entire career. Back here.
I had no idea that he was a strip guy to start.
Yeah. And back here, even the obscure stuff like Detective Chimp and Rex the Wonder Dog. I mean, even to see those comic books is rare. No less to see this stuff.
Saw that
And of
one
course,
before.
and by the way, one day I would love to do this issue with you guys.
You have it?
I used to. Sorry, but this to me is the genesis point of all of the multiverse stuff. No matter what multiverse thing is out there, including Luthor Arkwright, which we're going to do, this is where it started, the Flash of Two Worlds, and that to me is a critical book.
I love these. There was a race like this when I was early days of reading. There was an issue that came out, and it was the Flash Superman race. And man, I'll probably track that one down one of these days to reread.
There was one in Superman and one in Flash. They did two of them.
Written by Jim Shooter.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
As a
didn't
kid,
realize
right?
that,
Like
yeah.
it's the perfect like child idea, right? Who
great.
would win in
Absolutely.
a race, right? Like perfect sense.
Yeah, these are nice books, and we could sing the praises of Tomorrow's forever. Like they're constantly putting out books that just chronicle history of mostly of like the mainstream comic books.
Sure.
But it's still history that we need. Like John Cook wrote a book about Charlton history last year, was published, and it's like these companies, they tend to disappear.
Yes.
Marvel and DC aren't talking about the history of Charlton, so
Right.
thankfully Tomorrow's is.
And to the kayfabe audience, these books are in short supply. I don't imagine there's more than maybe 5,000 copies of a lot of these books that Tomorrow's puts out. So it might behoove you to be on that mailing list to see what Tomorrow's is putting out and to jump on the titles that you want ASAP. Sabusema. What's cool about this is it looks like exactly how the Sabusema of like the 90s era Spideys that he did where Sienkiewicz was doing an inking on top of him. Like he took no shorts on that.
It's really fantastic seeing how confident he is with those pencil strokes, because it isn't drawing every line and cross-hatching, but it almost looks inked because of the heaviness of the pencils on one side as he's like just dashing those lines out. I love this sketch. I think it's really a nice sketch.
And this one's tipped in there.
Yeah, some of them are tipped in and some of them are loose. And this was another one, Sal Buscema, and they give a whole his fashion stuff. I mean, it's his advertising stuff, I should say. And there are parts of everybody's history that you don't know, like Carmen Infantino doing comic strip stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, who knew?
It looks like bulk of his career is at Marvel.
Yes.
And there is a point in time when you go through the sort of bibliography, he might have been doing 4 books a month. Like I think he drew more Marvel pages than Kirby did.
He was fast, reliable.
And I liked a lot of the stuff that he did. So
his Hulk stuff, whenever I reread the Hulk for Hulk Grand Design, that was the big revelation to me, was like, oh, this is the dude. This is kind of the Hulk. When I think of the Hulk, I'm thinking of Sal Buscema's Hulk.
Yeah.
Man, fun to see what his more late period stuff is looking like. These kind of commissions and stuff, seeing where his drawing is at. And I think, man, even I remember, like, he believe it or not, he was shopping a book that might have been a Fantagraphics book. But Fantagraphics didn't publish it, but like it was being shopped over there. I have this issue. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah,
let me see him drawing these X-Men. It was always a treat to see the old timers drawing the post Jim Lee X-Men and seeing what they were doing. And you could see he's manipulating his marks, like trying to imagine what the kids of today are responding to.
I wonder when that's from, because I think Marvel Editorial was pushing guys in that direction
Yeah,
too.
they were 94. So
Yeah.
this would be the era where
The new house style was Image.
where it was Jim Lee, where Herb Trimpe did that Fantastic Four comic, or there's the Bishop backup story in that one annual. These would show up in annuals and stuff.
Yeah, and a tiny bit of DC there at the end.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
It's nice that they do this also, because these guys, they're getting older. Some of them aren't with us anymore, and these books become even greater treasure of like, at least somebody got to sit down and really talk to them and get this on record.
And all of the interviews are really well done, and they delve into all different aspects of what they were doing. They're just really fabulous books.
I would say this to people too: if you go to a show and Tomorrow's is set up, go check out their table, because the volume of stuff that they've done, like the three of us, not name all of it right
Jack
now.
Kirby
impossible.
Treasury's
Yes.
what, 50, 60 of those.
Yes.
I mean,
That's how they got put on my radar.
Yeah, that's how probably I first learned about them.
Was that their first publication?
I would be surprised, because that's a big undertaking. I bet they had a little publishing under their belt, but that's the one that was like, it changed everything for me, because you got to see all the Kirby pencils and stuff like that.
Right.
Those books are amazing. And I don't think we've looked at a Kirby collector issue.
Yeah, no, like, and I...
I don't know if we can look at one without Tom here.
Right. My first one was the one where Steranko inked the cover, and it was that Stuntman character, magazine format, before they started to get big. They were hard to find, man.
And these books, just so you know, the hardbacks, you can't find these anymore, but I think that the paperbacks versions of these books are still in print.
Ready to check out Jazzy John's sketch? Nice.
Yeah.
So tight.
Yes. You know, I
It's
wanted...
good paper too to like get a little noise on the
You
page.
can see side of the pencil too. Let's shade that hair nicely.
I remember on this one, I think Green Goblin was first and Spidey was second or something like that. And as much as I like Mary Jane, it was like, okay, I'll take this. It's, you know, incredibly well done.
I get the vibes that like he's more attuned to drawing this kind of thing. Like Green Goblin, good luck. There's a little complication to that, but like drawing these chicks, beautiful people, second nature. To him.
I think of him that way as romance comics.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, they get into that in...
This one's on some slick paper. Yeah, that's right. What in his old, I got a gang of his early, timely, like Captain America's, deep Kniff style.
Yeah.
On that work, man, very much inspired. But like George Wonder, really, you know, like that type of Kniff, totally watered down.
And Romita was another one who worked for a really long time.
You guys that commission these old timers to be doing these fucking naked things, you guys are fucking weirdos, man. I'm sorry to say, but like, this is a nice old man, and because you know that's what it is.
Right.
It's some commission from some guy just going to take that home to jerk off to.
And this is all the 50s Captain America Commie Smasher.
That's the stuff I'm talking, man.
Yeah.
Like, none of these, well, maybe that a little bit, you see the Kniff in that a touch, but when you see just the kind of the basic, him going through the motions, you see the Kniff.
Yeah, sure.
All over the place.
Sickles, Kniff, yeah. Absolutely.
Kniff's definitely DNA of like that whole generation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was a huge influence all the way around.
This is fun to be able to see some of the roughs and stuff.
Yeah, these are the Sundays, man, and I think there's an artist edition of his Sundays.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either.
Or the strips. It's maybe Sundays included. Yeah, rest in peace, man. We just lost him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did. I think it's Tomorrow's did one that's a Romita Jr. and Senior, and I think Spurgeon may have been one of the creatives on it, one of the writers. But it's a big interview with both of them, and I think it is Tomorrow's.
Well, there was the comic art magazine that John B. Cook did that I think Tomorrow's took over. Whereas the flip, where like the one side is the Cuberts with the Joe and the Sons, and the other flip was the Romitas.
Boy, it's great to see. I remember us looking at this issue. That inking is so wild.
Yeah.
Man, it just looks like a pen.
Yeah, totally. Like you see it going back and forth, creating that haze.
Yeah, these are, what more can I say? These are great books, straight down the line.
And then you realize, like, the imprint that John Romita had on us is way deeper than we realized, because, like, it was his Spider-Man that was on all the Underoos and all the
Right.
tchotchkes and shit that we were buying as kids, the coloring books and stuff.
100%.
It was
Yeah.
all, like, this Spider-Man. It wasn't Ditko. Like, Ditko comes later for, like, our generation.
There's one of the things that I found in that 1986 zine was he did the Comic-Con program cover in 1986. You know, it's all these Marvel
Yeah.
characters, and that's it. Like, those are the Marvel characters that we know
Yeah.
because he was kind of the designer of those characters.
Star brand.
And if you right, and if you look at this and then look at Sal Buscema's stuff, you can see that there was a house style.
Oh, 100%. I actually think the loss of the house style is something that has hurt the Marvel DC comics.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it's ironic because I think the art's probably better without the house style restraints, but I think it hurts the overall product.
Next time Brian Moss comes over, man, he's going to make the argument for the Electric Company Spidey comics. He's got the run and sings their praises.
That's great.
All right, so Joe Sino now, and I said this before when we did the Galactus episode, he was my favorite Kirby inker, to me,
Sure.
bar none.
Sure.
Now, what I didn't know, because I just recently reread this, was Sino's own art besides Kirby, and how what a great artist he was in and of his own talent. So that was one of the big revelations, and I was very happy to get Doctor Doom.
That is sexy.
Man, so tight.
Very happy to get Doctor Doom.
I love looking at these guys' pencil drawings, like the way the line.
I
like,
thought it was inked at first.
It's amazing seeing.
He's
that.
got such a tight style. So who were some of the ones that you asked for?
Well, actually, Doctor Doom was my number one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so anybody after that, it really didn't matter. I think I asked for the Thing and
That
maybe
makes
one,
sense.
but Doctor Doom was it. Maybe I asked for the Watcher now that I think of it, but
That would have been a weird drawing, just like a bald dude.
Yeah, with a big old cranium.
it's very interesting going through this and see all the advertising work he did and the humor comics that he did, and it's interesting to see his work without him being on top of somebody else.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
he was really, really good.
He had all those chops, like he could draw those accurate figures and tell some stories. But it was of that kind of almost DC tradition where, like, those old guys, they lacked imagination, really. Like, he could draw the stuff, but it didn't have that it didn't have this.
Yeah. And there was something about the two of them together, and you can see his commercial stuff that he was doing, and he was really good.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
This would be an amazing piece to see with all the paste ups and the color holds and stuff.
Another great book. And like I said, I was very happy to get Doctor Doom. That made me.
It's nice to see it on the slick paper.
Yes.
Because his line worked. It's
Needles.
so crisp.
Yes.
It's so crisp.
Sharp as a needle, baby.
Yeah, when, look at this panel here. This is like Virgil Finley's stuff.
Yeah,
It's
it
gorgeous.
is. Yeah, it is.
There's
Oofa.
so much of the stars. I always think like splatter, but you look closely at that, and it almost looks like he's drawn.
Yeah, it's a
Right.
hatching.
Yes, yeah.
There's like a hatching. There's some weight on top of it. Mileage may vary depending on his pencilers sometimes. Man, he's being a little faithful with this stuff. It looks kind of boring, but he's doing what he can with.
Yeah, see, he did strips also, and this is very Rip Kirby.
Yeah, that Connecticut school of
Yeah,
Artograph Projector,
Exactly.
Ben Casey, little duotone. Always fan of duo shade paper.
Yep, Doctor Doom.
Yeah, it's a really good sample, I think, here of Tomorrow's. I saw one of the King Kayfabers who's watching us as we record this commented on, like, there's a big digital component to the Tomorrow stuff because the stuff goes out of print.
Yeah.
But there are ways to see this. You know,
Yes.
if you missed out on the book but you saw something on this video, or even if not, go check out what they have available because it's quite a library.
Yeah, that's how I have the Kirby collectors.
Yeah.
Digitally, because they just
It's 3 bookshelves.
yeah they don't show up like on the racks, and
And this is nice
Mhm.
with all the stuff that he did.
Yeah.
I don't think that was in the other ones.
pretty sweet.
Oh, look, the Beatles.
Yeah, what's that from? Because I think
Marvel?
it's Wonder if that was a tryout book or something for that Beatles book.
Look at that.
Because it ends up being Tom Palmer does
Tom
the finished
Scioli
art.
Publications, man. He did a little ink piece and
Wow, that's cool.
Tom would get guys like Ron Frenz and Brett Breeding and
Yeah.
to do some shit.
I always liked if you'd see like Sinnott inking Ron Frenz. That usually worked pretty nice.
Loved it. That was my era of Thor.
Yeah.
For sure. Beautiful stuff, man.
So that's my, these are some of my prized possessions.
Yeah, so cool that those old guys, they still got it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for bringing these on by, Uncle Warren.
It's my pleasure.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We're a daily YouTube channel, and we've got about 1,500 videos out there. We might have talked about your faves. If we did not, you have to let us know in the comments so that we can push those books higher on our to-read piles. The way that you could do that is by hitting that little magnifying glass on the front page, search for your favorites. If we talked about your favorites, check out those videos. We have a Patreon where the King of Kayfabers on the Patreon get to see all these videos and recording sessions before anybody else, thus mitigating the kayfabe effect. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and it's going to be a big holiday season at the from the Kayfabe offices to your house this 2023 season, starting with the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, 504 pages. 140 pages plus of material that is not in those first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. And it is the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. So this is the best book that I've made to date, and I really hope you add it to your bookshelves this holiday season. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you this holiday season. Collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. Some of these volumes are out of print. The current focus has been Red Room over the past couple of years. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. We've just wrapped up the Crypto Killers miniseries, and in January, make sure you take your Christmas and Hanukkah loot, save up $20, and grab Crypto Killers, the 3rd trilogy in the 3rd trade paperback in this trilogy of outlaw splatterpunk gore comics that I have brought to you. Jimmy, let the people know what you got going on.
The next thing I need you guys to do, pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty at your local comic book shop. The book will be out in November. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Also, back in print and available from Image Comics. These 2 are designed to be a set on your shelf. So, pre-order Princess of Poverty next time you hit the comic shop, and don't miss out. This is how Image knows how many to print. I've also been self-publishing lately. You see here the BW Zine, a collection of panels and artwork from the black and white explosion of the 80s that I love so much. The 1986 zine celebrating the greatest year in comics history. And True Crime Funnies, a collection of non-fiction stories, loosely with a crime in there somewhere, a couple wrestling yarns. These will all be available on my website, jimrugg.com, October 26th. I'm going to have a big holiday fall sale, so mark that on your calendars because there are limited quantities of everything, but I will be listing all kinds of stuff. So check that out, October 26th, jimrugg.com. And if you haven't picked up the Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition yet, you see it there on the screen. One of the best books I've ever made. Fluorescent green, you can't miss it if your store has a copy. These are sold out at the distribution level. So if there's one in your comic shop or you haven't picked one up yet, pick it up now. Reward those comic shops for taking a chance and carrying our work. I don't want any shop stuck with this whenever 2024 rolls around. It's a perfect gift book for you or the Hulk fan in your life. So pick that one up at your local comic shop when you're pre-ordering Street Angel Princess of Poverty.
Uncle Warren, thank you so much for sharing your collection with us.
It's an honor. I love working with you guys, and so happy to share this with the Cartoonist Kayfabe Nation.
Yes, we got a lot of videos with Uncle Warren, so go through our filmography and check a bunch of those out. Jimmy, tell the people a couple of the other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. A bunch of good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel and to keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Give them those final marching orders, Jimmy, and we're going to be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right.
Cool. So all of my stuff is depleted. This isn't really. I mean, it's charging, but it's not charging much. So I'm gonna have to actually put my iPad down for a little while to charge that
Hey,
up.
toss me the stand.
And then I'm gonna actually use your supercharge. Oh, you know what? I could watch the chat on my phone, but I'm gonna use your supercharge on my phone.
What are you pulling out next, Warren?
Well, it's so what we have left is we have Jack Jackson, Ryan Talbot, Flaming Carrot, and Alex Raymond. So
What would you like to do next?
I am at your disposal. Change of well. Let me see. Why don't we do let's say Jack Jackson for a change of a serious change of pace.
Sounds good.
Look at this. You guys are gonna make me pay for my content twice now. Man,
It's the New World Order.
you guys.
What comes first?
John
Jack
Jackson. All right. Sayonara to this.
Yeah. I have those blabs that have his work.
So I just brought a couple of comics and then his graphic novel stuff, and
Cool.
this one's got my. It's actually very germane to today. Do you know this story, White Man's Burden?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll go into it. It's very interesting, and actually, here almost a half century later, it's very germane to some stuff that's going on politically. So. All right.
Everything all good?
Yeah. Oh no. I brought up.
I was just about to do that because what's that one called? Los Tejanos or something like that?
Yes. Yeah, that was a later one. I don't think it's. No, I don't have that one. These are short story. In fact, it's God's Bosom. We're going to talk about this because, according to he released this on his own. He released God's Bosom on his own in 1964, 3 years before Zap 1.
That's amazing.
Okay, and so there's this. I want to talk about that there's this revisionist, not so much revisionist history, it's that there's this almost purposeful burying, because Gilbert Shelton was also doing underground stuff before Crumb.
And both of these guys are established ripoff.
Right, and they were all from Texas.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so... Right.
What's one of those fertile comics, like Labs, that Texas group?
Yeah.
It'd be funny to map some of those because it feels like there are these little clusters where like a bunch of cartoonists
Yes.
or whatever found each other and.
Well, and that's where Chris Ware went to college, and he got his first alt weekly stuff. So, all right, let me get a sip of water, and I'll be ready to rock. Of course, a couple of those are now. See, This is a Rand Holmes cover, and I
can
forgot who
flag.
did this one.
That's
Yeah.
him, Jackson.
Yeah, it is Jackson. Okay, all right. I'm glad I brought at least one. I just picked out a couple of.
Tell you what, it's a pretty nice all-star selection of publishers on the side, on the spines of those books.
Yeah. The one we just got to mention, it's not represented, but that Los Tejanos is one of the first Fantagraphics publications.
Right.
You ever look at Jay Disbro? He's another one of those early Fantagraphics. He was a Golden Age artist, left for like 30 years, shows up as one of Fantagraphics' first publications.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And then, man, I hope that's right. Jay Disbro, right? The
I don't think so.
Captain Electron? That's not their publication, but I mean, that's one of, because then he does 80s books for like these like weird computer sponsored books, but they're good, tight stuff. And in the 2000s starts doing color webcomics that look like Sunday pages.
Really?
It's unbelievable.
I'd love to see
It's
this.
unbelievable.
There's that it's not the Crumb documentary, but there's that 1 hour thing in the 80s called Confessions of Robert Crumb,
Yeah.
where he and Alien are playing the thing. Like, he is going through his comics, and that's the first time I ever heard of Jay Disbrow. Like, he's like, Crumb is the guy who kind of like brought that guy front and center, showing off some of Disbrow's, because like the period of comics that Crumb was in at that stage was like the Philip K. Dick
Right.
weirdo,
Yeah,
like where he's using that heavy black line, using
Yeah.
brush, and a lot of that double lighting and stuff is Disbrow inspired.
Oh, interesting. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. See, I come here to learn stuff.
It's pretty neat. Like, he's a guy I'm eager for us to talk about at some point, because it's just, there's 3 or 4 points that are just really interesting with him.
Yeah.
Did you lock that already? I moved the camera up a little bit to fit everything in.
Good to go.
Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
I'm Uncle Warren.
Special guest Warren Bernard in the house today. But I want to welcome all our new viewers and remind everybody that we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. We've got almost 1,500 videos out there. If you are new to the channel, welcome, and check out the Cartoonist Kayfabe homepage on YouTube, where you can search our catalog, and if you're looking for your favorite cartoonist or comic book, you can find it there probably. I also want to remind everybody that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. The King Kayfabers are actually watching us record this session live, which gives them a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. Whenever we show off books on this channel, sometimes they disappear quickly depending on how scarce they are to begin with. The prices go up, so you want to be the first one in line that's looking for the books that we show off, and the best way to do that, become a King Kayfaber. All right, so we like when Warren Bernard comes to visit because he brings stuff from his collection, and in this case, we're going to look at Jack Jackson. Interesting cartoonist, comes out of the underground, but
Yes.
also one of the guys in the early wave of like alternative comics of the 80s and stuff. One of the first cartoonists that Fantagraphics published in, I guess, the late 70s, getting into the early 80s.
1982.
1982.
Los Tejanos. Right before it would be like Los Tejanos, Love and Rocket Swan, and Don Rosa's Comics and Stories.
And on that, I got a email from this, I guess, about a year ago from Fantagraphics asking me if I had a copy of Los Tejanos.
Yeah.
They were putting some Jackson thing together or something like that, and I don't have it. Okay.
I always wanted to see
More
it.
alarming, did they not have it?
Well, that goes because a lot of that stuff kind of disappears. Okay, and if there was no one there to stash that one copy from 40 years ago,
Right.
I've discovered Jackson's work in the pages of the early Blab. Like when Blab was
Yes.
with Kitchen Sink, there would be a good chunk of comic book work in there, and his stuff really stood out, man. Kind of like it was like he was using maybe like a 107 pen or something. So he would get that wispy, thick and thin that would be. It felt indicative of a very soft nib.
You mentioned the Kitchen Sink, Ed, and when we were looking at these books that Warren brought, Kitchen Sink, Fantagraphics, Ripoff, Last Gasp, this is an incredible list of publishers who have highlighted Jackson's work.
Yeah,
over
he's
the
a
years.
founder of Ripoff
Rip Off
also.
Press, right, along with Gilbert Shelton and 2 other guys, and they were all from Texas.
Yeah.
And whenever you mention that wispy line, you can see examples of that on here, and I think of Gilbert Shelton as like being, maybe somebody
Yes.
that they spent a lot of time together and looked at that kind of approach of the pen lines. And I mean, really, you could get into Robert Crumb too with a lot of the pen lines, but it seemed to be something that was quite a few of the underground artists. That was something they tapped into, the hatching, the line work.
Absolutely.
The fun stuff when you're taking a look at the undergrounds and you see his color covers, 10-to-1, the artist is cutting the color separations themselves. So, owning a publisher, you probably have good firsthand experience in cutting your seps and stuff. And I love that
Yes.
the acknowledgement of the EC.
It's a really interesting detail on that cover.
All of these guys were deeply influenced by EC Comics. Okay, so if you think about the way generations go in terms of influences, these guys in the 60s and 70s, they were looking back to those because that was like the pinnacle at that time.
Absolutely.
And as you move through,
I was going to get to try to find his story.
That's all him.
Yeah, this is him.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
The first one. Well, that's Sheridan on the
Just on the
front.
splash.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
this
here we
is
go.
him.
Yep.
Yeah. And I picked this one because it's the special Lovecraft issue.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is funny because I think issue 5 is a special Lovecraft issue also with
Too much Lovecraft. They put out the Lovecraft call and they got a couple issues worth.
And by the way, as an influence at that time, Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard. So from a literary perspective, you've got this horror stuff coming in from Lovecraft, Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, people like that, and then you bring the EC stuff in, and you kind of mash them together with a whole bunch of drugs, and this is what you get.
Yes.
It's neat to bring in the EC stuff because so much of alternative comics have sort of developed outside of, say, like a canon of comics history. For these guys to still be referencing the EC stuff, you see it on the pages. You know, you see both texture but also a lot of value. These are things that maybe slip out of the influences as alternative comics veer from the underground in the 80s and 90s, but it's cool to see that here in this first generation of underground artists.
Look at the methods and materials that were at play. See, he has that privileged position, almost like how Corbin did, where he had access to the mechanics of the actual publication. So what we're looking at here, I hazard to say, is a photostat of ink wash.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So that you can run it through the dot screen because you see all the brush strokes and stuff. But then he's playing with zips.
That's the thing. I thought it was piled up zips because sometimes you'll see it and it's like they're not lined
That
right.
is.
So they mash.
But look at this. Like, that's clearly value. You know, that's not piled up zips. But this is. This is no doubt. But
it is white on top though.
No, well, that's added. Mm-hmm. But I'm look at that right there. Look at that right there. Playing around with stipple. All kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah, and
white zips.
Yeah, and you look at each panel. How long did it take him to do this?
Yeah, tremendous craft. And then you wonder, like, okay, so this is like super drug fueled stuff. Like what's the drug that? Because like we know about Adderall and stuff like that now, right? That like will sit your ass in a chair and you'll do this stuff, but clearly not a speedy guy. No,
not in the least. He did have a pretty large body of work, all things considered,
right.
Considering all of the stuff that we're looking at here, just from an artistic perspective. And I love the way he changed. These very dense panels, and all of a sudden, bam.
Right. The other thing about Jackson in that pantheon of underground creators, he does fit closer to a Corbin than a Crumb, because he does play with genre materials more than any of those other guys. Very few did. It would be Von Bode, it would be Corbin.
You could show me panels like this, and they'd make total sense of. I might guess that's a Rolf panel.
Yeah,
like a Corbin panel. There's a lot of those little moments where you see lines or values where it feels like, oh yeah, I can see that from either guy. Love this where you really get to see the texture being displayed there. Texture and value, but each building has its own piece.
Right.
It's amazing.
And so he did Skull. He did Slow Death Comics. In fact, this has a thing in it. It's called White Man's Burden. And so the whole premise behind the story is that all of the other races in the world have gotten tired of being oppressed by the white man. Okay, and they basically revolt in open. And this is very big today. It's the anti-colonialist thing. There's a lot of this going on. And what is interesting is back here is one of my favorite quotes. Where is it? Yeah. This paragraph right here, I'll just read it. Listen to the charges against you. You've enslaved your black brothers, stolen the red man's land, forced the Jews to be your shopkeepers and the Orientals to wash your dirty laundry. You have poisoned the oceans, polluted the atmosphere, ravaged the land, wiped out the wildlife of the planet, reduced countless noble species to bones and dust, and replaced them with new strains of vermin and disease. You've even debased God to your own image and contrived an agonizing death for his only son. And this to me, when I read this, 35, 40 years ago, that just, it was like a slap across the face with a flounder. It was like whop. And today, if you think about what's going on today politically, that one paragraph encapsulates it all.
Yeah.
We note that again and again on this channel when we look at older comics of like, this same conversation is now happening.
That's right.
And it feels like you can go back 50 years and it's a lot of the conversations, and especially from the undergrounds,
Yes.
it feels like they continue to be, we have the same conversations. Decades pass and it's like we still continue to have the same conversations, like nothing has changed.
Right, and this, and then all the ecology stuff that came out,
Yeah.
okay, nuclear warfare.
Check this out, man. This is a good example of how the ink reacts to the newsprint and the glossy stock. You know, same artist doing his thing, and you could see it, just how sharp these lines are on that back cover.
This is a good illustration of the range of underground comics too. Like just the volume of imagery that he's putting on the 2 pages
Yes.
here,
Yeah.
compared to some that are very slight. You know, you can certainly find those examples of like, hey, we can sell to head shops, get that issue to on the press right away. You know, it's not just Marvel and DC that's trying to roll out product. A lot of people were taking advantage whenever there was a little bit of money out, but it's like you can see the difference between a cartoonist who's really pouring in everything.
Totally.
And here's Edvard Munch, The Scream. Now, and on that, one day I would love to go ahead and do a show with you guys with Fred Schreier and Dave Sheridan, because of the ink work that they were doing in all of, you know, if you think, you know, how crowded these panels are and the amount of work they put into it, I'd love to one day do that show with you.
Yeah, man.
It's so fun too. Like if you look in the background, it's like emojis and stuff. You know, going back in there.
Yeah, it's so much iconography.
Very, very fascinating. So these are 2 Fantagraphics collections.
Yes, this one came first, if I'm not mistaken. And God's Bosom, it's interesting. God's Bosom was originally put out as his own self-published comic, 1964, 3 years before Zap before the first Zap comic. And not very much is made of that because people think the canon says it was here, but also prior to Zap was Gilbert Shelton had 2 Wonder Warthog comics. They were magazine size, but it's all the stuff that was collected for Wonder Warthog. So there's not so much revisionism, trying to set the record straight.
Sure.
Okay.
It's really fun to think about too, because those are probably pretty regional. It's not like there was diamond distribution and stuff. So
No.
there's probably so many of those things floating around in the South.
Right.
And you know, just we talk about it often, man, where it's like, you know, now's the time for this kind of thing to happen, and through whatever sort of mechanisms at play at that time, the people started to get an offset press machines.
Yes.
And I don't understand, like, I'm so curious because it's a fascinating thing, because then you can, you know, weave your stories and stuff, and well, why not make some comics also?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And one thing about Jackson, he was from Texas, but he was really steeped in Texas and Mexican history.
Right.
And he did a lot of work on this. And not only did he do a lot of work on that topic, but he was doing long form work before Will Eisner came along with
It's
a
one of the
contract from
things I
God,
think of
okay?
with him is the content and the format. It really is that graphic novel stuff
Absolutely.
before there was like an audience that was receptive or understood graphic novel. I guess before it was even a term maybe that was applied.
Right, and some of these would run across, and here's God's Bosom. Some of these would run across multiple issues,
Yeah.
but now it's collected, and there wasn't really a way to get that out at that time in a book format. So Comanche Moon, which we'll look at in a few minutes, it's one basically long narrative, that pieces of it came out 2 and 3 years before A Contract from God.
Yeah, there are these guys from the underground, like that Larry Gonick fella who does the cartoon histories of everything. Now Larry Gonick stuff has transcended and it has been in millions of printings, and it has a whole wing of publication with big publishers and all that stuff. And this stuff does not. So it makes me wonder if the accuracy, because when you're playing with stuff like this, you know, like if it benefits from accuracy and could be brought into scholarship if you're accurate. And I wonder if that might be a shortcoming for this, because I've not read any of this. I don't want to
Well, I think part of the problem is that in general, the underground cartoonists are pushed to the side in their own ghetto.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And they're not taken seriously at all by academia and historians and stuff like that, which is unfortunate because there was all this. See, this is I love having that stuff.
But like I said, and that's why I brought up Larry Gonick, because he's part of the same shit. You know, like he was doing these same things, but his stuff transcended. You know, is it an agent?
Well,
I wonder that too. Like I've heard of cartoonists at Fantagraphics. Like their book will come out, it'll have a 2,000 print run, it'll sell out, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I always think like, well, that means you need to print more. You know, it's you're sold out. Like there's more demand than copies. And I wonder if something like this in the early days, I think this is like 95 is publication date, maybe
91, yeah.
91, even harder to sell a book like this. And I wonder if it comes out and it doesn't sell huge numbers, and it just kind of, maybe it sits in their warehouse for 3 or 4 years before it sells out a print run, and so it's not the urgent thing. They haven't had success with it, and you do need that agent, that advocate that has a big enough soapbox that they can be like, no, look at this, it's important for graphic novels, it's really great nonfiction comics.
Well, but on exactly that point, I also believe there's a certain amount of lack of intellectual curiosity on the parts of academicians and historians to look at this work, because they think, oh, it's all drugs and sex.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and that's all that happened over there was drugs and sex. You know, the Corbin episode that we did is just amazing science fiction stuff that even today a lot of people aren't aware of what was going on at the time. And this is all part of this ghetto that the underground comics have been forced into, that has created a wall that people are not looking at this the same way they were looking at even the stuff in the 80s that you guys like a lot.
Right.
Okay. Which
There's a
pisses me
huge
off.
There's a huge line between the underground and the
Yes.
other stuff. Like you hardly ever see it. We talk about digging in boxes all the time. You hardly ever see it, and it's either because of the distribution in head shops it went a different way, or there's a big, like when I was doing that 86 zine, there were articles about like retailers holding books back because they're afraid of getting
Yes.
busted for selling obscene material.
Right.
And I think that's how undergrounds were painted. And so, like, you would have the retailers weed that out if they bought a collection, because we don't want this going into a kid
Right.
picking this up.
Yeah.
And you just don't see them as much. It's somehow a very separate wing of comics history that is not really, you know, we know about it, we talk about it, but you don't see them the way you do almost any other old comic.
Well, and also from a collecting perspective, okay, these don't go for a lot of money when they do come up, for with exception of, you know, the first issue is Zap. And everyone knows that because it's Crumb, and Crumb's in his own category, as the case may be.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate because there was, you know, here, Conan the Barbarian.
Right. I was
all
just enjoying this when you mentioned Ron
Yeah,
Howard. and it's
sure,
like-
exactly. So, and
Or
these,
Robert Howard.
they were also, so while this stuff was going on, they were lampooning everybody.
The other thing about, I mean, taking it back to Jackson specifically, the finish. Oh, dude, that's script straight from the Frazetta.
Yes, right.
There's a Barry Windsor Smith, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but they did it purposely because they wanted to make fun of it.
The finish is ugly in a lot of
Yes.
ways. Like I could see it turning people off. And there are periods of Jackson comics and certain periods I like more than others. And it really is that like last 5% piece where it's either and the stuff that I respond to less is the stuff that is more advanced. Like I like this real scratchy like raw stuff better than I do things like in the Blabs, where
Yeah.
it's totally, he's completely found his style and kind of codifies it. Like, this is my jam. But I could see that this is not a easy sell to Joe Public.
Well,
Right.
and it's interesting you said about it. he drew ugly. All
Yeah.
right? And that's the way that he was viewing. If you read the stories, they're ugly stories, and the people who are in them are not these. They're not Richard Corbin, beautifully sculpted men and women. He was in a very different aesthetic. And yes, that would turn a lot of people off, but it's unfortunate because this is another really good one, Homesick. I've got undergrounds for a lot of these in both Skull and Slow Death. And so these are ugly people in ugly circumstances and ugly stories. Yeah, this is Sheridan. This is Dave Sheridan.
Oh, nice. You know, looking at this stuff and hearing this conversation, it makes me think too. A lot of times older cartoonists, they worked for how it was going to be presented. We talk about like Kirby's art colored perfectly for newsprint, you know, in the 60s. And I feel like I look at this stuff and go, oh yeah, this is built for newsprint.
Yeah.
There's some dot gain almost factored into the art style that we're not getting whenever you put it on crisp white, good paper. It's going to change it a little bit.
And there's the Hound from.
Yes.
In fact, why don't we just
Yeah,
see
pull
real
it out
quick.
because you'll really see the
Yeah.
dramatic difference
Yeah, right.
between the two.
Here we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know,
Take a look at the
you almost
buildings and stuff.
get that kind of little bit of color just from the yellowing of the newsprint adds something.
Yeah, like look at how the clouds we were focusing on, they completely disappeared. Like there's no nuance
Right.
Right.
in this compared to that.
Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that there's all kinds of shades of gray just dropped out.
Yeah, super interesting to see the comparisons. I always enjoy seeing the different printings for that. One thing looking through here, like you had mentioned EC as being one of the big, that's a great book plate. You mentioned, although very funny in this context, you mentioned EC being an influence. A lot of Mad Magazine I see in these drawings, and I think
Yes.
like it almost looks like he could work for Mad Magazine, you know, like the level of craft that's on display, but also it feels contemporary to that.
Severin comes to mind. Like certainly, like with the, like that feels
Yes.
like a Severin
Yes,
illustration.
definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%.
But still steeped in Rick Griffin and
well, and also he was very steeped in the nature of Texas. He was steeped in the history of Texas. He was you can just see from this panel the degree to which he wanted to represent this bird correctly.
yeah,
Almost overwhelming in his ability with a pen nib.
great textures. I mean, like able to employ it in lots of different ways. And honestly, at this stage, man, like maybe even more advanced than Crumb. Like Crumb's Book of Genesis looks like this, and it comes 30
Many
years
many
later.
Years later, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff here. Almost feels like he maybe working to this kind of format or working to the better reproduction.
Yeah, and this is later.
Yeah,
This is later.
yeah. This is like when he's kind of figured his stuff out.
I like that. I like seeing the guy who's like figured it out, and then you get to see it kind of this progression through the career because this does look
Yeah,
sharp.
and you get these beautiful pages and panels where he's very respective. At least, okay. Now, granted, I'm not a Native American Indian, and my opinion may not be the true one, but to me, anyway, he presented them well.
Makes me want to read an interview with him. I feel like he's been in Comics Journal, and I'm curious what his relationship was. Like he may have
died a
been
number
very
of years
close.
ago. He died 2001 or something. He was a young man. He was like 60 years old.
Marks like this makes me think that like heavy metal shows up on his radar a little bit. Guys like Kaza, Mobius start to introduce him to new kinds of inking marks.
I always love whenever an artist does this too, where there's like art within the comic that's going to be a little bit of a different style.
Yeah.
That's always interesting to me. Yeah, it really feels European. Some of these panels.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and some of them went ahead and looked at some of the European stuff that's coming over Metal Hurlant and
You
heavy
could
metal
picture
stuff
this
like
in
that.
metal,
Yeah, absolutely.
heavy metal would fit perfect.
Absolutely, and they're much more painterly and they're much more refined.
It's neat to see this stuff as like historical fiction or nonfiction and think about what the version is today and how much more is on the page.
Oh yeah.
You know, like I've been seeing more examples of this where I'll look at certain cartoonists, usually older cartoonists, and it'll be like these pages have so much invention on every single page when it could just be like talking head recounting a fact, you know, in the caption, and that's not at all what you see on display here.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, he was one of my faves, as you can tell by what I've got, and all of his stuff was well written, well drawn. well represented. He got his backgrounds and he got his sense of place really right there.
Good lighting.
Great lighting. I was just gonna
Yeah.
say it. Yeah. Makes me wonder if like Tim Truman must have been a fan of this
I
material.
think so. Yeah, I think so. We need to look at those wilderness books that Uncle Tim drew,
Definitely.
man.
This is wow. It's cool.
The Lovecraft issue of
Yeah,
Los
right.
Tejanos.
I mean, seriously, that's really great. Almost like the mythos,
Absolutely.
religions and
yeah,
stuff.
Cthulhu mythos and all of that, and and his later stuff, he got away from the gratuitous sex and the gratuitous violence, and he got more into storytelling. So his later works, I think, would be more accessible on that basis.
Sure, and then, I mean, this stuff is so tight. He's figured out he could still get a high level of detail and stuff as he wants, but he could separate the forms. He could separate the foreground, middle ground, background much better than he did in those earlier examples.
Absolutely.
Beautiful lettering too. Like this really is like a master cartoonist. Top of his game.
And it's cartooning. Whatever the subject matter, like he's still getting the tricorn hats correctly, and
Yes.
all of the accoutrement that
Yeah, he
these
was
dandies and shit would be wearing.
He was very purposeful about his historical
Dandies.
representation.
Whatever that is. What is that?
I don't know, but it's just funny to think of it that way.
Yeah, so this would be the head of the colonial empire.
Yeah, amazing. Kitchen Sink putting this one out. Yeah, there's almost like the history of comics too is who is doing this stuff, who is
Yes.
advancing the way it is presented. This is quite a package.
Yeah.
For for this material compared to like starting in the undergrounds where you're printing the stuff on your at your buddy's
exactly.
apartment's offset press
And
to this presentation. I mean, it's got to be mind blowing. To do it in one career is really something.
Dennis Kitchen was really investing in him because, he would show up in those blabs and stuff and get a lot of mileage.
And this one, if you look, it's copyright 79, but a lot of this had been previously published.
Yes.
Contract with God was 78. So there were big pieces of this that were out before Contract with God, and here it is as one narrative.
Who publishes this guy?
Ripoff Press and Last Gasp.
We were talking to Dennis Kitchen and asked him about his relationship with Will Eisner, and why didn't you publish Contract with God or whatever, because there was Will Eisner stuff being done by Kitchen Sink before then, and Dennis Kitchen said that Eisner went to him and was like, I just don't want Contract with God to be published by a publisher whose address is 5 Swamp Road. I think these might show up in the blabs. I remember that image, I think.
Yeah, it's outstanding work. It's exciting to show this stuff off because, like Ed, I haven't read, virtually none of his work.
It's
I'm
great
aware of
stuff.
it. It's
Yeah.
historically, on my radar, but actually seeing it, I'm kind of blown away by this level of.
And also
craft.
this is, if you think about it, this is actually a very European way of cartooning that here in the United States we don't see that much.
It's true.
Uh,
I wonder, like, these early collections like this, like, I wonder if the Larry Gonick stuff made this kind of thing happen. Because as a kid, in those, like, little scholastic reading his fundamental shits, those cartoon histories of the universe would be available.
but this wouldn't.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
But Mouse was. I got Mouse in 5th grade from one of those little sheets.
And again, it also shows he's very aware of showing what happened when the white man came across the plains and what happened to the Native American populations at the time. So he was very sympathetic to that view of the world.
Tell me that screens. Right, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Tell me it might be a duotone board. I hope it ain't by hand.
I've seen this pattern appear in some of his other panels. Like, it's
Like
definitely
these.
coming from something.
Yeah.
The way that is, it does make me kind of think like maybe a duo shade board that he's able to bring out the darker, the two tones together, but definitely not like Spackle or something himself.
Right. Like Joe Sacco does.
Right. Yeah, super, super amazing book.
And you can see he hand lettered everything.
Sure.
And it's so tight, like you could almost believe this would be a font. It's so tight. I mean, obviously the time, it's not, but it's just done at such a high level. And it's one of those skills that we don't possess this anymore. There are so few humans that can do this kind of lettering at this point.
Well, and also do this at the same time.
Yeah, the amount of detail in panels like this where you've got 10 characters all dressed in period garb, horses underneath them, like
Accurately lit all together with the same light sources.
this does go back though. Whenever I say like the Mad magazines, it is like a John Severin kind of. Yeah.
Well, John Severin, it goes back to EC because the last half dozen or so of Two-Fisted Tales were 100% John Severin drawn everything, and he would do Western type tales and things.
Yeah. Amazing. What a great book. Yeah, these are super cool. I love showing off like an underground artist. Keep bringing them, Warren, because it's like stuff that I just don't have in my collection. And again, more of comics history that I wish would continue into let's talk about all the comics.
Yes, right.
Let's not keep the underground as some separate piece, because a lot of that stuff influenced where we are today.
Right.
And a lot of it is folded in, like at this point, this is no longer underground.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, glad to have this episode on the station.
Fantastic.
I'm so happy to get the opportunity to show one of my faves out of the underground world.
Super cool. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Around 1,500 videos in the Cartoonist Kayfabe filmography at this point. We might have talked about some of your favorites. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Pop in the titles of your favorites, and if you find some of your favorite comics there, check out those episodes. If not, you have to let us know what those comics are so that we can push those higher up on our to-read piles. We have a Patreon where the King Kayfabers get access to all the comics and stuff that we talk about before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. In a video like this, we show these pretty rare comics off, long out of print. King Kayfaber snapped them up before you did if you're in Gen Pop. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and before you is our healthy bibliography of days of yore, but we gotta talk about the future. And the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. Gotta thank you guys very much for supporting the book already, and it's not even out yet. It's coming out on October 18th, 504 pages, 140 pages of material that is not in the original 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, and it's the best book I've made to date, and I can't wait for you to add it to your libraries. So many of you have ordered it already. We got the numbers back, and I'm freaking thrilled. So thank you very much for ordering this comic. Not the only holiday effort to come out in 2023. We're putting together a trade paperback of my X-Men Grand Design work called the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy, and it will contain everything, including the out-of-print X-Men Grand Design books from this big format. So make sure you snap that up and put it on your Christmas list also. Red Room has been the current focus of my output the past couple of years. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit, name of the game of the Red Room universe. But guess what? It's a trilogy also. So the third trade paperback called Crypto Killers is coming out in January. And use some of your holiday funds to scoop up that last round of Red Room. Those are the best comics I've drawn to date. So scoop them all up. Jimmy, please let the people know what you have coming out this season.
It is time for you guys to go to your local comic shop and pre-order Princess of Poverty. Let them know how many copies Image needs to print of Street Angel Princess of Poverty. It'll be out in November in time for the holidays, and combined with Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image Comics. These 2 books collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition. Out of print at the distribution level, which means you can still find copies at a good comic book shop, but let's reward those shops for carrying our books, and pick that up if you haven't already. Marvel doesn't keep stuff in print, so when these are gone, you're going to have to pay extra for them. So pick them up, reward your local comic shop, and let's take all those home for the holidays. I have been self-publishing as of late. The BW Zine is a collection of panels, artwork, editorial ads from the Black and White Explosion comics that I dearly love. 1986 celebrates the greatest year in comics history, from Dark Knight to about a dozen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ripoffs, early appearances of manga on the American market. So True Crime Funnies is a collection of nonfiction anthology here, a couple wrestling stories as well. These will all be available on sale on jimrugg.com October 26th. Basically a holiday sale. give you plenty of time to stock up before the holidays. But mark that on your calendar. If you can't wait till then, you can read a lot of this stuff on my Patreon. Patreon.com/JimRugg is where you can download out-of-print zines and mini comics and see my latest comics.
Uncle Warren, want to thank you once again, man. Hope next time you could bring your copy of Hungry Chuck Biscuits for us to dissect. But the books are the most important ways to support the channel. There are some other satellite ways to support Cartoonist Kayfabe, and Jimmy, if you'll let the people know.
Yeah, subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also in the show notes under this video.
There you have it. Keep the channel rocking on a daily basis and support Cartoonist Kayfabe. Give them those final marching orders, Jimmy, so that we can be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right.
I want to think about how to sell this one. I think outlaw something. Forgotten outlaw comics of the underground, something like that. His name ain't gonna sell it.
Yeah.
Forgotten comics of comics underground, because then you get outlaw and underground. Those are sexy adjectives. Curious how our vid today went, man. That was a provocative title.
What was today's vid?
The weekly.
Hmm.
You know, the problem with superhero comics. Like, I'm sure that we got a lot of people telling us the problem with superhero comics. What you got? What you got for us?
All right, so we have
we got the Mads.
we've got the I forgot about the Mads. We've got the Mads. We've got Brian Talbot, Flaming Carrot, and then Alex Raymond. So
Yeah.
there are 4 left.
So yeah, Alex Raymond should be last because we'll probably have to do something with
exactly.
Do you want to do the Mads on your other?
that. That's fine.
Yeah,
So-
the Mads be fine.
Bring
Talbot.
Bring Talbot.
Sir, yes, sir.
We're so bossy. All right, Kings. We're going to be looking at a swath of Brian Talbot works, much like this Jackson video.
Trying to think of the order of how these
Well,
things go
we
that
sh-
makes some kind of sense.
Yeah, we should do this one last because this is the one. He's very wordy. Okay,
Yeah, he is. That Luther Arkwright.
Yeah,
stuff
he's very wordy, but in here he wasn't. Okay, if you've never seen these, lots of silent sequences in here.
He went furry.
Yes, well, this is Granville, and I have to talk about Granville. He was a French cartoonist circa 1830 that did these just amazing anthropomorphic creatures when in human dress and stuff like that. And this is his homage to him. There's like 5 volumes of this stuff. So, anyway.
I wonder, like, you see, Jimmy, this is the stuff that we really should have figured out by now.
What's that?
Do you start with a Luther Arkwright, or do you actually end with Luther Arkwright?
Oh, I see,
The
yeah.
big work, you know. Because my thought is, you want people to, like, they know Luther Arkwright or Tella One Bad, so like you end with that, and you get them to stick around with the video.
That sounds fine by me.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe
But you want to start off strong too. So like maybe I think we bookend. Here's what we got to do. I think we bookend, and it's either we start. These are the bookends because those are the big works, and everything else fits in the middle really. Right. So I would say maybe end with Luther Arkwright.
Okay.
And this one we can just pop it out of here. There we go.
What's that?
This is a Heart
That's
of
the
Empire.
sequel
This
to
is a sequel.
Luther Arkwright.
And you know, being who I am, I always get these
Yeah.
500 copies. So, all right, so we'll put that there. Stick that over there. Okay. And this is one of his more recent things.
What's he doing this?
Huh?
What part's him?
He's drawing.
That's his art?
Yeah.
And coloring? Doing
Yeah.
those washes? Okay.
That's pretty cool. Pretty airy.
Are these two like the co-writers?
Yes. Yeah, that's his wife. So he's been doing some historical stuff lately. So I just brought one example of his later work. Start with one bad rat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's gettable, man. We need to.
Oh yeah,
Schedule an
He'd-
interview
he'd
with
be
him.
He'd be a great one.
We were working on it, like stuff was coming in hot and heavy during COVID time and stuff.
There's man, he's got a range.
He
Oh,
really
yeah.
does.
Yeah, no, it's
Feeling okay, Uncle Warren?
well, hard chair.
Yeah.
So I have to move every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, and again, this is a story that today you might see more of this, but back then when this came out, when was this, in the 90s?
I mean, this is one that like we'll have to do a micro view of.
95.
95, yeah.
like-
Who was doing sexual abuse stories in 1995?
Yeah,
okay?
like
Andrew
maybe.
Vox.
You're right. Yeah, yeah.
Dark Horse had the market cornered.
Because like Luther Arkwright, it's impossible for us to like do a micro. It's just too wordy.
Right.
Too
It's
deep.
very dense.
And
yeah.
I have that trade also, and it's not a good format for the wordiness of that work. You know, it should be much bigger.
All right. It was going to be an overview, but
Yeah.
well, and I also want to speak to, Brian Talbot, as it is with Alan Moore. If you don't have a background in history and pop culture and a whole bunch of other stuff, so much stuff goes past you.
It's past me. Yeah, a lot of it's past me for sure.
Alison Sunderland, well, actually, Luther Arkwright, knowing a lot about European history, he kind of mashed European history, okay?
Yeah.
Just kind of twisted it around. So, okay.
Good to go, Jimmy?
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg,
I'm Ed Piscor.
I'm Uncle Warren.
and we got a special video here today. Uncle Warren has brought his Brian Talbot collection. We will be diving into the whole catalog as we take a look at this unique artist. But I want to remind everybody, we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. We have about 1,500 videos, and you can search them on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. So if you're looking for your favorite comic book or creator, that's the place to start. We also have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, and the King Kayfabers actually are sitting in on this recording session and getting the first crack at all the books that we show off whenever we record these videos. Sometimes these books are rare, hard to find, go up in price. We call that the Kayfabe effect. Best way to mitigate the Kayfabe effect, join our Patreon at the King Kayfaber level, and you will be the first one to know what we are talking about, and you'll be the first one to be able to track down these books that can be somewhat elusive. So, Brian Talbot, an artist that has been making comics for, back into the late 70s,
Late
I
70s,
believe,
yes.
and has worked with, I think, every single tool you can possibly make an
2000
image
AD,
with.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did Nemesis. I think he did a little bit of collabos with Future Shocks and shit with Alan Moore on 2000 AD.
So we're going to kind of just overview his catalog because he's done so much different work. And Tale of One Bad Rat is probably the first time I saw his name mentioned
In
when
ads
I'm
and
reading
stuff,
in like
right?
the early 90s, I suppose. Around that time is when this would have come on my radar from Dark Horse Presents.
Striking covers, because it would be mostly the white, and then there would be like a single interior image in this kind of fashion, and it just stood out on the racks in a big way.
Yeah, and it's also, if you stop right here, it's almost like a children's book,
Right.
but it's not. And at the time this came out, what did we say? It's 1995.
1995 is the collection date.
Is collection date, and this is a story in 1995 about a woman surviving sexual abuse, which back then was like, it just wasn't covered. Today, it's very different.
It was becoming covered more
Yes.
back then, but like as a kid who was like going to youth groups and stuff, like literally my parents were like, yeah, like he touches kids, like don't go near him.
Yeah,
Meaning
sure.
everybody in the town knew, but like those
Right.
guys didn't get in any trouble.
That is wild because I know, and I think it's probably our generation or even the generation before where that was kind of, I don't want to say the norm, but that's how you protected somebody. Like it was known, like, don't be alone with this person.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is,
But still invite them to the party.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, no, totally.
And one of the things that strikes me about this book, even now, 30 some odd years later, is his faces, in particular in this book, that they're very, every emotion
Yes.
is very purposeful in what he's putting into every panel.
He's using clear line style because this is color. So he's allowing the color to do its thing. Very European style, French
Yes.
kind of vibe.
What a spread. Like, it really feels like you're on display here with this amazing visual artist, but also, setting up these characters. And I love sitting there absentmindedly drawing on your pants. I feel like this is a thing if you're prone to doodling.
Yes. Right.
We've all
yeah.
done this at some point.
Yeah. So this woman's on the streets. As a matter of fact, this is the scream. If you look at the scream, and this person is where
Fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah, an incredible artist, as we're going to display, like going through here. That almost looks like somebody, like a Neil Gaiman or somebody making an appearance.
We got to get the shoot interview.
Yeah, we really do. Because like I say, this is an artist who, very
Look at
atypical
the
of
lighting.
comic book artists. That's beautiful. I was looking at, like this panel earlier. That attention to subtle mood and emotion.
Yeah, and this whole book was about subtle mood and emotion. I mean, just look at. He was very purposeful in the features that he was showing on people's faces in each panel, trying to give you more information than just the word balloon in terms of what was being conveyed.
Thoughtful layouts too, with the way he's putting in these panels of like people and their reactions, their facial reactions. I feel like that's something that I've seen Miller, Quitely, Chaykin do these kinds of things, but it's not common, and it definitely wasn't common in the early 90s.
Yeah, like this is an outlying project. I'd put it right up there with stuff like Stuck Rubber Baby.
Rubber Baby Blanket, yeah.
I'm going to assume he's coloring this himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That's another outlying piece, because in the early 90s, like, this is sort of an indie artist. Like, you just weren't seeing that much color, let alone applied at an indie level and applied by the person who's writing and drawing.
Right. Yeah, it was so many divisions of labor in mainstream comics of Marvel and DC, and it would be, a topic of an article if a guy starts to ink himself.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And I got turned on to him because Big Planet Comics was my local store, and one of the guys working there, Greg Bennett, was friends with Brian Talbot. So he would come through, like Alice in Sunderland, this book. And so I would go over there, and there he would be, and I'd pick up the book and be like, oh, this is cool, and start reading it. And it was like, whoa, this is different.
Yes, for sure.
On a whole bunch of different levels.
Shouts to Greg Bennett, man. I've bumped into that guy on numerous countries.
Yes, he's now in Denmark.
Interesting. So I don't know the best way to go. Like I said, this is a very, very different cartoonist, so I figure we'll just go from work to work to kind of give a sample of what he's doing. This is a 2014
Yeah, it's 2014.
publication.
So starting with I think this book, or maybe the book before, they started doing some graphic novel histories.
Yeah.
And so this is about the suffragette movement in England.
And you see him working collaboratively here.
Yes,
I'm going to
with his
assume wife and
Yeah,
another
her,
writer.
I don't know. And it's a very different style.
Fast style.
Yes.
Because, like, 2014, this is that era of, like, for a decade there's, like, the potential of a graphic novel boom. And it seemed like, Hip Hop Family Tree falls into that, where it seemed like doing historical stuff gave the outside world a context
Right.
to
Yes.
fuck with comics.
Yes, well, that's what Mouse was all about.
Right.
Yeah,
So, and
you could sell this to people who are interested in the subject and have no
Exactly.
point of
Yes.
view when it comes to comics.
Right. And the women's suffragette movement, that's been big. And what's interesting about this one is now the book he did after this was done in the same kind of wash style, but without any of these color highlights. So that's why I chose this one. You can see the little green here and there. So on every page, every other page, whatever it was, he threw something different in from a color perspective. And over in England, they were much more radical about the women's suffragette movement than over here.
It's crazy. It's so like silly to read about now. But yeah, hit your point.
They were going in damaging pieces of art, and they were going on hunger strikes, and they were throwing things. They were much more violent over there than they were over here. And so it's very interesting. And some of them who went on, in fact, the women who went on hunger strikes here were force-fed in prison.
Damn.
Okay, so that's how much they didn't like them. and some of those were thrown in prison just because they said something bad against Woodrow Wilson during World War One, and so in the Sedition Act they just threw him into jail. Terrible stuff that was done.
I like seeing. I've been reading, for whatever reason, more nonfiction comics, and I kind of like seeing how people tackle that, because it can be a challenge to bring to life these historical figures.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And like I said, it was really nice showing just where he chose to put the color in.
It's the value of having a cartoonist who has that visual component and the experience to recognize, like, how do you bring something extra, you know, add some extra value, instead of just being like, graphic novels are a growing part of the bookstore, let's do it as a graphic novel. But then you get somebody who's a master cartoonist and they're able to bring that extra component and really make it pay off a bit.
Now this book, Alice in Sunderland, this is a little, when we talk about history, this is a little different. This is really all about Lewis Carroll, the Sunderland area, what happened in that area over the course of time, how Lewis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland kind of intertwined with the history of the area. So there was, you know, I was rereading this, and there's a lot of it that I have to admit that if you, see, this is one of the ones I got at Big Planet. You really need to know something about English history, particularly the Midlands. So
this is a 2007 first edition of this, and again, what I call to attention is how much we're going to see him using different tools in here. And also 2007, you know, this is when those tools are, like, some of this stuff's cutting edge for 2007, and it's going to look a little dated probably at times, but I find it fascinating and applaud the effort of, like, let's bring it all in, let's try it all. And I think that's one of the things I think of when I think of Brian Talbot and his work. And you can see, like, really unusual choices of, like, bringing in this marble texture for walls. Just a lot of experimentation as we go into this, which makes sense for an Alice in Wonderland as your subject matter.
Absolutely. And you can see it starts out in black and white, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's like the opening of Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
In that respect. Then all of a sudden, boom. And so this is kind of an overview page about all the famous people or all the famous characters that originated in this part of England.
And we'll talk about, you know, like, there's a lot of computer graphics on display here, but that's not the only tech. You know, like, we're getting, like, Google Maps images and things that are really starting to come into the pop culture. He's incorporating that stuff as well.
Andy Cap. And, you know, these montages he was doing. And so you look at this, that he went back and got old sheet music and old posters and Laurel and Hardy, the Beatles, and kind of just threw this all together in a really interesting way.
Yeah, still with your pen and ink drawings, although who knows? There's maybe digital drawings too. You know, like, you start looking at this and it becomes very difficult to know exactly what we're seeing.
And he went into different people in British pop culture who, you know, I was unaware of a lot of these people. This guy here, Formby, was really big. And so he was giving a flavor. This is like almost like an homage to the people of England.
Yeah, really setting context.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the magazines on the previous page was Viz. And when I think of Viz, I think of the manga publisher. But Alan Moore in his master classes, he was talking about, like, you have to read everything and you have to read shit. So read, you know, some great work, and read Viz. And I'm like, whoa, really?
Now here, this kind of when I was rereading this stuff here, this is like almost Basil Wolverton Mad Comics stuff that, you know, just showing the range that he had.
Right.
Okay.
I was even thinking, like, some of this stuff, like using your mask and expressions, Scott McCloud, like, you're using, you know, the mechanisms of comics.
Yeah, it's like iconography.
Right. You know, you see it here, right? Peeling up the ground and revealing what's underneath it.
Yeah.
You know, it may not be what it looks like on the surface. The other thing when I'm flipping through here is it calls to mind Luther Arkwright, which is going to be fun. We'll look at that before the video's over, but with a whole different set of tools. But it's still kind of doing these almost collages of history.
Right.
And figuring out how to visually represent that tapestry of a lot of different lines of narrative, you know, overlapping and informing each other.
And one of the things about Talbot is that he not only puts a density into the page, but he puts a density into his word balloons. Mm-hmm. It's a lot to read.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very intense
which is not
experience.
A bad thing. Oh yeah, see, here's Mad.
it could be not attractive. It could be daunting to a reader
Yes, yeah,
who
absolutely.
feels
Well,
some intimidation.
yeah, sure. And that's totally understandable.
It is the classic Tennille illustrations
Yes.
for Through the Looking Glass also.
Yeah, that use of images that are kind of like different languages and putting them all together. Not very many cartoonists. You don't see it very often, and it's something that he's kind of done a lot in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about the work, just to pull off this one book with all of this stuff he's throwing in.
That's one of your bleeding edge pieces.
Yeah,
That I've seen Scott McCloud do, by the way.
yeah, all of this stuff. Like here's a 3D model of DNA or whatever that is now being folded into the page.
The Helix imprint.
Yeah, so that's a.
And you can see this is a substantial original graphic novel. You can kind of contextualize it in that movement too. In 2007, that would have been one of those. That might have been that first one where everybody's getting the big advances for their graphic novels.
Right.
That
Still D and Q.
Well, how about this? It's a weighty tome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's contrast that with a series he did entitled Granville. Now, Granville actually refers to a French caricaturist who worked in circa 1820, 1830, who did these really fabulous drawings of animals dressed up as human beings and started that whole genre. And this is really different than what we just saw, and also different from Luther Arkwright.
Full furry. This is where everybody asks us to review Black Sad comics.
Yeah. And you notice here that there were entire stretches in this book that are silent.
Well, he makes up for it on the pages with the words.
Well, yes, yeah, he does.
It is neat to see a very different approach to storytelling than what we've seen in the first couple of
Absolutely.
examples.
And if anyone's into steampunk, there are I think 5 volumes of these. These 5 volumes are like one of the high points of steampunk comics, at least to me.
Steampunk, furry, pick your kinks, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a detective story, and this is all dedicated. And he also dedicated this to Albert Robida, and Robida did these fabulous drawings in the late 19th, early 20th century of different flying contraptions and different beasts and things like that. Really, really amazing. Both these guys were amazing creators from the 19th century. But and here is Talbot doing his homage. I love this. How much more steampunky can you get? So this is a bridge that was constructed between France and England to go across the channel.
That's amazing. I was looking for a date of publication up front
I
and
think
didn't
it's-
see that.
I think it's 2000. There you go.
2009. So 2 years after that large Alice in Wonderland
He's working.
book.
Oh yeah, no, he was, and like I said, he did 4 more volumes of this.
Yeah, you can see the bibliography here, and we're gonna keep plugging through some of these books. But a lot of Dark Horse as the publisher in this pile.
And then we get to Luther Arkwright.
So I'm showing Heart of the Empire and Luther Arkwright. Luther Arkwright is possibly the first thing I actually read some of, and there are a couple of editions. I think it was published out of England first, and then Dark Horse did an edition, and then of course collections show up, and Heart of the Empire sequel to Luther Arkwright several years later. And if you've never seen it, like, we'll look at a few pages in here just to give you guys an example, but I think it speaks to really what his skill set is, that he's able to do. We've showed off digital work and color work and everything, but this is classic black and white, explosion comics, and he is putting every mark there
putting
is
on a
is
show,
on these
yeah.
pages.
For the density of the writing and stuff, like, you see how small that lettering is. It's very uninviting at this format.
This would be
Yes.
great oversized.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
It would really pop.
It needs to be much larger. I mean,
like,
look at this.
that.
Yeah,
Impossible.
You need a
Which suggests
scanning electron microscope to see that.
it suggests that the British publication was probably bigger.
Yeah.
I'm
I
guessing.
mean, the originals were just comic books.
Is that true?
That's the ones that I have. I don't know if there was ever another. I can't believe there's not an oversized collection of this somewhere, because especially one color, it wouldn't be that expensive to do,
Yeah.
a treasury size or a tabloid size, and it would really help, because this is an alternative history kind of comic.
Right.
And as such, it is detailed. Like, you'll see those layers emerging, which we pointed out in some of the previous works.
There's a whole
These are like the different realities.
right, yeah. So this whole metaverse stuff that we now know of, this went into it in the nth degree a decade and a half ago.
Right.
Okay, actually longer than that, because I think the first part of this was like the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
definitely 80s is whenever I started
Yeah.
to see it show up. So way more than a decade. I mean, we're looking at maybe 40-year-old work. Some
Yeah,
of this
so
stuff.
anyone who saw the last Flash movie or any of the Spider-Man multiverse things, this was happening decades before those things hit the screen.
And you
doing
see
the same
that
thing.
fantastic at black and white.
Yeah.
You know, like this is a quite accomplished visual artist.
It was exceptional at the time that it was sort of made known to the American audience, to the point where I didn't know that he would be an accessible guy. I thought this was like reprints of like classic stuff from the 40s or something,
sure.
because he has those kind of chops, those chops that stand the test of time, that feel classically trained and not, you know, from an era, from drawing comics, you know, from copying other cartoonists and stuff. But
Right.
there's probably some in there. There's probably Frank Bellamy as a part of this guy's
Yeah,
DNA.
yeah, right. How about that for like your airship?
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
from one of these alternative realities, alternative history lines.
Steampunk.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And you see these kinds of panels where it's like 45 characters all drawn in
Well,
detail
differently,
in one
yes.
panel. It's wild stuff. And here's the other part where I connect to this work. First time I ever saw Octobriana or ever heard of Octobriana was in Luther Arkwright. And the issue that I have, and it must be the Dark Horse version, Trina Robbins writes a back piece where they talk about Octobriana and the history of Octobriana as this, you know, Russian character. And at the time, I don't know that it was known to be a hoax. You know, so it's kind of written as like an investigation of who is this character? Is there more stuff about this character out there somewhere?
And there she is.
Talbot just uses the character like, you know, it was front page news in the London. Whenever that book was released, it was a front page article in their newspapers in London. So like this was a sort of known character if you're of a certain age, and I guess Talbot fit that bill.
Yeah.
And so you get to see this public domain character show up as like one more piece of the oddity that is Luther Arkwright. Because
Yes.
if you would get like an issue here or there, and you know, at a glance, tell me that doesn't look like it was something done in early computer graphics.
Totally.
It wasn't, but
Right.
it, you know, like he has that kind of eye of putting these images together in different ways that the computer is almost like the manifestation of what he was doing by hand in the past. But I would pick up like random issues of this and have no idea what I was reading.
Yeah, yeah.
It feels so thorough and also so epic. It just was a different world altogether. Man, the detail on every page.
Yeah.
So, kind of an amazing story, Luther Arkwright. And it makes me think with many of these books that we've shown off of his, it makes me wonder what's the biggest sellers? I feel like several of these may be big sellers, but also to different audiences.
Well, and a Luther Arkwright book I think came out last year. He did
Yeah,
another one.
an original.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Right.
You know, speaking of his ability, just a straight painting. I can do it all. That's a nice tip-in plate. That's pretty good.
This is what us collectors do.
Getting those little vanity, going to Geneva on the lake and getting your little author photo taken. Look at that dude, man. That dude's serious.
That's
Yep.
amazing. I love the Mobius sitting there on your Mobius, Kirby, and Hogarth are their books sitting there. That's so funny too. Painting comic in his easel. So this is I think 99 whenever this comes out.
Yeah.
As I say, a sequel to Luther Arkwright in Spirit. I remember them pushing this probably like an 8 or 9 issue limited series when it came out. But you can see some of Tale of One Bad Rat.
Yes.
But a slightly
Absolutely.
evolved treatment of the color.
He opens up the work. You know, when he knows it's going to be in color, he doesn't have to have all of that dark, you know, pools of black kind of mood.
And whenever I see this is why you color your own work, because you can experiment. You can see the stuff of like, I'm sure he's done this gradient and went, I have a place to put that.
And look at that. You've seen that in film where yes, there are shadows, but there's a lot of light coming, so the shadows are not black.
Yeah. That's cool that there's a third one
Yes,
in
third
this
one,
in
yeah.
this story, because I've not seen that
Yeah,
one. So.
I hadn't seen it either, but I read about it.
Very thick line for like sort of the main forms, and then he goes in there with the little noodles.
Yeah. Very powerful imagery.
Yeah, the dude can draw.
Yes.
And notice that this is it seems wordy, but if you look at the first Luther Arkwright and then this, there's a lot more space for the art.
Yeah, which is indicative of just a cartoonist kind of finding their footing. I think
Yeah,
Luther
sure.
Arkowitz was pretty
Was
early in his
yeah,
career.
Yeah, absolutely.
And young
Great
cartoonists have tendencies to be a little over wordy.
Boy, that's an amazing. Yeah, it's amazing thinking going down into that little canal of
Yep.
probably waste. Yeah, so bit of an overview of an artist who has quite a catalog, quite a history, and doesn't really. It's amazing what he's made, because in a lot of ways, when you go from book to book, it feels like he's not thinking in commercial terms.
Right.
But as I said, I bet you a lot of these books have a devout following, but I don't know how much they overlap
Yeah,
either.
I don't either.
Fascinating cartoonist, and somebody we should
We'll track him down.
reconnect to for get some answers to these questions.
He would be a great interview.
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. 1,500 videos or so are live on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and you need to see if we covered your favorite topics. Go to the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, give it a search, and watch those episodes if we've done them. If we haven't talked about your favorite comics, you have to let us know. Put something in the comments, and we will push those comics a little bit higher on our to-read stacks. The King Kayfabers in the audience are our biggest supporters on Patreon, and they get access to all the videos before anybody else. And about 3 dozen of them are sitting in the live stream recording session that we have exclusive to them while we are recording these conversations. So they get access to everything before anybody else and can make smart economic buying decisions before these videos hit Gen Pop. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and you're checking out our bibliographies right in front of you. There it is. Look at those the lovely hands. But we always have new stuff coming out, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is something that I need to let you guys know is almost sold out before it has come out. So you got to put your name on a copy right now in order to make sure that you get your hands on one, and I want this on your bookshelf. It's the best book I've made to date. Collecting the entirety of Hip Hop Family Tree on its 10-year anniversary, the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture. Has 150 pages of material that is not in the original 4 volumes. So this will sit tidy on the shelf, and once again, it is the best thing I've made to date. So please scoop it up, and you'll have access to it in plenty enough time for the gift-giving season. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is another book that I'm going to have out for the holidays, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works in one handy-dandy package, so scoop that up. The current focus, the past couple of years, though, has been Red Room. Each of these stories is completely self-contained, so you could start anywhere, but in January, we're going to release the 3rd in the Red Room trilogy. It's called Crypto Killers, so put in your orders and pre-orders for that book right away. Jimmy, I know you got a gang of stuff coming out.
I do. I need you guys watching at home to go to your comic shop and pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty. Now is the time. It'll be out in November. Princess of Poverty collects all of the Street Angel stories that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, and they are designed to be a nice-looking set on your shelf. So pick up Deadliest Girl Alive while you're there if you haven't already. It is also in print from Image Comics. The Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition. Sold out at the distribution level, everybody. So you need to grab one of these if you want to add it to your collection, and I don't want to leave any of the comic shops that supported this book in the lurch with these sitting on the shelves. So pick this one up if your comic shop still has it and you don't, because once they're gone, hard to tell when these will be back in print. And I have been self-publishing lately. So my Black and White zine celebrating the Black and White explosion, the 1986 zine celebrating the greatest year in comics history, and True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, including a couple of wrestling yarns, will all be available on jimrugg.com October 26th. That's going to be my holiday fall sale. So mark it on your calendar because there are limited quantities. Hopefully I'll have enough for everybody, but be the first one in line, not the last one. And if you can't wait until October 26th, you can join patreon.com/jimrugg, where you can download and read a lot of my comics, mini comics, and zines that are out of print.
Uncle Warren, got to thank you for bringing this Bryant Talbot collection of works here.
It was an honor. Thanks a lot for indulging me on this one. In fact, it was great because what are we going to do? I started walking through my library and I was like, well, how about Brian Talbot? Ed's like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, very important. The books are the most important way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, but there are a number of other ways that you can support the channel, and Jimmy will let you know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video to stay up to date on everything we are doing and everywhere we are going. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts and merchandise, coffee mugs, hats, stickers, all kinds of good stuff at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. Plenty of ways to keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Jimmy, give them the marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Want to do a commercial?
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready, Jim. Want to stop that, stop the, fan for a second?
Nah, I don't mind it.
All right.
Yeah, hit it. This video is brought to you by the books that Ed Piskor and I make. Coming out this November, Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics joins Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive to complete my Street Angel collection. Hulk Grand Design, available where better comic books are bought and sold, but running out. So pick that one up if you haven't already. And my self-published comics, True Crime Funnies, 1986 zine, and BW zine will be available on jimrugg.com October 26th. Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, will be out in October. Pre-order that one if you haven't already. Put your name on a copy before it is gone. X-Men Grand Design by Ed Piskor will be collected, all 3 volumes in one trade paperback in time for the holiday season. That's another one to pre-order, the X-Men Grand Design trilogy paperback. And Red Room, Trigger Warnings, Antisocial Network, and coming very soon, Crypto Killers. Pick these up wherever you buy comics. And now back to our video.
There you go, man.
Now, I'm just saying, while you're doing that, I was looking at this. This is Jack Jackson.
Is that really?
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
This is Jack Katz, but this is at the same time Jackson was working.
Yeah, totally. And I was thinking about that First Kingdom stuff with that Luther Arkwright shit you were talking about, where it's like, you know, this whole history thing.
Yeah, man, guys used to go, like, giant on the Epic thing.
Yeah.
So many of those comics, like, people were just thinking massive.
We're not doing this one, right?
No, we can do it. It's just like, I want to do that as a single episode someday.
Well, then...
But yeah, no, let's show it. Let's show
Okay.
it.
Yeah, we'll mention it to give a little more Bob
so
Burden.
this is okay.
A little more burden. Burden to Bob. I'm going to have to tell the story. I'm going to have to tell the story about when he approached Fanta.
I don't know that story.
It's a good one. I said it before. You might remember it.
This is a collection of the first issues? Yeah.
Yes. And
Some print on demand shit.
And
I don't know.
Looks cheap. Doesn't it look like a fanzine or something?
It does. 2008. It may be a print on demand kind of deal. But it's the black and white line work is pretty much in line.
850 cover and art, special thanks.
Yeah.
Also a champagne edition of 200 with signed sketch. No, I unfortunately didn't get one.
He's a hustler.
Oh, Dark Horse.
Yeah, they published him for a long time.
Yeah, was it Sim first?
It was Sim and then Denny Luberry.
Yeah. Yeah,
However you say her
Renegade.
name, Renegade. And they basically published until they went belly up.
Uh-huh.
And then Dark Horse takes over. And very, very end, and I should go pull this because that way we can kind of show it.
Yeah,
the
grab your
run.
stuff, man.
Well, and I wanna. There's one thing in here I do wanna read. No, that isn't it. Okay, no, it's on my phone.
Ninja Turtles with fucking McFarlane.
Yeah, McFarlane
ink.
cover.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't let us go by without pointing that out.
And there's another Ninja Turtles. In
He's a
here.
hustler.
I think you have all 3. It's 25 and 26, 27. Next one.
Here
up.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
very iconic too. Like that cover, I've seen a lot.
Yeah. So
And then Mirage actually published
Here.
4
So-
issues of Turtles.
there's-
Of Flame the Carrot.
Yeah, crossover.
yeah. So you have Turtles.
Turtles getting a top villain, man. Like, Bob Burden, he ain't no dummy, dude.
Mm-mm.
He ain't no dummy.
But McFarlane, I I want to talk about that online on video, because I wonder, like, McFarlane was a hustler too, and I feel like these are dudes that they cross paths at some point, and that's how you end up getting that cover down the road.
Yeah. Did he draw it or just ink it?
He drew it. It's the only signature on the cover.
Yeah, I don't see Bob Burnham putting his signature anywhere though.
That's fair.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to, from his origin story, having read 5,000 comics in a single sitting to win a bet, this poor man suffered brain damage and appeared directly thereafter as the Flaming Carrot.
Tell me that's not the greatest origin of any superhero.
So,
And let me tell you, having read a whole bunch of those Hulk comics, it'll do it.
yeah, right, yeah.
It's not good for your brain. All right, man. Hit it whenever you're ready. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
I'm Uncle Warren.
I want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily comic book series on YouTube. We have done almost 1,500 videos, and you can search for your favorite title on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. If we haven't run your favorite book yet, let us know what you're looking for. Also, we have a Patreon. At the 3 different levels, you will get access to our videos early before we actually post them here. And at the King Kayfaber level, you will get to sit in on the recording session. So you will get the videos first before anybody else. And if we're looking at something rare or hard to find, you'll be the first one in line tracking that down before those prices get outrageous or before they completely disappear. And we call that the Kayfabe effect. So check out the King Kayfaber level of Cartoonist Kayfabe to avoid the Kayfabe effect. All right, we are looking at something that I have wanted to look at for a while on this channel. I love these 80s weird superhero comics and Flaming Carrot comics. One of the weirder of these types of comics. The brainchild of Bob Burden, who has, I believe, started these in late '79 as like a one-pager. I forget the name of the magazine they were in, but eventually it becomes like the Atlanta Dragon Con fantasy, booklet things. So Flaming Carrot starts out almost like Ben Unland's Tick, where it's like, a one-pager or a short thing, and then blossoms into its own series. And we have a pretty good selection of stuff that Warren brought. We're going to kind of showcase pretty much the entire run of Flaming Carrot, a couple of issues at a time to sample those. And we can start with Flaming Carrot comics collected. Neither of us have the very first issues of Flaming Carrot, but this will give us an idea of what his artwork is like in the very beginning. And I've become interested in these 80s alternative superheroes because they're just plain weird, many of them. And Flaming Carrot, it's surreal. It's almost like Dada, like he's doing things that I don't see in any other superhero comics, including the weird alternative indie comics. And I think that makes it kind of an iconic character in a lot of ways.
Well, and the thing about Flaming Carrot was, if you look at Flaming Carrot, you look at the Tick, like you just said.
Right.
Dom Simpson's Megaton Man, and there were others. The bottom line is they were supposed to be funny.
Yes.
Okay, and so this was not, this was not Darkseid or anybody like that, Thanos. This was trying to bring some humor into it. And of all of the ones that did that, there was no question that Flaming Carrot was the single most absurd. Now, interestingly enough, out of all of those, the Tick was made into a TV show, but the offshoot of the Flaming Carrot, the Mystery Men, was made into a movie. And it didn't do well at the box office, but those of us who sat in the movie theater at the time, I thought it was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it's one of the superhero movies I enjoy, and if anybody's unfamiliar with it, it's Ben Stiller, Janine Garofalo.
It's a great
William H. Macy. Yeah, it's quite a
shoveler.
Okay. He shovels. He has a gift.
Now, and to give some people, so I want to quote this directly. Okay, so the origin of the Flaming Carrot is, having read 5,000 comics in a single sitting to win a bet, this poor man suffered brain damage and appeared directly thereafter as the Flaming Carrot.
It might be my favorite superhero origin.
With the trajectory, man, is interesting. So Cerebus, the first time I discovered Cerebus was in Spawn comics. I read that issue 10 of Spawn, and I think in the back there was an ad for Cerebus, and you realize that it's got a bigger life than just this thing. So then, like that winter, I got every phone book that Dave Sim put out for Cerebus, and in between there's during Church and State, I believe, is a little interaction between Cerebus and the Flaming Carrot, and that's the first Flaming Carrot I ever saw. So like before any kind of fandom, and really before discovering magazines or anything that could clue you into context or the bigger, wider world of comics, like you kind of just like fell into shit
Right.
and fell into like discovering things in these ways.
And we should say that Dave Sim, first publisher of the Flaming Carrot, and eventually he and his wife split, and she forms Renegade, and Flaming Carrot then goes to Renegade for publication. And I've been flipping through, these are the early reprints. I've been flipping through these, and I don't know if you notice at home or not, I see stuff like Winsor McKay influence in the line art and some of the treatments. I come back to this page to show Panic, Fear, Terror. These are like Rory Hayes,
Absolutely.
like straight
Absolutely, sure.
references. So you're getting like underground comics in addition to classic newspaper comics. And it's a pretty interesting, just the character design itself, pretty unique for, even at this point, I'm always impressed when I open a 40-year-old book and I go, oh yeah, stuff still doesn't look like this.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is the height of comic art. I wouldn't suggest that, but it is a comic that doesn't look like other comics, and I do give points for that. That's
absolutely.
a big thing in my world.
No one was doing anything remotely like this at the time. And what was also great was all the supervillains he had, and he lived in a neighborhood in Iron City, and so Iron City was this gritty blue collar, old steel town type place. And so everything that went on there was counter to what was going on in New York at the Baxter Building. Okay.
I love like the tagline,
Yes.
Further Adventures of the Strangest Man Alive.
On the early ones in particular had those taglines, a different one on every issue.
He uses that golden age panel border with these old comics to give it that old school vibe.
And this is a 1985 publication here. Kind of hit his schedule pretty good. I think it was about bi-monthly for a long time. And, we've said it before, that monthly deadline or bi-monthly deadline was very important.
I have all those on the one where we did the tour of my house. I showed off the Flaming Carrot T-shirt collection, which is why I didn't bring any today.
Graffiti designed in business a long time, way longer than I realized.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Another feature that's in a lot of these issues, possibly all of them, is Bob Burden doing a text piece, which was something that I would always appreciate when I started finding like indie comics. Well, any comics I would appreciate hearing from the creator.
Yeah.
I was like a sponge for that, but you don't see that in like a Marvel DC book very often. But a lot of the indie books you would see it, and usually it's in an issue 1, and it's talking about how they got there. But whenever it's somebody that's doing a longer series, you start to really get into you can find some stuff, how does this, why do you work that way? What's your process?
It was the only way to get that kind of information, certainly for like an indie guy who, Gary Groth ain't chasing him down to do the big interview.
The other credit that you'll see on most of these, if not all of them, is Roxanne Starr doing the lettering. And I think that's a really good piece because it kind of adds a certain consistency to this art that's all right and serviceable and works, but I don't know if it were kind of sloppy handwriting for your lettering, if that might bring down the impression of what you're looking at, as opposed to looking at it and going, yeah, there's a professional degree here.
Right. Yeah, but it's still awkward as fuck. Like, look at these balloons, man.
She is credited with being one of the first digital letterers.
Yeah.
And I don't know when that begins. I don't think
looks
this is digital yet, but maybe she is typesetting in some way.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly. But like I associate it with his stuff.
Now,
Right.
Flaming Carrot was one of the only books, along with Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers and a couple of others.
Okay, you know what? This is great. Please speak your point and let's stick to this. Go ahead.
Because every now and I'd be reading through an issue, and all of a sudden I'd come to a panel, and I would just break out laughing.
Right.
Okay, there would be this absurd turn or something that was going on, and all you could do was laugh.
Fearless Fosdick. So go back there real quick, Jimmy. And
Yes.
this is a story I was...
I think we've crossed over here.
Yeah. So, I was at Fantagraphics once, and Bob Burden came out. His name came up, and they were joking, like, at the offices at Fanta, received the phone call. And Bob Burden's a hustler. We will see examples on other covers and stuff that we're going to look at here. But, mid-'80s, probably getting some juice and getting some popularity and not being shy to ask for things. So calls up Fanta and goes like, you know what we need to do, man? We need to do an anthology of left-handed cartoonists. and it's going to be Jaime Hernandez, and it's going to be Robert Crumb, and it's going to be me, Bob Burden. I say that because we have our Jaime characters right there. If you're not hip,
Yeah, it's very fun. Very fun seeing these characters cross over. Wonder if that's done with permission or not.
nah, man, just throw some props out.
That's those good old days. Indie Comics, man. Team Comics back then, before they had a name for it. But you see he's also adding blacks at this point. And I think that's a big one of the bigger progressions in his art, because it's pretty consistent. I have like one of his last published Flaming Carrots that we'll look at, and it's very similar to the original. You know, he doesn't deviate much style-wise, but he does get a little bit more aggressive in the spotting of blacks.
Yeah, he kind of does what he
Here's
does.
another one. Look, for the fashionably eccentric.
Yes. Yeah, they have a distinct look. And at this point, after the Renegade closes shop, he goes to Dark Horse, and they publish him for a long time.
Yeah.
They feel fanzine-ish because he's using like weird markers or something for the cover. It feels so DIY, so hand done.
Yes. Which actually kind of attracted me to indie comics. Although in the case of Flaming Carrot, I think it was a Comic Scene issue again that probably first drew it to my attention, because I don't know where else I would have heard of Flaming Carrot or seen it. But once you see it, it does pop. It's definitely weird.
Yeah, it's so absurd that you can't ignore it.
I look at this cover and I think like that could have been a Deadline. You know, like if that had been in Deadline magazine, it would have made perfect sense to me.
Right.
You know, it's almost, you have a collage background, a weird character, and then like some Kirby art exhibit or something.
And the Brendan McCarthy brand of color.
Yes.
And wait a minute, I want to read the top of this to everybody, okay? It says, celebrating 10 years of barnstorming insanity, undaunted euphoria, and general all-around mucking about the field. Okay, the further adventures of the strangest man alive.
If you read the text pieces too, because like Denny Loubert, the publisher for the first, I don't know how many issues, 10 issues or so, would have like an intro piece on each issue, paints a picture of Bob Burden as just the wild and crazy guy of comics, or of Atlanta or something.
Big
but
strip
just
club dude.
all over the place in terms of how he's described. This is kind of neat, almost popping that old DC.
Weisinger joint.
Yeah, absolutely.
With all the different, the big-headed Superman, all that shit. It's good.
Makes perfect sense. You know, like this is a guy who's trying to sell comics with the cover. This is the way he used to sell books, everybody, and really trying it.
And now the trifecta.
This is where you get to the indie self-publishing royalty, right? Whenever the Turtles grace you with their presence. And it's funny, I think it's in this is a 3-parter, and very, very noteworthy because Part 3, you might lag in sales a little bit. Get your buddy McFarlane to do the cover.
But what's the
it's
what's
Teenage
the date on
Mutant
these?
Ninja Turtles. What's that?
What's the date on these?
This is probably early 90s. I'm guessing it's like 94 maybe?
Yeah, I couldn't find any indicia.
Oh, you've already looked. Setting me up to look dumb here, Ed.
No.
Yeah, I don't see a date anywhere, unfortunately, but I'm guessing it's probably around
Let me see if it's in this one.
90, 92, 93, something in that vicinity.
look.
That doesn't help me.
Here's a
Cards.
1991 on the Part 2 issue. And Ed, you had mentioned Turtles getting the top billing on the Flaming Carrot comics because, hey, we're trying to sell stuff. Although at that time period, Turtles comics not selling
The blooms off
great.
the rose, you're not getting that bump that you got before. In fact, like, look, they even have the multicolor stuff, so that lets you know that it's later period Turtles.
And I do think it's noteworthy to say Todd McFarlane doing the Turtles. He does a piece in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 50, which would have been maybe a little bit after this. But not a lot of McFarlane Turtles art out there. Here's another piece.
Yeah, like, looking at the way everything's set up, like, this doesn't look far from that. I think Bob Burden drew it and McFarlane inked
He
it.
very well might have. And I do wonder, like, are these guys passing each other, in the 80s when McFarlane is hustling and everybody's working comic shows and things like that? I wonder if there's some history there. But in this second part, he tells a story in his like little extra note from the author about how this was supposed to be a 2-parter, and he turned it into 3 parts. Got Kevin Eastman to sign off on it. But again, like to your point of being a hustler, you've got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's do another issue.
Hold
if we
on to
can.
him a little bit.
And he does that, and then Mirage publishes a 4-issue run of Flaming Carrot Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics. Bob Burden does not draw them. I don't know if he writes them or not. It's hard for me to imagine someone else writing the Flaming Carrot because of the eccentricities of the
and
character.
I love this. Flaming Carrot, you can't buy a better comic without a prescription.
Oh man! So ends up running, I think 31 issues maybe.
Yeah, something like that,
through the end of the Dark Horse run. They're numbered consecutively. Whenever they switch publishers, they don't necessarily get a new issue or a new issue 1 until we show up at Image Comics. And he does have a new issue 1 up here, but if you check the indicia in the back, they stick with issue number 33 in the regular series. And this is 2004 Image Comics, which is, let's look again. Who's the publisher at that point? See, this is an imprint of Image. Oh, Eric Larson had taken over at that point. Todd McFarlane, president of Image, again to go like full circle of like he's drawing or inking a cover for Bob Burden years before this. But you can see stylistically, part of the reason I wanted to bring this is it's still Bob Burden, you know, from a style standpoint. Like he's doing these horizontal lines, which we saw in the first appearances of Flaming Carrot. Not a lot of change there. You do see the hard digital lettering very apparent at this point, using a font that we often criticize. But otherwise, like, Bob Burden's pretty consistent over the course of 25 years of doing these comics.
And like I said, these almost every issue I would break out laughing.
Yes.
There'd be one or two panels and be like, oh my God, where did that come from?
And the surreal stuff is something that I think separates Flaming Carrot from even some of the humor books. It's an element that a few of these comics do have, but it's not common. And in his case, it really, he leans into the surreal and the Dada of just like stream of consciousness. You know, there's a lot of techniques that he uses that very few comics use.
Well, and speaking of the humor stuff, you know, the Undergrounds, they had, you know, Crumb was funny and Gilbert Shelton was funny, Schreier and Sheridan were funny. And that view of comic books being funny existed into the 80s and 90s with Bob Burden and Megaton Man and everybody like that. And that's gone. I don't know why people aren't doing funny books anymore.
It is a shame. You know, I don't know if that's related to the political climate of the current landscape where humor just is not, we don't see it. I don't see it as much, at least not in these genre comics. And it may be the genre fans, they take their genre seriously.
Yes,
so
they do.
Maybe you don't want to poke it too much.
Now Greed was basically a zine. There's all kinds of stuff on the inside. And they would do really nice in-depth articles or interviews with different comics. And this one I just have, you know, I've got left over from when I got it, you know, 1989.
Look at the bottom billing.
I was
That's
gonna
amazing.
say, S.R. Bassett, Daniel Johnston.
I kind of want to see the Daniel Johnston piece.
Well, maybe we'll flip to that. I flagged the Flaming Carrot piece. Thought we might see a really interesting table of contents, but maybe we'll flip through and see what the Daniel Johnson stuff
This
is.
is
Could
one
be
of
focused
those-
on his music.
This is one of those zines, man. That like, man, I used to go to Ides and like if there were no comics for me, I would go to that top section and just buy weird magazines like this.
Yeah.
Of all shapes and sizes.
I love this stuff because the zines back then were actually doing a lot of comic stuff,
Yeah.
interviews with people or specialty pieces or whatever it may be, and you didn't see Bob Burden interviews. Oh, and that's right. This is the first appearance of Milk and Cheese.
Yeah, super
Wow.
early. It looks like, you know, off model.
My
That's fascinating.
My nephew,
89.
when I broke this out, my nephew said, "Oh yeah, it's the first issue of Milk and Cheese." And by the way, at some point he made me laugh, and I'd love to do an Evan Dorkin Milk and Cheese ep with you guys at some point.
Yeah,
Love
I
that
have
stuff.
I have a couple of really nice Evan Dorkin original art pages too. We'll get there.
Yeah, oh no, it'd be great. It'd be great.
S.R. Bassett, that's interesting. Doing almost like editorial
That might be from WAP, dude.
cartoon.
Depending on what it is.
I think there was a few of his. I did a flip through here earlier, and I think there's a few of his articles. Is this Bernie Moreau?
No.
This is
Bob Burnett. Okay.
And you would get this, just kind of interesting people who just, you know, got some art supplies and
Yeah,
made
sure.
a comic.
I mentioned Deadline at the beginning, and it's interesting to see these music magazines that would be like, yeah, put a couple of comics pages
Yeah.
in there.
Well, there's a whole history of that stuff
Yeah.
that needs to get done.
So there's your Daniel Johnson piece. Probably focusing on both his songwriting, but got to include some of his artwork if you're going to do Daniel Johnston.
Yeah, it looks
And
like he has his shit together in that photo.
we have a video, you guys, of on a book collection of Daniel Johnston's art. So if you're a fan of him, that stuff is hard to find. Go check out the video because
Yeah,
it's
sure.
it's nice. It's color book. You really get to see a lot of his artwork there. So super cool, Warren. Like I said, I've been wanting to look at this because I do think like I'm ready to do the '80s alternative comics superhero playlist. I have to work on a better title for it.
Yeah.
But you know, like I've been going through this in my head of like some of the bigger titles that we haven't covered yet, and Flaming Carrot's one of those. You know,
Yeah,
it's
totally.
hard to classify it.
Oh yes, very hard to classify it. And you know, if you're not used to this kind of humor, a lot of it's going to go past you anyway. Now, I don't know what it says about me that I get it, but it's fabulous stuff. And then this is one of those things I saw it at the time and picked it up. I've got a couple other issues agreed with some good comic stuff in it. And the zines back then, that's a whole other episode. There was some great stuff that went in there.
No doubt about it. As Ed said, like we're very lucky with IDES the way it's set up. Like we do get to see some of that stuff that's still available because they have quite a back catalog of it on display for people.
Did we show off that like Gumby joint, or we good?
Oh yeah, one more piece of Bob Byrne to contextualize it. Working for Kamiko and with Art Adams doing these Gumby, did a couple of these specials, I believe.
Yeah. I think we did a video on the Christmas special that they did
Don't
together.
go too far because
No. We'll cover it in depth.
One, yeah.
But it's great to see Bob Byrne teaming up with Arthur Adams. Like, who thinks of Art Adams doing this kind of work? And it's fantastic. So
this is another one of those books that just
preview
cracked
of
me up.
a future video.
It just cracked me up. I love this one so much. So
Super good. Good to go, guys?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. About 1,500 videos up there right now. We might have covered your favorites. Give the channel a search, hit the magnifying glass on the front page, pop in your favorite titles, check out the videos that we do about your faves, and if we didn't cover yours yet, let us know in the comments below, and we will push those books higher up on our to-read piles. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon get to see all these videos before anybody else, and it mitigates the kayfabe effect. They're also hanging out with us in a live stream chat room right now, watching us record all of these videos. About 3 dozen people in there right at this moment. And they get a leg up on everything that we're chatting about. So they're running off to Amazon, they're running off to eBay, and grabbing all the comics that we talk about. So subscription pays for itself if you hit up the Patreon. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. This is our bibliography so far, but we always have new stuff coming out. And this holiday season is going to see no less than 3 Cartoonist Kayfabe projects. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in October. 10th anniversary Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of The Culture, 500 plus page book with 150 pages of material in there that is not in the very first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, so you have to scoop this up for the kind of ultimate statement. It's the best book that I've ever made, and I really hope you add it to your bookshelves. Not the only holiday effort coming out. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in November, and it is collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. So make sure you get your hands on that. Some of those volumes are out of print. Red Room is the current focus, and there are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room that are out on the shelves. This is for your more goth Christmas Christmas buyer. And the third in the trilogy of Red Room is coming out in January. Red Room Crypto Killer is going to have the same kind of red cover motif. You're not going to be able to miss it on the racks, but please pre-order it now so we know how many of those to print. Jimmy, tell the people what you got going on.
It is time to get to your local comic book store and pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This book will be out in November from Image Comics, and it collects all of the Street Angel comics, the homeless ninja on a skateboard, that are not featured in Deadliest Girl Alive. It's designed to be part of a set with Deadliest Girl Alive, so pick that one up if you haven't already, and let your comic shop know that you want a copy of Street Angel Princess of Poverty while you can. Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition has sold out at the distributor level. That means there are still copies sitting on shelves at the better comic book shops out there, but I want to reward those comic shop owners. So if you haven't picked up Hulk Grand Design yet and your shop has a copy, pick it up. I want to see these things find a good home for the holiday season this year. And Marvel doesn't keep stuff in print, so it may be a while before you can get another copy of this book, especially at cover price. So reward those comic shops and add that to your collection while you can. I have been self-publishing lately, including the BW zine, a collection of black and white explosion materials, the 1986 zine celebrating the greatest year in comics history, and True Crime Funnies, my anthology of nonfiction short stories, including 2 wrestling stories. These will be for sale on jimrugg.com October 26th. Basically a fall holiday sale for everybody. Put that on your calendar so you don't miss it, because I don't have infinite number of these. Chances are some of them will sell out again. So October 26th is when you can pick these up on my website. If you can't wait till then, join patreon.com/JimRugg and you can download and read a lot of my out-of-print zines and mini comics.
Support the books, keep the videos coming to you on a regular basis, but there's some other ways that you could support the Cartoonist Kayfabe directly. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you go. Jimmy, give him those final marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Yes. All right. I need to get a nosh. Let me just eat this banana. So we'll do Alex Raymond next.
Jimmy, should we charge your stuff up?
Yeah, we can. What Alex Raymond, and is there one other?
The mad stuff, but we could just.
Oh yeah.
The mad
We don't
stuff.
have to do the mad stuff because that'll be 7. But we can.
It's up to you guys. I am at your beck and call.
If you're good to go, like I'll
Yeah.
record an extra.
Get some food and
well,
get a bite.
And
we'll-
also, it gives you one that, 1 week you may want to do one less. You can hold one in the can for a while.
Yeah, no,
it's
totally.
good to have extras.
Yeah, I'm heading to Tokyo in November,
Ooh.
so that'll be a thing.
How long are you going to be there?
3 weeks. Have you ever been?
Yes.
I would love to be out there with you sometime. You want to go?
I would love
Coming?
to go.
You coming?
Well, no, not in November. I've got a huge trip I've got planned in November. But
Let me plug this in. for 5
November,
minutes.
what's really nice about Tokyo in November is that's when the leaves are changing.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
God, the Japanese gardens are fucking. Because I was in Tokyo in November,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I was in
is
last year.
Is it just Tokyo?
I'm just gonna be in Tokyo. Yeah.
Greatest dumplings and sushi I've ever had.
It better be, right?
Okay.
It better be. If it ain't, you went to the wrong spot.
I'd add ramen to that as well.
Soba, udon. Of course, my favorite is called chonko nabe. That's the shit that the sumo wrestlers eat, and it's just a stew, and it's like a big soup with whatever you want, your favorite stuff, man. You want to go seafood? Here's some fucking lobster, some shrimp, some scallops.
You're killing me, Ed.
Dude.
This makes me want to eat so bad.
That's what I should do. Is bring
Want a banana, Jimmy?
Piece
Yeah,
of fruit.
go in there and grab something. Grab an apple or something. A banana, whatever you want.
Okay.
You,
All right.
you too, Warren.
Nope. I got. I also brought some cashews with me, so I'll nibble on that stuff.
Yeah, I'll grab a little
Man,
banana.
you guys
also.
are man. This is like being in Stalin's gulag. Okay.
Hey, man, we're pros. We're all stars, man. You got to push further than everybody else.
Yeah, the physical training to shoot a clip of videos.
Oh my God.
It's like Kasparov training for us.
Listen, man.
Unbelievable.
They're all stars in comics. Don't get it twisted, man.
I like your death shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he coordinated that, but
No, just random.
luck.
Just grab it. Dig shit out of the hamper.
Huh.
Not the hamper. You know what I'm saying.
Okay. That helped a lot.
Yeah,
Little
banana's
blood-
kind of the perfect food for
Little
this.
blood sugar thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm so happy we did Flaming Carrot.
Me too.
All right.
I'd be curious. Like, I always want to see what the comments come in as, because I feel like there are hardcore fans of this stuff that's a little bit weirder.
Well, what surprised me when we did the last one, when I approached you about doing concrete, and we did it, and I was shocked at how many, I was expecting, 4,000 views or something like that. It was,
The demographic supports it. We got some people that were there for that shit, man.
and
Yeah.
and if they were there for concrete, they also would have seen Flaming Carrot
Yeah.
and some of this other stuff. So let me use your men's room, and then I'll be ready to rock.
Hey, do you want to flip the mat? I can record it on my phone, but
You
No.
probably know that shit marginally better than I do.
Yeah, I'll record it because like you don't need to go home with 5 videos.
Well, I mean, I'll be ready to do another video, like a couple minutes of juice. I wasn't in the red yet. This is preventative, but I got to shoot one more, so
Yeah.
I'll be ready to shoot it.
Yeah,
My stuff's hooked up.
just record your stuff. It's no big deal. We'll do this mad and that'll be that.
We needed to pull out the next WCW pack.
Yeah,
Curious
right.
to see like who
Here.
the weirdos would be on that.
There's really no weirdos. Like, there's no Art Bar the Juicer. It's you get 5 different Fabulous Freebirds cards and 3 different Steiner Brothers cards. Like, see, that Doom card might be different than this Doom card. We'll see.
Yeah, I got a Lex Luger. What's your Lex Luger?
We know Lex Luger's
Oh, I
in this,
thought you
in
had
this
one in
round.
there.
No, he shows up.
Gotcha.
He's a see. This is my Doom card.
Getting bounced around. All right, let's see. I got a Doom.
See, and they all revolve around Ron Simmons.
I didn't. Doom was a tag team though, right?
Yeah, with Hacksaw Butch Reed.
Man, look how freaking huge Ron Simmons. That must be the biggest he ever was.
I can't.
He
believe,
looks like a giant there.
Yeah, I can't believe that he was a job guy as Farouk. You know?
Flying Brian. How about Arn Anderson getting a pin?
Yeah,
When,
dude.
when is this from? This is a rarity here.
Check this out, man. the flesh yarmulke
Wow.
on his bald spot.
That's great.
Showing it to
That
the
poor guy.
Always
Now,
look
what are
like
these
the
cards from?
Oh,
World Championship Wrestling,
Oh,
1991. Stinger.
Yeah, see, I got a Sting card in this. I know there's like 3 Al Gigantes.
That's terrible. Ric Flair.
Oh God.
There's the Steiner brothers with both brothers.
And it's
That's-
finally
that's
a
some
brother
classic
card.
stuff right there.
Yeah. The Dog-Faced Gremlin.
Sid
it's another.
Vicious.
Is that a dupe? No, it's a different Ric Flair.
Yeah, Ric Flair's probably got a dozen of these, I bet.
See, this is a deep cut. The Southern Boys.
Southern Boys.
Ah, yes, wrestling back in the
Tracy
good old
Smothers.
days.
My brother has a lot of interaction with Tracy.
But there's
Smothers.
your checklist.
Yeah.
50 card. Well, 94 cards. Dutch Mantel, dude.
How many?
5 cards.
Yeah,
6
yeah,
cards. 6 cards.
Dude, look at how shit their roster is. Like like.
Terry Taylor, 8 cards. If I was Dutch Mantel, I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
That's great stuff.
Yeah, but like, there's a dozen guys.
Yeah, they're not going very deep on their roster with that.
You know
with
what?
those
There's
cards.
probably so many journeymen that come through. But there's no Dusty. Oh, well, I guess he's at WWF.
Yeah,
then
it must be when he
probably.
was out for a minute. What about the? I'm looking for the Malky brothers.
Right? Yeah.
Probably just one card for them, but
Yeah.
that's the one I'd like to see.
Doesn't have one discernible muscle in his body.
It's great whenever somebody like Arn Anderson's talked about them extensively and like the bumps that they would take out of the ropes.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
the damnedest bumps you'd ever see.
It was the one brother. Like,
Yeah.
the other brother was the hanger-on.
That's
But,
how it
like-
goes, right?
But, like, the one brother would let himself get jacked up.
That's fun.
Little skinny fuck.
Hey Ed, so while you're gone,
Yeah.
is Cartoonist Kayfabe going on hiatus?
No, so like, we do a live episode on Thursday, and we shoot at least 7. So there's always one in the queue every week, and then that adds up. So we got 20-some videos that haven't gone live
Oh,
yet.
okay. Oh.
Yeah.
We've been all over the world without missing a video.
Yeah.
true.
I mean, I spent probably 7 weeks in Japan, and we never missed one.
Look, I'm at 43. Like I can shoot, and then you could leave this charging and charge your phone back up. And just shoot one more, and then you shoot the Alex Raymond, and boom.
All right. Sounds good.
So we've done what? 6 so far? 7?
6. 7 if you count our live before you got here. Is that right?
We're doing 8 total with Uncle Warren.
Right.
And we got 2 more to do. I'm quite sure I did 3.
Yeah, you probably did 3.
Man, I should have brought like a hoagie with me or something.
Yeah, you know how we do Uncle Warren. It ain't gonna be much longer.
No. I'm with you guys. Okay. If you want to do 5 more, I'll do 5 more. I'm fine.
These are in great shape. Where'd you get these copies from?
Alika Seki, which by the way, he's coming out to Tokyo.
Is
for
he?
doing a 5-year bid?
I'm glad to
I mean,
hear
a
that.
5-day piece, man.
That's awesome. Whenever I saw him last, he had been like had a planned Tokyo trip that got canceled, so
Oh,
it's
shit.
nice for him to
Yeah, look at this.
get that.
All the Watergate people.
Man,
Nothing this year. You've all been very bad boys, Santa. And so, yeah, okay, I can talk to
It
all
really
this.
transcends, like, it's not a kid magazine.
no.
No.
It became a kid magazine. Like when in my day, it was a kid magazine, but that is advanced stuff.
No, it was, hey, I was reading it at this time, so.
Good to go.
Yep. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
I'm Uncle Warren.
I want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily comic book YouTube channel, and we have been daily for quite some time. We've got about 1,500 videos available for you guys to search for your favorite comics, your favorite creators. Just go on the YouTube Cartoonist Kayfabe homepage, and you can look up whoever you want to see a video about. We are also have the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. Join the Patreon, you get access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you will be the first one to see our videos because you sit in on the recording session. If you see a book that you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first one in line looking for that book before it disappears or goes through the roof in value, something we call the Kayfabe effect. Becoming King Kayfaber, you can offset the Kayfabe effect, at least in most cases. So today, we are lucky to be joined by Warren Bernard as we look at 1974 Mad Magazine. And we flagged some features we're going to call out, but we like to look at these and just kind of like see what was going on at the time based on the Mad covers. And
Warren, you were scooping these up off the racks.
That's right. That's right. And in this stack is one of the most famous that I did scoop up off the rack. So I'm very happy to go ahead and do this with you.
all right.
Shouts to Alika Seki, man. Maui Comics. Every time we go through these, man, I always got to give him a little shout because we made the deal of the century, traded him a piece of X-Men Grand Design art for 450, 500 issues of Mad. And everybody I tell that story to, I remember we were in a car with James Sturm, and he was like, dude, that's the Robert Crumb's sketchbook House in France deal.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. So, to give everybody context, I was 18, 19 years old when these were coming out. I had started reading it about 67, 68, and I continued. Maybe it was 75 or something like that when I finally stopped. And my nephew started collecting Mad stuff, so I gave him all of my Mad books, which included a lot of this.
I wanted to check this piece out because it feels like that level of craft that the guys would display in Humbug era.
That's exactly what I
Yes.
thought of
Yeah.
looking at this.
You know, like when Will Elder was really, really cooking. I don't think that's Elder. Those don't look like Elder marks, but it looks like Elder inspiration.
Woodbridge?
Yeah,
George Woodbridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is, of course, Christmas Carol, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol.
Right.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's really, whenever this magazine is at its apex, and it may be around this time period, like flipping through these things to prep, I was amazed by just, even as a magazine, how good it looked.
Well, and
Even the ads are clicking on all cylinders.
Right. And Kung Fu was actually one of the, if you look back at the time, it was one of the most unusual TV shows out there because they, here was this guy who was basically a disgraced Zen monk going around the American West, and there was philosophy in it, there was the downtrodden, there was all of these different dynamics going on in this thing, and there was also Kung Fu.
When me and Jimmy were kids, there was Kung Fu, the legend continues, with modern day Carradine and his son running around doing stuff. And my parents were evangelizing me on the original Kung Fu.
Yes.
And in my mind, I was thinking it was going to be some Shaw Brothers
Right.
type shit. Like, 36 Chambers all the time with dudes with gis on and stuff.
No.
And when it was a Western, I was so upset at them. It is the wrong title. It's probably the right title for the time, but man, I wasn't trying to watch some Western stuff.
Well, it was...
And you would just get such a little bit of this.
Yes,
some
right.
retrospect. I think there was a pilot that had more...
Yes.
Like maybe a made-for-TV movie to begin it that had more of this kind of stuff.
It was different.
Because
on
that
a whole
was
bunch of different levels.
That was grab the thing and you can leave walk on rice paper. You can leave like all of that shit.
Yes.
Here's your guy.
I'm sorry. I love these things.
Totally.
Okay. It was simple. It was great. You've got the whole spy thing by Prohias in Morse code. Every issue, the black one won, then the white one, the black one, the white one, and it was just invention in 4 to 6 panels.
Yeah,
Yes.
Rube Goldberg built into it.
Yes.
He would do maybe three an issue at times. There would be more than one often. And we were talking about in the Flaming Carrot episode, like sort of the how one discovers Flaming Carrot. Spy vs. Spy was an NES game before anything else for me. It was a Nintendo tape that was at the mom and pop video store, and then it was actually fairly licensed in the 80s. There's piggy banks and different stuff. So when I flipped through my first Mads, I realized, like, oh, so this comes from Mad? Like, that's pretty interesting.
And he started this about 1962 or 63. He came over from Cuba, if I'm not mistaken. He was a refugee from Castro, and started doing this almost right away. And I'm sorry, it was just brilliant. I love this stuff.
This is one of those things that I remember distinctly when I was reading Mad Magazine as a kid. And I think it's because it's wordless. I wouldn't have been able to articulate it at the time, but I think it was one of those things where I'd look at it, you know, and you kind of look to see, like, what's going on, who's got the upper hand, what are they inventing. And now I look back on it and think, like, it's so brilliant in those, you know, like, it works on so many different levels in that way.
Yeah.
And of course, Sergio doing his doodles.
Absolutely.
It's always fun flipping through these old issues and seeing that.
And there's also always some piece of irony in there about, well, okay, it looks like he was trying to get the, you know, anyway, there was all these complexities that were going on.
Total cat and mouse.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, connected to a Don Martin page is the other half of the spread. So fantastic stuff.
Now,
but the other part of these magazines that's fascinating, back covers.
Yes.
They were using every part of the magazine.
And so this is Nixon, his chief of staff Haldeman, his attorney Dean, the attorney general John Mitchell, Colson and Magruder. So all these people were involved in Watergate. And it says, nothing this year, you've all been very bad boys. And this is Christmas morning 73. Yeah, so this has been 1273. It would be another 8-9 months before some of these people had already gone to jail over Watergate, for the good old days, so to speak. But it's very interesting how political they were, also given the pushback that EC Comics had 20 years prior in terms of them being political.
Well, I mean, maybe a grudge they're carrying on their shoulder for the chance to, you know, whenever they got to strike out a little bit.
Don Martin.
Dude, we were talking about, this is one of those things, like the precursor to video games, where when we were kids, they put out that one little machine where it's like at the steering wheel, and then there's just like this loop that's the road, and then this would be a practical object. It wasn't digital. It was like a little car that was inside the screen, and you would just move it left or right and try not to hit the other cars. There was no consequence. You would just run right over because it was just like a little screen of something. But precursor to the coin-op video game.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic.
And how can you not love Don Martin?
Yeah, that previous issue was interesting because you never see him do like worded, like multi-page strips.
Right.
That's news to me, man. See what's the movie feature in this
James
one?
Bond, it looks like.
8 James Bond movies.
Maybe the bloom was off the rose.
Yeah, they're doing like a big feature on it.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, Mad fold in again, politics, and then this on the back, very unusual for the time.
Because there's no humor to it.
No, it says another Mad mini poster, and there is no humor to it.
Yeah, I mean it's legit. It feels like something that would be commissioned by, I don't know, Surgeon General or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you wonder if there's some ad or something that it's responding to do this.
Yeah.
Or if this was almost a concept that maybe wasn't drugs and alcohol, and they were like, what can we do with this image is really striking with the skull. And then somebody connected some dots, and we were off.
And then here's the big one. So this caused a lot of controversy, to say
bet
the
it
least.
did.
I did not allow my parents to see this one. Okay?
It's so funny how that worked, man. Like I remember those days.
I got it. I brought it home. I just made sure it got buried in a whole stack where I know my parents weren't going to look for it. But no, I wasn't gonna explain this to my guidance counselor father. Okay?
As the artist too, who's painting this, Kelly Freeze or Norman Mingo or whoever it is, they had to be cracking up the entire time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like, you know, you're sitting there, you're painting this thing, and you're like, you know, this ain't sheetrock in a bathroom. This ain't laying tile down on a roof.
You know, it's a snapshot. Like you know, you look at this and think like they're really going politically after people and whatnot. And I mean, this cover's the same kind. Even this back cover, it's the same kind of stuff where it's just like, I don't know if it's fearless. I don't know if it's responding to the times that were, tumultuous times where it's just like, what else do we do? Express this kind of rage at the system, at the
Right.
establishment. But it feels like that's what you're getting kind of throughout this year of comics. Of like,
Absolutely. And
it's
then,
on.
And then also, there are interviews out there with Gaines who was like, oh my God, that was like one of the worst mistakes I ever made to allow that thing to be published. I had to go on and apologize, and people wouldn't sell the books. And so there was, he got some of this 1950s backlash that they weren't anticipating.
He had his
Okay.
vaccine for that, though, man. He's got a couple years experience.
The people who suffered are the kids.
Yeah.
The ones who are trying to sneak this into middle school
Yeah,
in
right,
between their
yeah.
math notes.
I do wonder where this comes out, like in relation to National Lampoon to start, but also there's the famous National Lampoon cover with the gun to the dog's
Yeah,
head.
gun to
but,
the dog, right,
Like,
yes,
and I
yeah.
wonder because it seems these are provocative covers.
Well, National Lampoon had started, I think, in 71.
See, so there's
Okay.
now there's
71,
competition.
72. Yeah, and so when you looked at National Lampoon, which I was also reading at the same time, they were far more political, and I think that Nat Lamp, you raise a good point. I think Nat Lamp did draw Mad Magazine over into that genre because they were really competing for the same, late teens, early 20s head. This is not a children's magazine at this point, okay?
That's the other thing that comes across looking through this, and for people watching at home as we go through this year's books, like that really stood out to me as like, who's this going to? Because it does not feel like a kid.
Well, look at this. The lighter side of polarization, okay?
There you go.
Awards for everyday performance, everyday situations, Meshuggah, Mad. And so when you look at all of these, look at Miss Liberty. When you look at all of these, there was politics, there was pop culture, there was all this stuff that was going on, and a 10-year-old kid was not going to get 90% of what was going on in this magazine, okay?
Yeah. I always love showing these off just because I like looking at more Drucker
Yeah,
work.
sure.
and-
Why,
He's
more
great,
Drucker
great
is
forever.
And it's almost it's a parlor game that you can play with seasoned Mad readers. Like, okay, what's the parody title for American Graffiti?
Yeah.
And a lot of people will know and remember that stuff.
Brilliantly drawn stuff.
As great as he is with all the likenesses and caricature, like you get these kinds of signs and cars, and it's
look.
like he can draw
Kurtz.
everything.
Right.
Yeah. Little homage there.
To the Heart of Darkness, right?
Yes, right. And then, great Sergio Aragon's right there.
Yeah, always nice to see his art on these pages.
I always wonder how Sergio worked. Like, would all these images be on one page? Would they be single pages? And then would he get the dummy paste up? Like, where they
I can't
put the
imagine
lettering
how
and
these
then
things
he's
work.
drawing on those? Or is that a separate page?
Let's see what we have in store on our back cover of this.
Yeah, our floundering fathers. Yeah. So they're taking Nixon to task again.
Popular subject this year in Mad Magazine. Man, and every page too, like when they're not selling ads, it's like every single page
no
is just
ads.
loaded.
Yes, no ads.
No
yeah.
ads. Like, ads come when we're hanging
Much
out,
later,
Jimmy. Like,
right.
in the 2000s.
That's what I mean, but they're still assembling the magazine as if. So you get these color pieces, you get the virtuoso illustrators really
Right.
getting to show off craft that probably most readers just take for granted. You're laughing at the content and not really going, oh wow, this is some of the best illustrators and
And
cartoonists.
here you go, a mad look at the gas shortage. All right.
Very topical for like 5th graders.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure, exactly. And, I remember you would go up to the gas station, there'd be 30, 40, 50 cars in line waiting to get to this gas station, and you had no idea if there was going to be any gas left by the time you got in.
That had to be nuts.
And at the time, I was
How did it work with the first letter of your last name or something
well,
like that?
they tried to do even odd days, and that didn't work out too well. But at the time, I was driving a 1964 Buick Electra 225 that had got like 8 miles to the gallon of gas. Okay, so it was, and the outrageous thing was we were paying 50 cents a gallon.
And that was high, right?
We were like, oh my god, the world is coming to an end. 50 cents a gallon. So
Would there be a sort of limit? Like, would you be able to go up to the pump with your little red canisters and shit and like fill those things up?
I don't remember people doing that.
No?
Okay, so no, I don't remember that. Now here, look at this. This is all about busing to resolve integration stuff. So you look at what's going on here, and this is like super political stuff.
Yeah. And by the way, Jack Davis doing his color work. What you're
Yeah,
getting
Jack
that
Davis.
inside.
Yeah, see, another anti-Nixon one.
Jeez. How about this for looking at the range of what you're getting on covers?
Yes,
You know,
yeah,
so inventive visually. It's something that I don't think we complain enough about now, but it's like now you get a concept, and that's enough. That's almost enough for what somebody's going to do. Some quick Photoshop job or something like that. This is like, again, some of the best visual artists working are contributing to this magazine. You know, like for all the funny stuff you remember, they were also A-gaming the visual part.
You get the sense that a lot of energy was spent on the cover, which makes sense. This is economics. Like you gotta sell this thing.
Also, this cover, we've said it a dozen times today. This feels like you could do this cover, at least concept, right now. You know,
Yes, yeah.
let lead the fight to conserve energy and the gigantic electric signs, you know, lighting that
Yeah.
up behind him. We just haven't changed at all. It's
No,
like we
no.
froze around 1960 or so,
Yeah.
and it's
No,
just we've been living
it is
in it.
frightening on one sense how little has changed.
You know, real quick, just like do a breeze through the front covers of these, because I feel like we got very little. I could be wrong. No, Alfred E. Newman. No, just the covers.
Covers.
Because I was like, is Alfred not in these? But okay, he's not
Missing
in this
there,
one.
although I
Here's
assume that's
one.
his finger.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
They needed to do that like
And that's probably
some
him.
some
Those are big
freckles.
ears.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
be him. They needed to do the freckled skin on the middle finger to sell the
Right.
Alfred P. Newman
Yeah.
bit. Are we doing another round of Kung Fu, speaking of the
Yes.
popularity of this stuff?
Yep.
Oh yeah, this one has
And-
the Billy Jack.
These were all great with these super specials with all the stickers and stuff.
Oh yeah,
and-
yeah. I got complete sets of those with the stickers still.
Between the super specials and the paperbacks, I mean, Goldmine.
Oh, yeah.
Goldmine. You think about like
It's a franchise.
if Kurtzman would have taken that deal, whatever it was for like the small percentage,
right.
how would everybody's life be completely different?
Right, because it wasn't the phenomenon wasn't Kurtzman. It really was Feldstein. This
Right.
stuff is
Right.
Feldstein,
Yes,
man.
right.
Yeah, you wonder
absolutely.
like, does it achieve that level of success had it stayed the way it was going?
Because Kurtzman never did.
Right.
Right.
What is it? What are we looking at here? TV networks.
Yeah. That's jabbing the
Oh,
corporate
you know what?
world.
Yeah, this is that artist, man, Bruce Day, that we were looking at. Like, never heard of him, but he's doing this kind of like Jack Davis light
Yeah.
kind of illustration. I'm curious if the Kayfabe audience has any intel
Yeah,
on
I
that.
don't have any intel on him.
Wait until it comes back that it's Gene Day's father.
Right. And then you gotta do Billy Jack.
Oh, we're getting there. I assume that's what the flag is here.
No, yeah.
Billy
Yeah,
Jock.
Billy Jock.
That's funny, man, from the get-go.
Yeah. And it's interesting them being anti-establishment here and then lampooning an anti-establishment movie.
Right.
A lot of room to lampoon Billy Jack.
Yeah, right.
What's fascinating though is as far as I remember, like Billy Jack was an independent movie that was done extremely cheaply
Yeah,
and,
right about that.
and got
Right.
hit high
Yeah.
marks.
Yeah, yeah.
Made some money.
So it's pretty cool that something that basically just noobs put together hit that transcendent period where they actually get the lampoon in Mad. That's a seal of approval, man.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Like you've touched the culture.
I think that's a good description of Billy Jack. I feel like it's definitely
Yeah.
like it's. I don't want to say it stood the test of time, but it is of a time that that's it's pretty close to the top when you're thinking of that time period.
Rest in peace, Al Jaffe.
Let's see. Yep, Don Martin. I'm sorry, he did the I loved his floppy feet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
okay.
Like especially when when characters are standing at the edge of a sidewalk and like
Yeah,
the
right.
feet
They
come
they
hanging
droop
down.
over. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I used to copy Don Martin in those early days.
Who do we got here, man? Is that Dick DeBartolo? Is that one of the usual gang of idiots?
That's unclear, but whoever it is not in very good physical condition.
Yeah, that feels like a hashtag brave.
There's Alfred E.
With Serpico.
Yeah, how
Serpico.
about that?
Oh, McLeod. Yeah, the TV show. Yeah, yeah.
Man, that's a funny juxtaposition. Two ideals of law enforcement at this time period.
Oh yeah, this one graffiti was starting to come in.
Jaffe writing this one also. Like, he would draw lots of them, but I've not seen him do much
This is amazing.
complete work.
Yeah.
I've never seen this strip, and I feel like it's really this is a fun concept, and I can't believe they could get away with this stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but look, golf. I mean, they're VW, the NFL,
Inflicts
TV
agonies
Guide.
on wives. And you have like the drunk dude watching football.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all,
That's what they say.
McDonald's. It's unbelievable. Today they'd be in court in like 30 seconds.
They do say that, like, Super Bowl Sunday is like the biggest day of domestic violence.
Right. Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. So far ahead of their time with this.
Damn, and he got a 4-pager, dude. He lived fat that month.
It's a good concept. I
National
feel like
Cash
this is one of those
Register.
concepts. Whenever it comes up, I always imagine the writer's room
Now-
of like just figuring out clever things to do with these.
Now here's one so S&H green stamps. So when you would go to the store, you'd buy a certain amount of stuff. They would give you these stamps. You put them in the book. You get your books, and you go to this S&H green stamp store, and you could trade the books in for X, whatever X may be. My parents did it. I remember going to the S&H green stamp store. It was a madhouse. It was totally insane. And they went by the wayside in the 70s, all that stamp stuff where you could go ahead and exchange it in.
I wonder what the model is really, like, how that shit works. Wasn't Pepsi created for dyspepsia? Like,
I don't know. Could be.
Back in the 1800s or something?
I love this. A compost heap has more nutritional value.
Yeah, right.
Post cereal. And also, in a crowded place, it's brute cologne.
I like this one. The warranty expires at an early age, so does the appliance.
Good stuff.
All right.
Oh,
Wow.
man, we're getting blue.
Not safe for work.
This is your Woodbridge.
Yeah,
from
George
our,
Woodbridge. Yeah, he was one of the old guard. He came in.
I think he was, like, one of the young guys on the Fleagles.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was with
Interesting.
Williamson, and it was like him and Torres were the youngest bucks.
This is stuff that I enjoy going through this year, is seeing these kinds of like format choices.
Yeah.
It's just so inventive. Again, like you could stop at the joke, but how best to present it?
Right, and it's almost, it's like paperback.
Yes, totally.
Yeah, sure.
100%. It's so ridiculous. Trying to get the armor off. For pages.
Yeah, that feels like a real throwback to classic Mad.
Yeah, this is what you want to look at when you're thinking sex.
Yep. Queen Victoria. That gets me.
Fantastic. Don Martin, man.
So reliable.
Yeah.
So reliable. And he's so closely associated with Mad that it's hard to believe that, in the mid-'80s, that he goes over to Cracked for a little while.
Might
Right.
have been where I first saw him. Was in Cracked.
Yep. Here we go. And look, the tape from the 18-minute, from the Nixon's tapes, the 18-minute gap, and
Choking off the
choking off the.
symbol of America.
Yep. For the good old days. Oh yeah, here we go.
Love seeing like the stuff that was big, that we know of as
Yeah.
big, like how's it treated in Mad Magazine. Of course, Exorcist, one of the all-time. Talk about the small movie that makes a bazillion Ed.
Is that true?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
huge. I mean,
I know it was
saw-
super popular, but I didn't know that it was like a small movie.
Well, I guess it wasn't small, but I mean, it's a horror movie.
Yeah,
it's not too big of a budget, and just did a killing. I remember seeing it in movie theaters, re-released in like the early
That's
2000s.
true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like whenever they would have a new sequel, like a third one came out when we were kids, and it was out again.
Another spy versus spy. Always
Yeah.
another. Man, they had so many heavy hitters that were all just on
Yep.
at this point. These impress me too. I've actually seen like advertising art for Wrigley's, like gum, and I look at this and think like it's the same level of skill as the
Oh,
guys
yeah.
that are doing
Yeah,
those
sure,
paintings for
yeah.
ads.
Yeah, yeah.
And writer Al Jaffe.
Damn, so you got the inside end back, man. Al was making bank, dude. Because he got the two covers.
Yeah.
And on that other one, he had like a 4 or 5 page feature.
Yep.
They were using him for all he was worth.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy who's dependable, right? Like once he got the job,
All of those guys
Just delivered.
You heard about Sergio, like we interviewed Sergio, and he talked about like traveling the world with his wife, like taking vacations, doing all that stuff, never missing a month of Gru, and drawing this Mad stuff. Like in hotel rooms. He said that like the bulb sucked so bad in this hotel in France that he picked a desk up, put it up on the bed because there's a bulb up there, and just kind of like drawn right underneath like this lone, dim light.
All right, so a couple of things here. One, this is a takeoff of the cover of Saturday Evening Post.
Which is
Okay.
like
That was
Sting
where,
inspired. The Sting inspired, which comes from the Saturday Evening Post.
And so this is a takeoff on Norman Rockwell, or J.C. Linebacker, mainly Norman Rockwell.
Yeah.
And that's President Nixon, and this is Vice President Agnew, and he had to leave office because he was taking bribes. He was the governor of Maryland, and they were still bringing money into the executive mansion, okay, while he was vice president. So he got that, and then Nixon, and they both got hit for tax evasion. I mean, it was unbelievable. See payoffs, right? But these two lines right here and this circle, this is the Saturday Evening Post. And look, it's up to 50 cents.
Yeah, and you see him doing yuck. On all the other ones, it's cheap.
Yeah, right.
But whenever they raised the price, they acknowledged it.
Remember the thing in Marvel Comics where it would say something like still 40 cents,
Yeah.
and you knew the next month it was going to be 50?
Yeah, it wasn't going to be that way long. You know what, though? It's a real, like, show of integrity that you acknowledge it, as
Yes,
opposed
yeah,
to, like,
yeah.
pretending, you've been talking about it being cheap all this time. To just take that away and not acknowledge it would have compromised the trust a little bit. I flagged this one because I think this is another example of we say the same stuff for decades.
Yeah.
And I also love that they're using this, like, early computer style font. I don't know if any computer ever actually generated fonts that looked like this. Maybe those early dot matrix kind of thing.
Right. But you know what's interesting? I showed some like Zoomers, so, some Gen Zers this, and was like, what does this mean to you? And they did not say computer or digital or
Right.
anything. They said like hippie. They said psychedelia. They did not associate it with digital.
I would see it on bank, like the
right.
account numbers and stuff,
Yes,
and it makes
yeah.
me think like it's some kind of scan thing, like barcodes, right? Because you basically have the thick and thin lines, which same concept as how a barcode is read.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not, but you can kind of look through these and see a few examples of, like I say, things that we're still kind of talking with. This is your identity screw up, same guy's name but senior, and then spelled out senior.
Yeah,
and
right.
where that catches you is on your
Yeah.
taxes.
This actually came up in my life this past week when I paid my car insurance, and then I went online to pay it, and I'm like, why don't I see my house insurance on like the little thing? And I called them. I'm like, have I been not having house insurance for the past 8 months? And they were like, oh, it's just it was a transposition or whatever of just my name.
Yeah.
So it's all good and everything, but I almost shit a brick.
I like the car. We're losing our way against computers because computerized safety check. We make the mistake of assuming they never make a mistake. I feel like
right.
this is what you're getting with automated
Yes.
driving and everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, more things change. But for 74 having like computer jokes, like I was curious when I saw that listed as to like, what are they even joking about? Like, what's our idea of computers in 1974?
Well, there weren't any at home. What was
Sure.
happening at this time was the little calculators had come out, programmable calculators had come out. But there was a fear that all this stuff was going into computers and building these databases, which, by the way, wound up to be true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, a
yeah.
well-founded fear.
One of the early pieces of high technology that was in the phone would be that phone.
Yeah, I like that one too. It's futile to call up and complain about a mistake since the machine that goofed is the same one that answers the phone.
Yeah, well,
Here we are.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, welcome to now. That one's deep. I feel like that could be a New Yorker cartoon.
Yeah.
So there's your 1974 journey through Mad magazine, and wild times, man. We've looked at a couple different years of Mad scattered around from the beginning to more current issues, and like politically, this just seems like
Oh yeah, they were
They were
hitting-
going for
yeah,
it.
they were going for it. Absolutely, especially with that.
yes.
That offended a lot of people.
Yeah, man. To have that context, there, Jimmy, thumbnail.
I think it is.
You know what? Like, put this one because you know how the time kind of
All right.
gets over top of the thing back there. I
Perfect.
think that
And I like the skull.
boom. That's
Yeah.
a thumbnail, Jimmy.
Boy, if that's all you know about 1974 Mad Magazine, you
Yeah.
would come to a lot of different conclusions than what I think of as Mad Magazine.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. New videos every day. About 1,500 of them are in the archive as we speak. And we might have talked about some of your faves. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give it a search. If we talked about your favorites, definitely check out those episodes. But if we did not, you have to let us know what those comics are. We'll push them higher on our to-read pile and then make episodes of them accordingly. The King Kayfabers on the the King Kayfabers on the Patreon have access to all of these videos before anybody else because they support the channel at the highest level. They also have access to the live stream recording session that we have exclusive to them while we are recording these videos, so they get a leg up on everything. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in October. About 3/4 of the print run are accounted for already, so make sure you get your hands on these ASAP if you have any interest in the book at all, and I hope that you do because it's the best book I ever made. 150 pages on top of the 4 volumes that you have on your stands currently. So this is the comprehensive all-in-one version, and I hope you support the comic. Also in time for the holidays, coming in November, is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. I'm taking all 3 of my X-Men Grand Design trades, which are, a few of them are out of print. We're going to put them into one trade paperback and get that out to you in November, so please support that book. And Red Room has been the project that I've been working on the past couple of years. 2 trade paperbacks of that in the wild. And Red Room Crypto Killers, the 3rd in the trilogy, coming out in January. So take your Christmas and Hanukkah loot and apply it to the last bit of Red Room comics that I have coming out. Jimmy, let the people know what you got going on.
My next volume of Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be out in November from Image Comics, but you need to pre-order that at your comic shop. Now is the time. Let them know you want a copy, and if you haven't, picked up Deadliest Girl Alive, because with Princess of Poverty, these 2 books will collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. The Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition is out of print at the distribution level, but you can still find it on some of the better comic shop shelves out there across America, and I want you to reward those comic shop owners who have supported Hulk Grand Design and support my work, and pick up a copy of Hulk Grand Design for yourself or your friend this holiday season. Perfect gift for somebody who loves the Hulk. I have been self-publishing lately. The BW zine celebrating the best of the black and white explosion and some of the worst, which I actually enjoy the most. 1986 zine celebrating the greatest year in comics history and True Crime Funnies, my nonfiction anthology that includes a couple of wrestling comics in there. These will be available for sale on my website, jimrugg.com, October 26th. It is my fall/holiday sale. I have been stocking up on these, so hopefully I will be able to fulfill all the orders that everybody wants, but I recommend you be there October 26th, because last time I did one of these sales, I did not have enough stuff, and I'd hate for you to be without these on Christmas. So mark that on your calendar. If you can't wait till October 26th, you can download these and read them on my Patreon, patreon.com/jimrugg.
The books are the most important things to support to keep the channel going, but there are some ways to support Cartoonist Kayfabe directly. Let the people know, Jimmy.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those final marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Sweet.
All right, this is it. The last one, huh?
Yes.
This is all.
Okay.
We'll take this away because I think
All
we're gonna
been
have to pull back.
practiced for this one, Warren.
Well, so
We'll be standing up on this one, I think.
yeah, we're gonna kind of have to.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick.
Yep.
Jimmy, there's still a pack of wrestling cards to open.
I will entertain everybody with the wrestling cards while we move about. I don't know. You might want to take these two through these.
Yeah.
At an
Do you know where
appropriate
the
spot.
bags went
Yes.
to?
I do. They might be behind that. I did set them aside, like down on floor level.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
Oh, here they are.
Put them in the other room real quick. I hope we get 2 more Dutch Mantel cards, man.
You should be hoping for the whole run of those.
Okay. So I have all kinds of stuff. So the issue is going to be how much of this stuff we want to talk about.
Well, you are the expert of that.
Well, but it depends on how deep or undeep we want to go. And I want to move these around just a little bit. Okay, here we go. Six, 1935. Gee, I just wonder where they got the idea for Hawkman from. Look. Coincidence? I think not. So I purposely chose these.
That's good.
Okay. Oh, look what's down here. It's Hawkman. All right, so
Always blown away by how beautiful these are.
I loved his rockets. May 13th, 1934. I'm just trying to
You
get
can almost trace stuff like hyperspace, like any of those like kind of stuff that would be decades later.
Look at this panel. I love this panel.
Yeah. The coloring's amazing in these.
High-speed rotary presses. I like the robot men. So
Yeah,
we
I feel
don't
like that's stuff that would have been ripped off too. Probably
So-
ripped off by something that didn't succeed.
So, we don't have to show all of these, but here's Ming the Merciless, showing the whole yellow horde.
Great
Yeah.
monster too.
All right, so we want these two, right? I just want to go through this real quick. This one. This one, yes. I think we should take this one. And definitely we're going to show these two with the Argent Hawkman. Right? Okay. So, and then I chose, and we'll do this a little differently, okay? So, let me just put this here for right now. So what I did with this was I got some of the later ones, and so what we can do is we can just set it up like this. And just open them up,
Oh, that's so cool.
okay?
Wow.
All right, and then we just layer one on top of the other, and then we put these on top of that, and we can just go, we just peel them off. Look at this page. This was later.
Yeah, you could tell he's kind of simplifying more.
Here we go. And I actually have the complete sections for each of these, so I've got everything. Plus these great McManus pages.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's amazing how big his career was.
Oh yeah, he was great.
How long too? Like, wasn't he doing stuff even in like 1899 and things? Like,
He was right before World War I. So he was like 1910,
Yeah, I
and
see.
he worked into 1952, somewhere in
Yeah,
there.
that's
So
wild.
he had a big long career. Here, look, I brought these. Hawkman.
yeah, dude.
Okay. Coincidence?
Absolutely.
So let me put these here. And it started in early 34, so let me put these over there. Oh yeah, I wanted to use this Ming the Merciless. I don't want. There are some of these we don't have to use. I'm just trying to quickly edit them. The robot men.
Yeah, that's fucking dope.
Okay. Gotta have the robot men. And then this is 35. So this is a little bit later. You can see. All right, I know what I'm gonna do.
These are those proportions that all the guys would go nuts for,
Yeah, here's.
like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Al
Okay.
Williamson
And we don't
and
have to
Fowler.
show. We don't have to show this. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll peel them off and just put them on the chair over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you touch everything.
Yeah.
Like, this is
No problem.
no grabby hands from the.
All right. And then, so let me just do this real quick. This is 35. All right. 35 goes to this. Okay. So there's this. Now, so if we want to do this, we can. If we don't want to do it, we don't have to, okay? So what I have here are, before he did Flash Gordon, he did Secret Agent X9,
Yeah.
okay? And then during the war, and then after, okay, so once we go through all this, I can put this on the bottom. We can open this up, and here are printer's proofs of 1947 Rip Kirby pages.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool, man.
Okay. Most people have never seen this before. All right, so I'll put this down here underneath. And then during World War II, in fact, maybe we should just open with these two on top.
Jimmy's my phone underneath.
Here's something you guys most probably never seen before. Check this out. The creator of Flash Gordon envisions the world's ends. This is the middle of World War II, and he did this amazing.
Wow. The octopi are going to help us.
Well, that was the Germans. But look at the planes he's designed. And of course, this great ad, and then one more page. Yeah, here we go, and it ends with this.
The Ubermensch doing his thing, huh?
Yeah, this is all, this is actually Frank and Booth, but that's a whole other thing. Alex Roman, creator of Flash Gordon, preaches how peace will come after war.
So how the fuck did he have time to do that stuff? Or did he get commissioned? He got commissioned by the magazine to paint those.
Right, but at the same time, he was doing Flash Gordon.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys wanted to quickly go through this real quick or not.
I think it's worth showing that stuff because when else is anybody going to see it?
Yeah, okay, all right, so we'll open with this.
Let me set us up. Let me get in there real quick, Warren.
Yeah, sure. You getting any good comments in there?
Yeah. It's
Let me see.
I've been following along. Vlad is a guy that we've known for a long time on here, and he's talking about this conversation about like basically learning to let yourself be happy. Like this is one of those I identify with because I grew up pretty miserable, and I remember in college meeting people who I called nice, and for like years I would think, oh no, that's sarcasm. And at some point I realized, no, that's just nice person, no ulterior motives. But I realized like being happy is a different set of like you almost have to allow yourself to do it, have the experience, and not be weirded out by like, what's that feeling? Oh, it's things are good, appreciate it.
And that's why I smoked weed. Okay.
it's a neat,
and did cocaine and did all kinds of other stuff. So. No.
Oh wow, we could have different conversations on these underground episodes.
I think that we would have more comments if you take your shirt off, Warren, while we shoot videos.
I really don't think that'd be an appropriate thing to do. You don't want the entire Cartoonist Kayfabe Nation to bolt in abject horror away from your channel.
That would be our thumbnail. We'll shoot those thumbnails to promote the guest appearance after this. We can turn off the Kayfabers if you'll be more comfortable, Warren.
Okay. All right. So I think what we're going to do is we'll start at the beginning. Okay. And I'll talk about Secret Agent X9 first.
Yeah.
And I can do this.
Yeah, that's good. And then end with.
And actually, I can put these at the bottom, which is where they should go because it wasn't too long. By this point, he was off of Flash Gordon in '44. Mac Rayboy had already taken over. So we'll put that there.
Those are some incredible looking comics.
All right.
1944. Is that after Mac Rayboy does like the Captain Marvel Jr.
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah. He was doing it also at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah.
These guys, man.
Yeah, I'll say.
They were hustling. All right. So I'm ready to go.
Cool.
What are we looking at? Here we go. Well, we only want to really look at this side. Okay, because over here, this is like.
Yeah, like, but like that just feels the composition feels ugly.
All right. Well then.
Right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, and you know what you can do is you can slot, like, once you look, move it over, you know, almost like go through.
Oh
your
yes,
stack.
right. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay, I see exactly how we're gonna do this. Okay, gotcha.
Cool. Jimmy, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's real nice. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor,
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Uncle Warren.
and before you is a good sample of the great Alex Raymond comics, from Secret Agent X9 through Flash Gordon to Rip Kirby. But first, gotta let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel, and more than 1,500 videos in the archives at this point. We may have talked about your favorites, so hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give it a whirl, give it a search, and watch those episodes where we might have talked about your faves if you missed them before. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers who support the Patreon get all the videos before anybody else. It mitigates the kayfabe effect. So when we're talking about a comic that is pretty sexy on the aftermarket, they're getting first dibs. So subscription pays for itself. Now, without further ado, Uncle Warren, drop some science on us.
Well, we're gathered here today to talk about the great Alex Raymond. And Alex Raymond was born in 1909. At the age of 20, in the late 20s, he came to King Features Syndicate. He worked on Tim Tyler's Luck. He helped Ghost Blondie.
Mm-hmm.
And King Features had him do the work for Dashiell Hammett's Secret Agent X9, which was the first strip where he got his due. And he wasn't working for someone else. He was doing his own signed work. And Secret Agent X9, it ran for a couple of years. I think only the first year was actually done by Dashiell Hammett, and then someone else did the second and third year. So this is where he started to go ahead and get his chops in terms of a daily strip. But at that time, circa 1933, King Features went to him and they said, "Hey, we would like to have something to compete with Buck Rogers." And so he then developed the world famous Flash Gordon, which we will go through some examples here. So it started in early 1934. This example here is 1935. Beautifully rendered, really fabulous stuff. There's a lot of things that you see in here. Ming the Merciless. There was this whole concept in the 30s of the Yellow Horde coming over to invade the United States. Gee, that sounds awful familiar.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that fear has not left. You can see everybody in yellow with Ming the Merciless.
It's crazy how the yellow ink holds up, especially in this exact context. But I linger on things like this exact pose. We will see, that's a very elegantly drawn,
Yes.
muscular figure, and guys like Frazetta and Williamson, who really call back to Alex Raymond.
Yes.
They have done their own versions of that kind of sturdy superheroic figure, and he kind of is setting a template for what the superhero proportions are. This is 35. This is
35, right?
4 years before Superman, and so much more advanced in terms of art. Think about what those Siegel and Schuster Superman comics look like. Pale in comparison.
Yeah,
Lou Fine
absolutely.
is maybe the closest guy that could hit this kind of mark.
Yes.
I look at this and I wonder, like, this had to be one of the top strips of the day.
Yes, it was.
And what else was the competition, right? I mean, this is science fiction. It's the beautiful rendering.
This
It's
and
kind
Prince
of
Valiant,
without a
baby.
peer.
Prince Valiant was the only one that could compare in terms of the art to here. Okay,
And
and
keep
the
in
top-
mind that he's doing a Jungle Jim feature as well at this time, and you might think, okay, so what? Dick Tracy is a whole page. He's doing a whole page. It's two different sets of reference
Yes.
that are required there. I remember interviews with John Romita Jr., who was doing Spider-Man and Thor, and was like that break point of like time to work on Thor comics, and now you got to bring out all kinds of weird other Viking
Right.
reference and stuff. That's a lag in your day. So it's kind of amazing that he was doing two supreme features that
Beautifully rendered.
and saw the light of day in other mass media.
Yes. Yeah, so Jungle Jim was made into movies and serials, and Flash Gordon was also made into serials. And it became much more popular than the, I'll say it, crudely drawn Buck Rogers.
Yeah.
All right. Although the Buck Rogers stuff did give us this great design for spaceships and ray guns that even Raymond went ahead and stole from.
Sure.
So I'm just brought a sampling of pages, and speaking of interesting pages, I love this one. There's a blinding flash of blue light as the rays from the guns of the rebel soldiers are harmlessly turned aside by the ray-proof armor of the advancing men. All right, so here they are all in this great robot-looking armor, trying to defeat. They capture Flash Gordon, and there is Ming the Merciless. Very well, Dale Arden, you can have him. In death, proceed with the execution. Leaving you with the classic cliffhanger.
Like a cereal.
Like a cereal, and also like the Sunday pages.
Totally. It's this round of stuff that you see these little pillars and things. This set of weeks, and with this background, Alex Raymond cribbed a lot of this from the Tarzan comics that Hal Foster drew some years prior. Also, with the things that we know about Raymond using the Artograph projector, and you see these like same exact poses and stuff, you have to imagine that he placed and traced.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
Three-
Yeah, because
three of those guys.
this one, and this one are identical.
Yeah, totally.
Same
And
with
even-
the guy on the knee.
And you're right, and you're right. Two of those, and even if they're bigger, you just put the projector higher or lower, and
Yeah,
then
sure.
and then you just
You can change the perspective.
totally.
And here you've got your whole colonialist view of Jungle Jim. And this is yes, this is the following week from this one.
It's really fun because it's all mid shots. This about as dynamic as we get, and it's not very like you need a Jack Kirby to come along sometime later to show you what can be done with the dynamic levels.
Yeah, it's a lot of what whenever I'd see like reprints of Golden Age comics would be similar in that way. And that's a lot of what my impression would be of that stuff is it just isn't that exciting.
You could imagine Superman being traced off of that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
sure.
Yeah, definitely. It
Yeah,
feels
yeah.
like a pose that would have been seen in Superman, even Batman.
I actually
that
think it's
iconic Batman
I think
pose.
it's a Batman.
And speaking of comic books, gee, doesn't it look like Hawkman? And it was, and I love this page because it's got more flowers, more background. There's a lot more going on in these pages, and this rocket ship actually is not that far off from the Buck Rogers rocket ships that you would see.
It's true. This is the stuff that young Al Williamson and
Yes.
Roy Krankle
Right, Roy
will
Krankle, right.
build on top of in their career with their little polka dotted lizards and stuff.
And Al Williamson built this on top of the illustrator Franklin Booth.
Ah,
All right, so Booth did a number of these things in the 20s, so a decade before that. It's this. I should have brought that with me. I apologize. And for those of you that don't believe it could be Hawkman, well, what is who is this?
right.
Okay.
It's both
That page
versions
is,
too.
Very much Hawkman.
All right, and so
Down to the colors.
It could be almost Joe Kubert Hawkman.
Yeah, that's straight up.
yeah, but now think about the influences that the comics people got from here.
Totally. Kubert could have been around at this point.
And I love this very well. Give the stubborn fool fire. Give it to him till he crawls at my feet.
Oh, she's kinky.
Yep.
She's a little dominatrix. If he was a little younger, what would this be called, Jim?
Boindage.
I love the death's heads on
Yes.
that. Okay.
Feels very public domain,
Right.
faucet superhero type shits.
Exactly. But this sequence is what gave us Hawkman. No ifs,
Totally.
ands, or buts about it.
Now I see this pose and stuff, and I'm like, okay, Alex Raymond's pulling a little bit from Foster. Like,
Yes, absolutely.
I could,
That's Prince Valiant.
I could
yeah.
pull that image
Yeah.
from Foster Sunday.
Makes total sense.
It's the sphere of influence, man.
course.
It's sampling. It's culture.
Yeah.
You take what's great from before, and then you fucking expand on it.
And you can see this difference. So this is July 29th of 34. And this is only 5 or 6 months later, and you can see how he's starting to change his line.
Man, and you see decisions being made, right? So we have these congested sequences with all these bodies and stuff, and then you gotta leave some room for error. Like, when you have to draw a whole bunch of horses, you
Yeah.
don't get too many backgrounds that week.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
That's very true.
Absolutely. Horses with unicorn things on them too.
Man, and speaking of Foster, like seeing how the lettering is handled in several of these panels really moving in that direction, even compared to the week before.
Absolutely.
Right.
Or the,
Good call.
I guess maybe not
It's
previous week, but
7 months difference, and you can see how spared down. You know, you've only got this up here, and all the rest of it is void of word balloons. And then, starting about 1937-38, he stripped down even more, so to speak.
Right.
And all you got were these 6 panels, but what great 6 panels they were.
Much more dynamic. He's getting more cinematic.
oh, we're seeing close-ups and stuff. Like
Yes.
it's completely different visually than what we have seen up to that point in these sample pages.
Stage theater, no, like theater, cinema.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And this carried through. I have a couple examples here that are later, and like what a great car! I want that car. And then look at the scene in here. The word balloons are gone.
Yeah, and then this is a very architectural blueprint kind of lettering, just
Yes.
very vertical, like straight up and down.
Square proportions on the letters.
Leroy lettering sets is what we used to use.
Yeah,
But that's not this.
one, no.
So these beautiful backgrounds that he was doing, and this is basically the way it went up until Mac Rayboy took over.
And Mac would use that same format, right? Like
Yes,
the 6
you're
panel
right. He
joints?
would use the same one.
And then there would be guys like Kurtzman and Dan Barry, I think, right? Like
Yes.
like they
Yeah,
did
Dan,
this.
Dan Barry came in, I think, in the late 40s.
Yeah, it's remarkable how different these are from the first couple samples we
Yeah.
looked at.
Yeah, really fabulous stuff. And once again, these really great rocket ships that they were doing.
with some double lighting to it.
I wonder if the coloring something changed too, because like when he goes to this more paneled format like this, it feels like the color makes a dramatic change. Like these are wild colors, and so was the previous page.
Right. I almost want to look at those old ones again because these are probably like 100% mechanical separations. And those other ones might have had
It
some
feels
brush
like
strokes.
there's something like that, like something changed to allow this kind of color.
Or maybe to require it because it's like, well, we're doing mechanical now, so we have to have big, broad shapes to cut out. We can't be
Yeah.
fiddling around with like, little stuff.
And I want to point out something here. So this is April 13th, 41. So World War II's been underway for a year and a half. As Ming's political prisoners flee the concentration camp.
Right.
And so what Raymond was doing was kind of mirroring the stuff that was going on in World War II in Flash Gordon at this time.
Yeah.
But it wasn't overt. It was almost subversive in the way he was doing it. But these key words, political prisoners, concentration camp, right? Ming flies to his concentration camp. And, the Dachau and other ones were known at the time. The over in Russia, they had the gulags that were going on, their version of the concentration camps. So he was making this subversive political statement in the middle of Flash Gordon at that time.
Yeah, it's the best of science fiction, right?
Yes.
Is you kind of can create
You
something
can hide
fantastical
stuff.
using the current, political climate of the day or social
Right.
climate.
How like sexy, edgy, racy is our depiction here of our heroine?
Yes.
Like that feels pretty kind of risque at this time.
Phantom
period.
Lady.
We need to hold the ruler from her knee up to her thigh to see if that's an acceptable.
But I mean, like even your pose and everything, it just feels
Yeah.
like that's really leaning into the pinup era.
And this is that era of Raymond too, where this is some Connecticut girl that he's like, hey, I'm Alex Raymond. You want to come to the studio? We'll take some photos.
Yeah. And so he did this, I think it was 43 or 44, he left it.
Yeah.
But in the interim, he did do some occasional illustration work, so I wanted to show everybody. So one of the things he did was this cover, which, to my knowledge, has never been reprinted anywhere. And so here's Alex Raymond doing this thing, first anniversary United States Marine Corps Women's Reserve, doing a straight commercial job,
Right.
which
And
you're not used to seeing from him.
we see his signature.
That's right.
And in the signature, this says a lot. And one of the things that it tells us is the low fidelity of the print. Like that is
Yes.
fuzzy.
Yes.
Super fuzzy. So we are not getting anything close to like what the painted gig looks like. But this is also a lot more of that place and trace kind of thing. Probably started off. That's the big thing that you learn when you realize that a lot of this stuff is so posed and photographed and really just painting over top of photos in a lot of
Right.
ways. You make the face look idealized in the fashion of the day and stuff, but he might have traced every single element of this, not taken away from the beautiful craft of doing the watercolor
Right.
and things on top of gouache maybe.
Well, I'm sure he did it with the engine. He had
Absolutely.
photographs. I'm sure he had photographs of the Wildcat.
And I'm sure this is a photo
Yeah,
too.
yeah, absolutely. Or he had the model there.
Right.
Okay, one of those two. So and this is 44. So by this point, he was trying to get out of doing, because he had been doing it for a decade.
A lot of these guys, it becomes an equity thing. They make a lot of money for the syndicates, and then they want to have something that they have more stake
Well,
in.
and around this time is when Milton Caniff went from Terry and the Pirates to Steve
Exactly,
Canyon. It was
exactly.
almost exactly at the, maybe a year or two later. So this is an issue of Look magazine. So this is October of 42. And in here is this big article about the creator Flash Gordon envisions the world's end. Now here's this picture of Raymond with his two kids. A photo I'd never seen outside of this.
It's a great photo. And look how bored
Yeah, I was gonna
the,
say.
the
Yeah,
kids are. Like, he's making magic with the pen. And, like, they're like, I was playing with my dolls, and now
Yeah,
you
right,
called me
exactly.
over to take this photo.
I want to go play ball with my friends.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Extra,
leave
extra.
me-
He really looks like a extra.
Yeah, just
Say
leave
it
me
ain't-
alone.
Say it ain't so, Joe.
Yeah, right. So in this particular issue, he did these great paintings, so to speak.
Look at that piece of propaganda right there, Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to join the army right there.
All of the technical know-how, and so this is basically the home front producing all of the weapons. Here you've got these really interestingly designed, although nowhere near real life,
No.
airplanes bombing the octopus of the Axis that had taken over Europe.
I could take all this verbiage out, and I can make a comic of this.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And
It's all the tropes, all the He-Man tropes.
and it's interesting, these thousands of planes. Now, by 1942, the first 1,000-plane raid had already gone over Germany. And those raids, it would take like 2 hours. So if you're standing in one place, it took 2 hours for all the bombers to go over you. That's how many bombers, 1,000, and it was really wide. So they would, these 1,000-plane raids are, unfathomable to us today, but this is basically what the sky would have looked like. Just layer and layer of bombers.
Imagine how terrifying that would be if the sound of those planes until it was just bombs. And, you probably wouldn't even hear those planes for
Right.
the second 2 hours. It's just
Yeah.
bombs were going off. I was looking at these clouds and admiring like the wet on wet watercolor that
Yeah.
they read as they could be photorealistic, the clouds.
Yeah.
But you look and you can see all the marks. Like it's just the technique, I guess, that
I like the waves that he
expert
did.
illustrator.
Yeah, water's a bitch, man.
It is.
Yeah, it's not an easy one.
Chemtrails?
Yeah, that is something that's being dumped out of the back of that plane.
Yeah.
They didn't care that much about pollution in the middle of World War II. So
Speaking about pollution, did you hear about that town in Italy just had a explosion of 2 million gallon wine distillery,
no.
and
No.
the town is just flooded with wine, and they're trying to divert it from touching the water, and
Oh,
they're-
yeah, sure.
and they have to figure out what it's going to do to the dirt in the
Oh.
town now.
okay, I got to look up that article.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great. And
Oh,
then
you watch the videos.
and then it finishes with his Alex Raymond's vision of peace in the post-war world.
The other thing that stands out to me is we're looking at a 80-year-old publication. That color is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, these old magazines, the printing was fabulous.
Yeah.
It was just, and you had this thick ink on these big rollers, and when it hit this kind of paper, it would just stick.
Yeah, it makes sense. There was a black and white strip in Alex Raymond in the beginning of this article, and I thought, is that the nicest one of his strips?
Right.
Had been printed up to that point, very sharp and
Yeah, great
and looked
paper.
very rich. But the color here is just incredible.
Yeah, you go through all these old magazines, the inside of the magazines in particular, and then the printing, especially a lot of this. Well, there's actually one right here. You can just get an idea of.
This is incredible.
It really is.
I love that, like, processed red ink, and instead of black, going with a dark blue.
It's really good.
That's a fantastic aesthetic.
And
Yeah.
you pointed out the out of registration on the cover of this, but there would be like
red, like one color red, you know, and it's perfectly sharp. There's text in it, both backed out as well as printed, and it's sharp, and that's how you get around it. You know,
Right.
you run a one color ink for something with lettering like this,
Right.
you know, super razor sharp letters because it's one color.
But look at that, man. Everything
Yeah.
is done
Yeah.
by hand, right? So like you could see the cuts.
Yep. But you know, you look at the shading. I mean, anyway, these ads, that's a whole other discussion.
It's also like because I can imagine Bill Elder doing the Kayfabe ad.
Yeah,
like,
sure, yeah.
The Mad Magazine joint.
It looks exactly like that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then the last thing.
No, this is pretty freaking incredible.
After he did Flash Gordon, he went and developed Rip Kirby, and this is a promotional item that was sent out by the Syndicate. This was sent out, I think, in 1948, and in here you would get examples. So here are printer's proofs.
Of like a week's worth of strips.
I think a little more than a week's worth of strips, because see, available 6 times a week in 4 and 5 columns. So this was a daily only strip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a week, and then here's another week's worth.
So when they would say 4 and 5 columns, it would be up to the newspaper if they wanted to reduce what size they would run it at.
Yes, exactly.
See, that should have never been allowed. That's probably how you start to see strips being reduced. You give that newspaper too much freedom
Totally.
on it.
Well, also what they would do is that some strips you could get it in full page tabloid, half page tabloid, full page broadsheet, half page and third page broadsheet.
Yeah.
And then you would pick which way you wanted to do it, and they would rearrange the panels as needed. Okay.
Yeah, and
So-
there would be the kniffs where he's drawn an extra 1/4 inch on the outside to
How
accommodate.
amazing is this? Whenever you throw the 6, throw a week's worth together.
Yeah.
But what it looks like is like a page of comics, like having like a close up in here. You know, like watching those early, the early strips that we were looking at, where it's like everybody's a mid shot.
Yeah, sure.
And now
yeah.
you get to this point, and it's like we got everything. We can do panels without people in it. We can do close ups. We can do the long shot. It really works now. As like this could be a page in terms of your eye moves around. There are focal points, and it's
Right.
fantastic.
Still reasonably early. It is a comic too, so it's not just those those captions and things. Still reasonably early. This is 1947, so it's not that far after
Right.
he was doing that strip. Now he worked on this for the rest of his life, I think.
Yeah, until he died in 56, I think it was.
And the levels of rigor just continue to grow and stuff. I think I see some Nightingale lines, Jimmy.
Yeah, I was looking at those too. Hard to not see that.
You know what's funny too is that we look at this as like a page of comics, and I think that Raymond and the comic strip men would be very insulted by comparing
sure.
Yes, right.
this stuff to
Yeah.
comic books.
Yeah, no, definitely not comic books, because comic strips were here.
Yeah.
They were up. Comic books were always the lowest level of them all, because strips, particularly by the 40s, was, you had, Dick Tracy and all of these other great strips that had been around 15, 20 years that were American institutions.
Yeah.
Little Abner. And this is really nice, as you say, to see how dynamic he was from day to day. And he didn't have to do this because, he could have just gone, 3 panels a day, 4 panels a day, and just done it that way. But he decided not to do that.
It's that top guy, and like those guys have that sense of competition. Like they're looking at the Kniffs and they're looking at whoever is the other top guys, and it's like you do have to do this.
Right.
If you
Yeah,
want to
sure.
be that top guy.
Right.
I'm looking at it too and just admiring like some of the line variation where like you have line that's describing shadows and things, right? And how do we do that? And maybe it is a Nightingale line, but you also have like patterns and plaids and things where like the line is being used for every single thing that we see here.
There's no zips.
Right.
And it's fantastic the range that he's able to bring out of it.
Yeah, you could still a lot, because like the stuff I've been working on lately, it's there's no real zip or anything. All the grays are by hand, so like getting stuff like, that texture for the curtains is pretty fascinating.
Yes.
The guy's pants.
Well,
I was admiring the sheen on like the bow, like
Yeah,
you're doing
right.
something that's satiny or something that has that like shiny quality.
And he worked on Tilly the Toiler, and Tilly the Toiler every day had a different dress on, and you would not repeat that dress design 2 days in a row. This is really nice because you see it's reproduced really well. These blacks are black, So you really get an appreciation for his line work here as opposed to seeing it on newsprint or even second generation reprint.
Here's a question that I have, man, and maybe you know the answer, or maybe somebody in the audience does. Jeet here. Can a news? So this gets sent to a newspaper, and ostensibly it's for the editors to just figure out like what they want to subscribe to for their comic features. Now, do you have to buy a package of stuff from King Features and like, you know, some also rans get stuffed in there?
No,
or
well,
can you pick and choose individually every single strip?
Well, you can pick and choose, because I've got examples of, for instance, entire comic sections where there's stuff there from Chicago Tribute Syndicate, King Feature Syndicate, NEA Syndicate.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But I'm saying, if you buy Rip Kirby, do you have to take
Whether or not there was that kind of
Tim
packaging.
Tyler?
Yeah,
or
that
something
that
like
I don't know. That I don't know. Jeet, if you're out there, let us know.
And also, one other thing, just because we're looking at it, like, you see this, you can't help but think of the great Baldo Smudge success story Al Williamson joint that he did with Archie Goodwin in the horror Warren books.
And if you're not familiar with it, we do have a video on it.
Good luck finding it.
So, and in addition to this, they also gave a couple of plates.
Oh man, payola, baby.
Okay. So,
This is so incredible that you have this, Warren.
How many of these have survived?
That's what I'm saying. This might be the only one.
it may be. It's unclear.
Wow.
So he did.
Dude, this gives me ideas for promoting my thing. Like when it comes closer to the new year, putting up some provocative images.
Yes.
I
These
love
are just
this one.
phenomenal.
Yeah, aren't these great? And so he clearly picked them and drew them. It's unclear whether or not these are actually in any of the strips.
There's no words or nothing. Like they look like they're done, you know, for this purpose.
I think you may be right.
Man, it makes me wonder, like, are lobby cards a thing at this point for movies? Because
Yes,
it feels
yeah,
like
absolutely,
that, you know? It
yeah.
feels like you're really...
Lobby cards had been since like day one. So this was an extra added thing. Now, what's interesting is that there is not any kind of detail sheet about what's, you know, pricing or anything. It's the only thing you've got here available 6 times a week. No ordering information or anything like that.
Right.
Is this complete? It looks complete to me, but you know, you just don't know. And I've never seen another one. But these 2 panels in particular,
Yeah, this is so evocative. So much, like, very honest emotion in that guy's face. Like, he looks really scared.
Do you know where his stuff is archived?
No, I don't.
I mean,
No.
it's got to be out there. Like, some institution must have, like, all of his archives, right?
You always start in Connecticut and work your way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
somewhere
absolutely.
else.
So this is anyway. I figured people would want to see a little bit of a treat.
Blunt Nightingale line.
It's amazing what he does with the lines. And to go from that to, like, the finest line on that ankle, and you know that's a brush line.
Yeah, totally. I see some nightingales there, by the way. But then, you know, like, that's a Kniff hand.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Kniff in there a little
Yeah,
bit.
sure, absolutely.
It's fun to see him solve that problem of, like, what's the guy up close look like?
Right.
What's that fine, you know, this super fine line look at if we're doing a foot fetish in the foreground? And you know, you got to make that heavier line. It's wild. And to think, like, this whole thing is probably one tool. Like, that's the beauty of the brush, is like you can do one stroke here, and then you can do these fine atmospheric lines in the back with the same tool.
Look at the level of thought, dude. One missing bullet.
Yep.
And you see
That
the
is
light coming
good.
off of the bullets in there.
Yep.
You know, the rounded tips.
Yep. No, great.
What a draftsman.
Well,
What an inkslinger.
I'm
This
glad
is
you guys
great.
liked it.
Thank you for bringing this, Warren.
Absolutely.
I'm thrilled to see this.
As a matter of fact, besides myself, you're the only. Well, now Cartoonist Kayfabe Nation. I've never shown this to anybody at my collection for
Nice.
whatever the reason may be.
Have you had it for a long time?
Oh, I've had it for. It's probably 6 or 7 years.
Do you
at
remember?
least.
Do you remember how you got it? Was it an auction?
Yeah, it was at an auction. And I don't remember if it was eBay or Heritage, but it was one of those things I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
You know, and when I run into it, I've never seen that before. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna put in a bid, but it wasn't that. It was like $100 or something
Oh yeah,
like
that's
that.
a steal.
So, you know, it's one of those, you just shrug your shoulders and throw your money at them because you're never going to find another one.
I'd be surprised if someone doesn't contact you with an offer or two.
I've had that happen. Warren, I saw this. Would you take, in fact, Little Nemo in Slumberland, The Walking Bed, picture was put up on Facebook, and I get a I get a Facebook message from some tech bro in New York. Would you take $2,500 for it? I'm like, what the fuck's the matter with you? Okay, what makes you think I'm gonna sell it?
Yeah, I got offers for my big Miracle Man book.
Yeah, so same type thing. Anyhow, I'm glad that I was able to share this with everybody.
Thank you so much, Warren. So let's cut it, and then you could get your stuff off, and then we could do our like little final
I got
spiel. I just want all your stuff to be
Yep. Nope.
handled. Yeah, totally.
Give me
It makes me so nervous.
This
Yeah,
is
it's wild to think of this stuff as being like, surely that's not really the only one out there.
this one. It could be.
But
I think it could.
you know, you'd have to find another one to prove otherwise.
Yeah.
All right, let me just get all this stuff out of here, and I can.
And
start.
by the way, if it's not, then what? There's two. There's three,
Right.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like take your time and be wary of these wires as you go by.
Okay. Nope, got it. All right, do your thing.
Let's shoot our little deal real quick. And there you have it, man. Amazing Alex Raymond overview. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We're a daily YouTube channel with an archive of nearing 1,500 videos. Uncle Warren was with us for about 35, 40 of these videos, so dig through the archives. You might find a bunch of good stuff you dig. But we have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. When we show off something super rare, and there's very few in the aftermarket, it's the Kings who get first dibs, and we thank them very much for their support. They also have access to this live stream recording session so they can watch us while we're doing our thing. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a big sample of the books that we have out on the stands today. But we're always working our butts off, and we have a big year left to go here in 2023, which is pretty fun considering that the year is nearly done. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in mid-October. It's the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and with this 500-plus page book, I'm giving you 150 pages of material not in those first 4 volumes. So this is the ultimate statement. This is the best book I ever made. Far more than 3/4 of the print run is accounted for at this point. So I need you guys to put your name on it right now if you want a copy, or you have somebody in your life that would enjoy that as a present. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out in November, and this is going to accumulate all of my X-Men Grand Design works into one handy-dandy trade paperback edition. Some of these books are out of print, so get your hands on it, and you'll be able to enjoy all my X-Men Grand Design work. Red Room has been the focus for the past couple of years. There are 2 trades out right now, Antisocial Network and Red Room Trigger Warnings. We're gearing up for a 3rd trade paperback. It's called Crypto Killers, and it's coming out in January, so scrape together your Christmas money or your Hanukkah money and pledge it toward the final volume of Red Room, which happens to be the best volume. Jimmy, what do you have going on?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. It is now time for you to pre-order this in your local comic shop. It'll be out in November. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Scroll Alive, also available from Image Comics, and these are designed to be a set. So if you don't have both, get both, but do let your store know to order copies of Princess of Poverty now, so we know how many of those to print. The Hulk Grand Design is basically out of print at the distribution level, which means if it's in your local comic shop, please pick it up and add it to your collection, because once these are gone, they may be gone forever. Marvel does not keep stuff in print, so there's your heads up. This is going to get more and more scarce moving forward. I have been self-publishing lately. My latest self-published zines, the BW zine and the 1986 zine celebrating the black and white explosion and the greatest year in comics history, as well as True Crime Funnies, my anthology of nonfiction stories, including a couple of wrestling comics. These are all going to be for sale October 26th on my website, jimrugg.com.
I am putting together all of my various bits and pieces for that sale. It's basically going to be my holiday fall sale. So mark that on your calendar. October 26th, you'll be able to pick these up directly from me. If you can't wait till then, join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I have a lot of out-of-print zines and mini comics that you can download and read the moment you join.
Now, to break kayfabe, whenever we do these kind of videos where we got to stand up and crowd around the thing, we got to crowd around a single microphone, and we're standing in very close quarters. And I want to thank you and Uncle Warren for never accidentally smacking anybody in the dick with your hand as we're standing here, because there were a couple close calls, and I got kind of nervous.
I thought you were going to compliment our hygiene.
that too. But you taking a look at the books before you. There are some ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel directly. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. We will keep you up to date on what we're doing and where we're going to be. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more from our spread shop. That link is under this video in the show notes as well.
There you have it, guys. A bunch of ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel to keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Jimmy, please give them the final marching orders so that we can be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom.
Warren, I gotta ask, and I didn't want to do it while we were recording, although the King Kayfabers are still listening. Yeah. Did you read Dave Sims' Strange Death of Alex Raymond?
Yes, I did. Oh boy, was that weird.
All right, that lines up.
That's about the only thing I can say about that.
It's really it's amazing, right? Like comics, cheap to make. You don't need editors and stuff, and that's a piece of fine art,
Yeah.
in a way, because it is that guy's. He so believes in what he's putting down as a matter of fact.
Right. Yeah.
That man, I could see it being used as a piece of propaganda to a kid. Like, you just assume that you get a book that the person's an expert when you're
Right.
fucking with it. You just
Yeah.
assume, like, okay, well, you made a book, you're amazing.
Right.
The stuff that he talks about in there with conviction, using the word clearly, what we're seeing,
Yeah.
and it's like, how do you know? Like, how
Yeah,
do you know
right.
that's clearly?
He talks about that line, that Nightingale line,
Yeah.
and describes clearly how he does it. And he has tons of those illustrations, like the fashion illustrations I think he does with it. Everybody I know that's tried that, none of us have been able to duplicate that line. So that's one of those that it's like, I figured it out, this is how it's done, and I'm not convinced that's how it's done.
Yeah.
But it's such a high level of craft. Like I compare it to Barry Windsor Smith's, the monsters.
Monster. Yeah.
Because it's like it's dudes that very few people have that level of craft. They put a decade or more into it.
Right.
It's fascinating. It's amazing. No one's going to duplicate it. But I just, man, 10 plus years of your life in something like that, I don't know. Because it
Yeah.
is strange. But I love the uniqueness of the reading experience.
Well, yeah, sure, but it was weird straight down the line. Okay.
He did a draft of it, or he started it in Glamour Puss. And he rewrote it. And I love the Glamour Puss stuff was much more on sort of like the tools and the comics history.
Right.
And I could have read hundreds of pages of that part.
Yeah.
But he kind of discarded that.
King Kayfabers, thank you so much for coming through. We had a shoot interview planned today, but like there was some emergencies that had to go down that made it kind of impossible. We have shoot interviews planned next week and the week after that, and we're going to try to keep it going. I'd like to keep the shoots coming until I get out of here in November. And there's a lot of good names. I think we made some headway at Baltimore to get a couple of big namers, and that I just don't want to say until we have that shit
never say
locked
it
and
till it's
loaded.
recorded.
Yeah. But a lot of great stuff coming down the pike for the channel. Very, very enthused about it, and we're getting closer to 100,000. Dude, we're gonna have that little plaque, that little YouTube trophy that we're gonna get to show off. So please, share these videos and get people hip to the channel, because it just makes it more valuable for different kinds of guests to come through. I think we could get more and more people from other media, directors and stuff, musicians, like people who have a big relationship with comics that you might not necessarily think about.
So how do I get me a copy of one of these signed by the author?
He didn't forget, Jimmy.
You know what? Hook me up with a. Look at this. This is how you do it, Warren. You ask and you receive.
Yes.
We should have like the complimentary packs for people who pass through here.
Right, little swag bags, and do it just in those like narcissistic fashions. It's all Eddie P and Jim Rugg memorabilia.
Oh, of course.
As a matter of fact, I ran out of my last copy of Cartoons for Victory,
Ooh.
and it's out of print, and it's not in the Fantagraphics distributor's warehouse anymore. So I now have to find copies in other places.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. It was, as always, love hanging out with you guys.
Thanks for coming through, man.
Yeah, Warren, thank you so much.
All right.
Great stuff this week.
Comics rule, last I heard anyway.
Yeah.
Oh.
Listen,
They're undefeated.
I bend the knee at the altar of
So,
comics.
so your Switchblade Shorties.
Yeah.
All right. They're done in the same format as those old Couples and Leon's books. Have you ever seen these things?
no.
Okay, so it was square bound. They came out between like 1919 to 1935, and the comic thing went ahead and did it. And what they did was they took all they used to reprint the dailies lengthwise, so they were
Right.
the very long volumes. But then they cut them in half, and it was 2/2.
Yeah.
And so it would be like so funny to have you do this parody of these old Couples and Leon's things whenever you do publish your Switchblade Shorties books.
Yeah, like let me see this. Like I'm thinking about this. Have the book like this.
Yeah, sure.
You know, because that's the page size. But you know the format that I'm drawing them, it's exact proportions of Carl Barks, except
interesting.
for the half pages, because you know
Right,
you would
yeah.
draw each page in half.
Yeah.
So like I matched the exact lettering size, and
I
all
don't
of
think
that stuff.
Carl Barks had Switchblade Shorties in mind.
no, of course not. You know, you got to evolve.
Well, I think it's great. I love them. Thanks for those preview PDFs you sent me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got a new one. Jimmy, do you have some time to?
Yeah, I
send
do.
into this?
We should probably wrap up and then give Warren a hand with the
Yeah,
boxes.
Kings. Thanks
Yeah,
so much, man. We're gonna go help
get
Uncle
these
Warren.
boxes and-
And check us out later, man. We'll be sending you those videos. Let us know on the Patreon which